You're mad, I'm back. Big mad, he's mad, she's mad, big sad. Don't care, stay mad. Bitch, I'm laughing cause you big mad. See it in your face, cry, baby, bitch, you big sad. Niggas tweeting about me, got me 20, bitch, you big sad. Tell me how I ride it, came home to a big bag. You're mad, I'm back. Big mad, he's mad, she's mad, big sad. Don't care, stay mad. Bitch, I'm laughing cause you big mad. See it in your face, cry, baby, bitch, you big sad. Niggas tweeting about me, got me 20, bitch, you big sad. Tell me how I ride it, came home to a big bag. You're mad, I'm back. Big mad, he's mad, she's mad, big sad. Don't care, stay mad. Bitch, I'm laughing cause you big mad. See it in your face, cry, baby, bitch, you big sad. Niggas tweeting about me, got me 20, bitch, you big sad. Tell me how I ride it, came home to a big bag. You're mad, I'm back. Big mad, he's mad, she's mad, big sad. Don't care, stay mad. Bitch, I'm laughing cause you big mad. See it in your face, cry, baby, bitch, you big sad. Niggas tweeting about me, got me 20, bitch, you big sad. Tell me how I ride it, came home to a big bag. You're mad, I'm back. Big mad, he's mad, she's mad, big sad. Don't care, stay mad. Bitch, I'm laughing cause you big mad. See it in your face, cry, baby, bitch, you big sad. Niggas tweeting about me, got me 20, bitch, you big sad. Tell me how I ride it, came home to a big bag. You're mad, I'm back. Big mad, he's mad, she's mad, big sad. Don't care, stay mad. Bitch, I'm laughing cause you big mad. See it in your face, cry, baby, bitch, you big sad. Niggas tweeting about me, got me 20, bitch, you big sad. Tell me how I ride it, came home to a big bag. You're mad, I'm back. Big mad, he's mad, she's mad, big sad. Don't care, stay mad. Bitch, I'm laughing cause you big mad. See it in your face, cry, baby, bitch, you big sad. Niggas tweeting about me, got me 20, bitch, you big sad. Tell me how I ride it, came home to a big bag. You're mad, I'm back. Big mad, he's mad, she's mad, big sad. Don't care, stay mad. Bitch, I'm laughing cause you big mad. See it in your face, cry, baby, bitch, you big sad. Niggas tweeting about me, got me 20, bitch, you big sad. Tell me how I ride it, came home to a big bag. You're mad, I'm back. Big mad, he's mad, she's mad, big sad. Don't care, stay mad. Bitch, I'm laughing cause you big mad. See it in your face, cry, baby, bitch, you big sad. Niggas tweeting about me, got me 20, bitch, you big sad. Tell me how I ride it, came home to a big bag.
Well, how's everybody doing tonight? Well, it finally happened. I'm finally back streaming on this fucking channel for some reason. Zoo came back from the store. Went to buy cigarettes about 4 or 5 months ago. And then all of a sudden, I never came back. No Morrowind, no Switch videos, no nothing. Everybody's like, where the fuck did Zoo go? So, looks like I'm back. Welcome to the Switch 2 burial stream. And what we're going to do here tonight is I'm going to be bringing guests on. Let me take off this pesky banner real quick. Get the fuck out of here. This stream has started. And what we're going to be doing is I'm going to be taking you guys on a journey, okay? We're going to relive the magic of the Switch 2 launch lead up. Because I distinctly remember this thing being absolutely outstanding. And I'm sure you all do too. I mean, we woke up and we just knew that Nintendo was going to usher in the next generation of gaming, am I right? So I think we were all really excited to see what the Bing Wahoo boys were going to get up to. And so I'm really excited to relive it for you. And I hope it's as good as my memory serves it to be. I think we're all going to have a really good time tonight. But I guess the first thing we'll do is in classic Liquored Up Live things, I'm going to go ahead and announce what I'm drinking. And we will be bringing live guests on. So if you are a member of the Discord, if you aren't, first of all, to quote the legendary Reggie Fils-Aimé, what's wrong with you? But if you are in the Discord, go to the Midnight channel where you can chat with people in there live now. I'm sure there's a few people, fuckers floating around in there waiting to come on. And I will be periodically, between taking you guys on this wonderful journey, I will be periodically stopping in the Discord chat to kind of chat and get your thoughts about this absolutely paradigm-shifting presentation we're about to witness. I mean, we are about to witness the future, chat. So if you haven't already seen the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct, again, according to Reggie Fils-Aimé, what's wrong with you? But if you haven't, that's okay, because Uncle Zoo's got your hookup. And we're going to check all that out right now. So, first thing I want to do is, in order to set the proper context, I need to take you guys back to a little place called 2016, okay? So, 2016, October 2016 to be precise, October 2016 to be precise, we got a very special reveal trailer that I think everybody is going to really like to see. And so that's what we're going to do here. All righty. Is everybody ready? I hope you're all ready to relive the greatness that was the Nintendo Switch launch trailer. Now, wait a second. What just happened? Did he just take that on the go with him? Holy shit. And he looked like he was having fun, him and his dog.
From the moment we met, you could see that I was filled with desire. Only one thing in common, baby, but our love is pure fire. It shows the birds are the same. I wouldn't let you to change one thing. So be yourself. Try to have a good time. Be yourself. Try to have a...
You know what, people around me, fuck your safe flight. I gotta play Skyrim on the go. So it doesn't matter if my wireless is interfering with your captain's flight. Fuck you. I've got to get a level in Skyrim. I've got to slay the frost troll in Skyrim. That pesky fucking frost troll at the top of the throne of the world. I don't have time for your flight plans or your landing gear. I don't have time for that. I'm playing Nintendo Switch. So hope the flight's safe, everybody, but it's worth it for me to level up. Looks like our heroes made it home safely. That's what we like to see.
See, so be yourself. Oh, and try to have a good time. Be yourself.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing as a young man, as a young college-age man. When I go on a college road trip, I know what I'm doing. It's absolutely going to be playing Nintendo Switch. It's not going to be looking for girls. It's not going to be drinking gratuitous amounts of alcohol and doing insane amounts of drugs. No, we're going to play Mario Kart in this van. That's what we're going to be doing. Absolutely.
Try to have a good time. Be yourself.
Who the fuck needs real basketball when you've got video game basketball? There it is, folks. We just got our first look at the 3D Mario that goes on to sell 30 million copies, man. That game was an absolute phenomenon. Just got our first look at it. Little did we know. Very cool. Very, very cool.
Maybe a rebel in me, but I can't be a one if you allow it. You're a mystery so deep, I can meet these wooden things to try and figure out it.
Rooftop party, guys. Absolute rooftop party. Now, I want to draw special attention to that scene we just witnessed. Yeah, there's all the jokes about a rooftop party, but holy fucking shit, that looks like a blast. And you'll notice that one thing you're seeing in this trailer is they are having this, it's showing gameplay, right? And it's showing the things the system can do. But you'll also notice one of the things that's going on is it's also showing people having fun playing the game. Now, this is old hat video game marketing, something that in our age of like focusing on the hardcore gamer we've forgotten about. This goes back to the Atari 2600. This goes back to the old NES. They would actually show you playing the games, and they would show the people's faces and focus on the people having fun while they play the games. This is like grade A+ fucking marketing going on right here. Rooftop parties aside, I think I have never been to a rooftop party. Now, granted, I don't live in a large metropolitan area, but that is absolutely, switch or no switch, rooftop party, rooftop switch party. You know what? Fuck it. Rooftop switch party is on my bucket list. That is absolutely on my bucket list, and it should be on you guys' too.
I'm meeting you like bacon needs eggs. I'm meeting you and there's nothing more to say. So be yourself.
Another multi-million seller. Before they go out and start kicking some ass in actual pro game. Living the dream.
Nintendo Switch.
Well, I'll be damned. I got to tell you, chat, I think we had a winner on our hands. Now, I don't know about you guys, but when I saw that trailer and I saw what they were going for, absolutely knew that this system was going to be the absolute fucking bee's knees, man. Like, this was absolutely going to be the next generation of Nintendo. We all felt it. I think we all fucking felt it, right? And it wasn't just gamers. And now you're hearing a lot of people talking about there were hardcore gamers crying like little bitches on forums, talking about how, oh my gosh, like the Switch is gonna fail. It's gonna do Wii U levels. That wasn't the general sentiment. I remember people that weren't even gamers being excited for this system, just like with the Nintendo Wii. And that's what I mean. Like, if we take a look at this tab here, Switch is the dream console Nintendo's been working towards for years. So this was an article written in Time Magazine back on November 20th, 2016. And basically just smoking the system's fucking hog in just the best way fucking possible. Like, just going on, probably pricing is good, bigger, sexier version of the Wii U gamepad. It's a home system on its website. It's probably just preemptive marketing to assuage any concerns. But this entire article just goes over like how excited people are for the system. Like, how clear. Look, what is the Switch really? Seems pretty clear, even off a Diet Details marketing video. This is Nintendo doubling down on its core philosophy that playgrounds work best when they're part of our everyday routines, and crucially, when we're engaged in them face to face with other players. And that software innovation happens in tandem with hardware innovation. So there it is, right there, clear as crystal, cold X. Like, there is Time Magazine, and that is kind of a super normie perspective. There they are, given the Nintendo Switch, the OG Nintendo Switch, giving them their fucking flowers right off the bat. System hadn't even come out yet. So absolute awesome stuff there. I give that an A plus. And with that said, I guess it's time to get into the Nintendo Switch 2 first look trailer. I hope you guys are ready for this. I hope you guys are ready for Nintendo to bring the thunder and the lightning. I'm sure this, I'm clearly sure that this trailer is going to be hitting the same awesome notes that the Switch 1 trailer hit. It's Nintendo doing what Nintendo does best. Well, that looks like the regular Switch. A little bigger. Oh boy. Bing, bing, wahoo. A little bit of a bigger kickstand, because that's what matters, right? Bing, bing, wahoo. Uh-oh. Joy-Con's got a little bigger. That's going to be good for my hand. But it seems like something's missing here, guys. What's missing? By the way, you're going to hear it here first. Nintendo Snap. They missed Nintendo Snap. Huge opportunity to not confuse their fucking upstream casual customers. But something still seems to be missing. It seems to be missing. There's one game, and I guess it's playing itself. I guess it's magically playing itself, right? Well, I'll be damned. Now, right here might have been our first clue that something was a little fucky going on. Plays Nintendo Switch exclusive games as well as Nintendo Switch games. And we have, here it is, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first asterisk of the Switch 2 launch cycle already. Nintendo Switch 2 plays both physical and digital Nintendo Switch games. Certain Nintendo Switch games may not be supported or fully compatible with Nintendo Switch 2. Details will be shared at the Nintendo website on a later date. Well, I'll be damned. I don't know. You can't see it. Uh-oh, what happened? Ah, well, look at that shit. Look what I did. I was being a dumb motherfucker. Give me 1 second, guys. We'll get this corrected. You didn't see any of that. Damn. Old Uncle Zoo being good with the visuals, the audio visual again. That's an easy one. It's only 2 minutes. And I'll just let it run. Nintendo Switch 2 reveal trailer. My drunk ass was bound to fuck up at some point, guys. There we go. Yeah, that's better. Isn't that so exciting? That's not sterile and fucking corporate as hell at all, is it? And like I said earlier, bigger for the hands. That's good. I got so many fucking hand cramps before I finally was able to switch to a portable way to play with a Pro controller. It has buttons. Exciting buttons and thumbsticks. And all these years later, it still doesn't have a motherfucking D-pad. All right, guys, now here comes the really exciting part. Here comes the fucking ghost game. Apparently they got an audience of ghosts in there playing this one. There it is. Not a single fucking player to be had. Not a single happy face. Nothing. Yeah, they got rid of the slide. Yeah, the iconic, like, Switch. You know the Switch? Yeah, it's a Snap now. It's Nintendo Snap. And there's the fine print right there, guys. Right there. There's that fine print. That is our first indication. Well, second indication. First indication that something is going fucking here, and that this is a different company than what unveiled the Switch, was the fact that you did not see a single, what is this? Interrupted my screen. Get your fucking propaganda out of here. We will see that in a second. Did you see how that auto played? Do you see what Nintendo's up to? You see what they made me do? But anyway, what I was saying is, first indication that something fucky is amiss. There's not a single person playing these games. Like, you're not seeing their faces. You're not seeing them interact with each other. You get a brief 30-second synopsis of a Mario Kart that, honest to God, could have been Mario Kart fucking 8, if not for some, like, absolute tiny distinctions you'd have to study that fucking scene to see. To your average normie, they're like, how the fuck is this any different than Mario Kart World at first? They don't know. So right off the bat, when I saw that trailer, and you got to remember who you're talking to, guys. I've been saying for 3 fucking years, I've been telling you all that I have concerns about this generation jump. Not only because of Nintendo's history of fucking up every other generation, not only because of the absolute dire state of the world's macroeconomics and geopolitical fuckery going on. And I was told repeatedly by the experts that don't worry about it. Nintendo knows what they're doing this time. There's a new sheriff in town, Furukawa. He's a numbers guy. They have to launch a system. They can't continue to ride the Switch out. By the time they launch the system, the macroeconomics and the geopolitics will be stabilized. None of that was right. None of that seemed to be fucking coming true. So here we are in October, or this is January 2025, And we're getting ready to launch a brand new marquee system into this brave new world. And so far, everything that Uncle Zoo has told everybody is coming true. And it's not looking too great, guys. It's not looking too great. So, alrighty. So I think we're going to stop there for a brief moment, and I'm going to pop into the chat and see if there's anybody who wants to say hi real quick and see where we're at so far. And it looks like we got a couple people in there. So we're just going to pop in real quick. And we are going to widescreen that shit. And then we're going to share this tab. And now it's just like an old-fashioned liquored up live. Well, how you doing tonight, gentlemen? I like the Luigi hat. Looks like we've got Phil One Up Collects.
It's the One Up hat, and I got my gloves, and I got my Mario shirt on because I am ready. I'm ready.
Are you excited to see the future, Phil? Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm so.
Bing Wahoo! Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm shaking my fucking pill bottle. I hope you can hear it. I hope you can hear me shaking my fucking pill bottle. My happy pills. Something you're not supposed to drink.
Let me know in the comments if you like my outfit. I mean, I did it just for y'all.
Yeah, leave a comment and make sure to buy a hat just like that.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, don't just buy a hat. Don't just buy a hat. Buy a hat for your hat. Buy two. Buy three. Fuck it. All right, so thoughts so far on this magical journey we're on, guys?
Well, I was watching and I was listening, and you're right. The Switch one, like you go back and you watch that video, and it was just straight to the point, straight fun. People playing the system, having fun, and even the song choice. The song choice is like having a good time.
Dude, the song was fire.
They were emphasizing that this system
had a little bit of a Motown vibe to it, man. I love Motown.
Yeah, and then they show all these people hanging out and having fun, taking Switch on road trips and going out and going places. And then at the end, they accumulate it with all the people in that trailer saying Nintendo Switch at the same time. It was perfect, right?
And I'm just glad they didn't crash the airplane.
Fun, going on the go, just having like a real adventure with your game.
Yes.
And it kind of harkened back to the experience with the original Game Boy and how that was just such a revolutionary moment. It took you back to that moment in time.
Yes.
And I feel like that's why the Switch sold so well, because it kicked in that nostalgia for people. It's like, dude, it's like I'm playing the Game Boy again. I'm getting the game on the go, but in a whole new way, and I can dock it, and I can do oh, this is so cool. I've never seen anything like it. Wow, you know. And then the Switch too. It's just, it feels like
it's
a corporate. Like it feels like it lost the heart. It lost the soul. The whole direct,
sterile, man.
Like, I mean, I don't get me wrong. The games that they did show, I mean, that part of it was fine. That was good.
The 30 seconds with you talk about the 30 seconds. Yeah. Talk about the 30 seconds with the ghost playing the fucking Mario Kart. I did. I guess they had some of my uncles and cousins and aunts and I guess they had the whole zoo extended family there or maybe John Cena was playing the fucking Mario Kart because I couldn't fucking see a goddamn anybody playing.
But it's just, it's like after the direct, after being like mesmerized by the games, like, oh, we're getting Elden Ring, we're getting an exclusive
don't bury the lead, Philly. Now
Souls game.
Don't bury the lead, Philly. We're gonna get there.
Oh,
okay.
Oh man.
All right. I've gotten too far ahead of myself. I'm getting excited.
He's getting really
a little far ahead of yourself. We're gonna get there. I promise. We got till 10 o'clock to get there.
I can I can throw a hat into the ring here because I'm probably more sympathetic than either one of you two are in terms of this whole thing.
It's hard to be less sympathetic than me and Philly.
Yeah. Well, no, trust me. Like my biggest issue is twofold. I'm gonna lay the first one out here. They're phoning it in. Like they're phoning it in so hard.
Yes, they
like
are.
that Like that's the thing. Like no offense to the Switch. Here's the thing with the Switch One. You can't really compare the two in the sense like the Switch had to change the system, and plus this was Nintendo's dying breath. And when they put it out there, it's like, oh, hey, that's interesting. Even me who hated the Switch because I was a Wii U owner, I'm like, man, I don't want to buy this thing. Nintendo screwed me over. I just thought to myself later, like, damn, that's a cool system. I need that now.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
No, I get it. And yeah, if you were an early Wii U adopter, boy, yeah, you got fucked on that.
I got it.
Yeah,
I got a 2013, so I was screwed over.
I got the Wii U really late when it got cheap down to like, I guess I'd say cheap when it dropped down to like 300 with like a Mario Kart 8 bundle. I still have up here. It's in the box. But I remember, and a lot of people forget this because Nintendo has that magic that as soon as they drop a new game or whatever, everybody just magically disappears. All the Nintendo like crap they do that isn't cool. And I remember they were promising people, oh, you're going to get your Zelda on the Wii U. It's going to come out first. It's going to be like, there's going to be another year of Wii U, and we're going to have other games, all this. All of that was a lie.
You
and
both
then here
understand.
comes the Switch.
You both understand they had to do that, right?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I get it.
They had to get out from under that thing. They had to.
Yeah, no,
they had to. Yeah, but as a consumer, it's like you son
bad.
of a, you screwed me over.
Yeah,
you took advantage of me.
So I got the system in 2013, though. I got the Wind Waker bundle that I played for years. I played Pikmin 3. That's when I fell in love with Pikmin with that game. I had Mario 3D World. I had Mario Kart 8. I had Smash. It was like 2014. I'm like, okay, Nintendo's going to give me some more games here. They're going to make my investment worth it. And then they just basically went out, got the bottle of milk or something, went to the grocery store, just didn't come back. And I didn't
like me in this channel, right?
Yeah, no, I did not know what they were doing. But so I was mad. But like, here's the other thing, Zoo, that you did not mention, and this is a thing that you might have lacked context for.
Okay.
Where was the Super Bowl commercial this year?
Because
like for many people, the first time they heard about the Switch, they saw the Super Bowl commercial with that song from like Imagine Dragons, and that song became a hit just based off the trailer. Like that was the first time that song ever played. That's how popular that trailer was, that a song hit the charts and it made an irrelevant band popular again.
Are we talking about that? That was the Switch Super Bowl commercial, right?
Yes.
Fucking yes, that was incredible. Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, that was a benefit to Nintendo. Yeah, I didn't even realize that.
And by the way, I'll tell you what running the Super Bowl ad showed. It showed they were serious again about the expanded audience for the first time since the Wii. They were ready to get those fucking normies back on board after neglecting them with the Wii U.
Yeah, they said this is our last shot. Screw it. We got to do everything we can to try to get people to pay attention to this. And like, when you have a sporting event where like maybe 1 billion people are watching, why would you not do an ad? Like they released the reveal trailer 2 weeks after the Super Bowl. Why would you not do that during the Super Bowl when all eyes are on it?
That's a pretty damn good point, business-wise.
That is
like that. Like that just.
Wait, hold on. Yeah. We just spotted a new Pokemon in the wild. Just showed up. It is Pyratosis. Oh, no. What's going on, buddy?
Woo!
Welcome to Liquored Up Live. I actually think this is Pyratosis' first one. So what are you drinking, buddy? Pyro is going through the.
Sorry guys, I had to plug in my headset, so that way we didn't get a reverberation
echo. It's not
echo.
a Liquored Up Live if you don't have some kind of fucked up something going on.
I'm on my phone, so it's just all fucked.
So now I got 4 of you in here. So what the fuck is everybody drinking tonight?
We got Makers.
Not Maker's Mark? Fucking yeah. I've got El Dorado 15-year rum. A friend of mine recommended that. A friend of the channel, another friendly ghost, friend of the channel, recommended El Dorado 15-year. Ran a pretty good commercial on his secret channel. And
we got some echo.
Uh-oh. Well, no, they'll have to deal with that. They're used to it. I don't know how to fix echoes.
Well, I know how to fix echoes. Everyone needs to have a headset on, so that way.
Yeah, I've got a headset. Yeah, I've got a headset for sure.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
All right, looks like there's no shit fucks in here. So, so what do you think, Pyratosis? What do you think of that amazing, incredible Nintendo Switch 1 ad and that mildly concerning at this point Switch 2 ad?
I have no strong or negative feelings one way or the other.
He's just here for the party, which fucking hell yeah, dude. All righty, well, let's take a look at the chat here, and let's see what the chat has to say. It's your time to shine, chat. You know I read all these, so. Master Nathan says hi. Well, hello, Master Nathan. It's been a little while, hasn't it? Like I said, I finally came back from the store after telling you I was leaving to buy cigarettes 5 months ago. So, and then here's me just announcing my technical ineptness, having technical issues, to be streaming soon, hopefully. Frost Troll Brew says, hail. What's going on, Frost Troll? Yeah, been a little bit. Now, we'll be back in the swing of things on this channel as soon as Grasping Fortune comes out. We're going to be back to Morrowind, sucking up all my fucking time again. And I can't wait in the best possible way. TH3 says this intro truly is interesting. How did we like the intro, chat? How did we like that?
I'm sorry, the 6ix9ine music in 2025 kind of got me cringing. I'm not gonna lie.
Why do you think I chose it? We're talking about a cringe dumpster fire of a fucking presentation. It's the perfect song choice.
It is, but god damn, it's hard to listen to.
I didn't even know that was 6ix9ine.
That's 6ix9ine, yeah. That's classic fucking 6ix9ine. If you could call anything by that guy classic. Ah, goodness gracious. Pyratosis says, fix your shit, son. I'm trying, but I'm not a plumber like Mario. I don't have the technical skills to fix this stuff. Well, you weren't here. You weren't here when this started. You got here late, Luigi.
Actually, I was lurking. I was at work.
Well, you have an excuse. But Philly's just gonna be a punching bag because he's Luigi. That's Luigi's whole job. Luigi's whole job is to get shit on all fucking day by Mario.
If you actually bother to look at the hat, that says 1-up.
Okay.
This is a 1-up mushroom hat.
Okay, that's fair. All right, so you're not Luigi. I'm just a little drunk.
Yeah,
I'm a little drunk. I'm a little stupid tonight. You gotta forgive me. A little drunk and stupid tonight.
Yeah, he's Donkey Kong from DK Bonanza. It's fun.
There we go. TH3 says pretty chill. Frost Troll says it's been a while. Yeah, it took me a while to find the right pack of cigarettes to get back from the store. Finally got back. Phil says, sup fam, let's do this. Frost Troll says it's the 12th release of Skyrim. Also, hey now. Yeah, was it a little too soon to make plane crashing jokes? It probably was, but fuck it. Whole fucking world's on fire. Might as well have a little bit of dark humor, right? Let's see.
It's never too soon.
Let's see. Yeah, now see, this is sicko behavior, Lamau. Well, nobody ever accused me of being normal or right. Let's see. Phil One Up says, heck yes, we are. And then TH3 says, forget socializing. I need to play Switch. And you know what, TH3? That's what everybody was saying in this era of gaming. Everybody's like, fuck socializing. Let me get my Switch out and let's make some fucking progress. Let's make some absolute fucking progress on Breath of the Wild because this game is lit.
Well, no, she was playing Odyssey. And my question is, why are you taking Mario Odyssey to a rooftop bar to play with friends?
I don't know.
That is not a multiplayer game.
I don't know, but they made it look flawless, man. None of that fucking. That's the thing. The best trailer. You ever look at the best advertisement? None of the best advertisement makes fucking sense. Like, oh yeah, if you drink our beer,
it's like an episode. It's like an episode of Riverdale.
Yeah.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. If you know, you fucking know. But yeah, the best advertisement makes no sense. It makes no sense at all. Like Riverdale, it makes no sense. If you drink our beer, hot girls will take their clothes off in front of you.
That better just be that just better be the entire marketing campaign of Tomodachi Life because that game makes no sense.
That game, well, how the fuck does that game have the sales it has, man?
It's weird.
Like.
That's
I literally called that, like, if you remember my live reaction, if anybody saw me, I was live reacting to the Switch 2 Direct, And I said, or no, that was that was the Switch 1 Direct, the last Switch 1 Direct. And Tamagotchi Life got showed off. And I'm like, Tamagotchi Life, nasty game is all I had to say about it. Like, nasty game. Don't know what the fuck this is doing on my Switch. And Rush Dog is like, Zoo, you know that game sells like 6 million copies on a dying console, right? And I'm like, get the fuck out of here. No way. Because
It actually does.
Yeah, I didn't know because I don't give a fuck about this thing. It looks like Temu Animal Crossing. But then I go and I fucking look it up, and I'll be damned. Once again, Rush Dog is fucking right with his fact check, and it's like, Jesus Christ, who is buying this shit? But hey, buy this shit they did. And buy this shit they shall again, I'm sure.
Probably the same people that buy the key cards.
Well, again, we're going to get there. Definitely going to get there. But, man, that's the other thing. That's the other thing about that Tamagotchi Life. It sold 6.5 million on the 3DS in its dying years. What the fuck is Tamagotchi Life going to do with an install base of 150 million? I'm pretty excited.
Not just that. Whatever the Switch 2 also sells. So, I'm not going to lie. I could see it doing 15 million.
15 million through its first year?
Just lifetime. Like, it'll eventually just settle in at 15 million.
Nintendo's sitting here chomping at the bit to say, I fucking hope it sells more than 15 million.
I don't think they're hoping for much with it. I think they're just trying to test it and see what happens.
Yeah, 15 million puts that. I think that's Wii U sold 12 million, right?
13 million.
13 million. Oh yeah, no. Keep in mind, buddy, population growth that probably puts it under the Wii or the Wii U. Sorry. Yeah, that fucks Nintendo. If they sell 15 million consoles, that thing. You saw what they're packing.
Oh, I meant Tamagotchi. I meant Tamagotchi too. I thought.
Oh, okay, 15. Oh, okay. I thought we were talking Switch 2 sales. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh, I wasn't there yet. No, my bad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, now Tamagotchi Life. Yeah, I can see 15 mil. You know, not knowing a goddamn fucking thing about Tamagotchi. So then we got Frost Troll Brew. Playing Switch is socializing, and that's part of why the system was successful. Yeah, 100%. And what's amazing is the Switch was so popular that we socialized despite the fact that the system gave us no tools for socializing. That we didn't have fucking chat. We didn't have fucking cam. Like we had to go through all these like hack fuck ways of doing it, like Discord or Signal, or like in order to get with our buddies and chat while we play Mario Kart. But we did it anyway because the system fucking rocked.
Honest question. With Nintendo Chat, if I cuss in there, am I going to get banned?
Well, I mean, if that's the case, Phil and I would be.
I wouldn't be surprised that they would let it slide. It's Nintendo.
Oh wait, it's Nintendo Chat. Yeah, I don't know because we were using
everything.
They're pretty family.
But then again, weren't there people that were using like Pokemon Go and doing like naughty things with it or something? Or like, I don't know, what was that one thing? Or like 3DS, and they were taking like inappropriate pictures and whatever with the 3DS or the DSi camera or whatever it was. I don't remember. I heard something about that.
If you put a camera in front of human beings, magical things are just going to happen. There's nothing you can do to stop it.
Yeah.
Little Timmy's going to see things he wishes he never.
Buddy, I'll never forget. We were playing Gears of War on the Xbox 360, and this grown ass man. We were in high school, and this grown ass man, we were beating his ass. And believe it or not, like not even having that system, I was really good at Gears of War when I would go over to B-Rye's house and play it. And I would use the pistol. It was my weapon of choice. Just the pistol you start with. And we called it 2-shot killers, kind of after Halo's 3-shot killers. Because basically after 2 shots with a pistol or after a pistol whip, you can then aim and do a headshot and pop their fucking head like a grape in Gears of War. And I had hit this guy about the 6th time like this, and all of a sudden his camera switched on, and here he is. He pulls his pants down, wraps his fucking hands around his like balls, and like shook them, and then logged off and like rage quit. And I'll never forget that. But like, oh my God, like what the fuck? People are wild ass. People are dead ass wild on these fucking gaming cameras.
Dude, that is nasty.
He must have seen the dickcopter from Transformers.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's a classic.
You mean He-Man? Yeah.
Two-shot killers. Yeah, Frost Troll Brew real quick. I gotta skip over that real quick. Gears of War, man, take me back to that multiplayer where you can play as Ram. Yeah, that's the big guy, right? Like you're pretty brave if you play as Ram. No, because they shrunk him down. I was saying because as big as he was, he'd be pretty easy target. But yeah, they shrunk his ass down. I remember that now. Yeah, they shrunk his ass. But yeah, that was great. Like you could run up, like you could roadie run, pistol whip them, and then just do a quick aim right at their head and pop their head, just like you would a sniper rifle. Gears of War 1 OG Gears of War multiplayer was fantastic. I never even owned a 360. And I love that fucking game. Never played the single player. I don't know if the single player was any good, but the multiplayer was lit. All right. Let's see, where were we? Playing Switch is socializing. TH3, you commented that those rooftop bars with the jumbotrons on the walls are wild. They have one for game days. It looks fun as fuck. No, that particular rooftop bar party, like, yeah, that's.
They got one they got one in downtown. They got like 120.
Oh, you've got those.
Not like 12 foot. They got like a 12-foot screen on another building, but it's right next to the rooftop bar. That thing looks crazy.
Jesus, that's awesome.
That's where all the college kids go to drink, though. So it's like I don't want to go there. But
oh yeah, cool. Getting fights. All those young guns full of piss and vinegar. They want to fight. They just want to fight. Right here, bro. You got that, bro? I'm right here, bro. Like, yeah, nah, no fucking thanks. Maybe 20 years ago. Phil One Up says, even the song says having a good time. It's a message within itself. Yeah, the entire messaging was just revolved around how much fun that system was going to be to have. And the ending of them all saying Nintendo Switch with excitement. Yeah. And then here's Frost Troll Brew once again reminding me that I'm just an absolute fucking manlet when it comes to technical aspects of streaming. Like, we can't see it. Can't see the trailer, Lamau. We can't see it. We missed the whole thing. And then, yeah, they got rid of the slide. Yes, they did. They did get rid of the slide. Now it's the Nintendo Snap. So, and by the way, that probably would have been a better name, honestly.
I'm sorry, but like the snapping thing, it's not. I don't mind it, but it's not the same.
It's not the same. Not as iconic.
Well, and it's weird that they do it now with like before trailers, like the snap sound. I'm like, man, this is weird. I'm not used to it.
I do like the one thing I'll give it is I like the bigger Joy-Cons because I don't know if you guys have bigger hands, but when I play on the Joy-Cons, my hands literally want to cramp up, and you can fucking forget about that weird tabletop mode that nobody ever fucking used, where you're using like half a Joy-Con. You know, the reason why they said they couldn't do a D-pad, it's like, buddy, nobody ever uses that fucking mode. If somebody in the chat uses tabletop mode, has ever used tabletop mode, let me know, outside of like the novelty of trying it for the first time. But playing on that little half a Joy-Con is fucking impossible for my big ass hands. My clunky ass fucking hands. Like, I couldn't do it. Did any of you guys ever play tabletop mode?
I tried the split, like I tried the split single Joy-Con once on a TV. I could not again. No, it was horrible.
I think we should have had the D-pad instead. I think that was
if I'm allowed to trash the Switch one on anything, the Joy-Cons sucked. Like, honestly, yes. I'm tired of pretending like they were good.
Nobody ever pretended they were good. They suck.
The 4 face buttons too on the controller are so uncomfy to press. I don't know why.
Terrible controller. Any controller that lacks a D-pad is an automatic F. Automatic F.
I wonder if they actually made it that way to try to sell more pro controllers. So like, we'll just make the controls shit. And then people will go out and buy a more expensive pro controller for like $80.
It does not hurt either. The pro controller is like one of the comfiest controllers of all time.
I know. It should have just had that.
Isn't it amazing how like controller design hasn't really altered at all since the SNES, except for like a little bit of ergonomics? Like as far as button placement, as far as like it got an extra, like it got a couple of thumbsticks and it got a couple extra trigger buttons, and that's about it.
Yeah.
And Nintendo likes to be funny sometimes, though.
Yeah, it give you like a fucking Wii remote
and N64 controller.
I still don't know what the fuck
do
the
some
GameCube.
Weird ass.
Yeah, no, these weird like looks like a rocket ship had sex with a fucking SNES controller. I have no fucking idea what that thing was.
My question is, who actually put their left hand on the handle where the D-pad was? Why would you ever? The Z button's in the middle. Like, why would you put your hand over there?
Yeah, let's find that person and like just absolute shame that. Like, you're shamed for that. You're admonished. Like, no way. This bro, that sucks ass. Yeah, that they got rid of the yeah. They did good with the Wii. Wii U sucks. Guess history repeats itself. Well, we don't want to bury the lead. Stop, Frost Troll. Why are you trying to rain on my fucking parade? Clearly, the Switch 2 is made of stardust and awesome sauce. Clearly, the Switch 2 is going to blow our fucking minds, buddy. Clearly.
I don't think it's as bad as Wii U, though. I think that's a little bit too much. I mean, it's bad, but I don't think it's that bad.
Well, we won't know till the games come out, but yeah, that's hard. That's going to be really hard to do. That's going to be really hard to do. I agree. But like never, like I said on several live streams, in fact, I think Phil was on one of them, never underestimate Nintendo's ability to fuck things up when they're doing good. Never underestimate. Yeah. And it's exclusively when they are on top of the world and they're doing good. Every time the chips are down, Nintendo has met the moment. Every fucking time. But it takes that to get anything good out of them. It really does. If they're riding high, and they get arrogant as fuck and they start doing whatever they want to do.
Because could you imagine if Nintendo just went one banger console generation after another? Like, I don't even think Sony and Microsoft would probably even be here then. Because, like, Nintendo would just be like, woo! Because just imagine, like, in that perfect world where Nintendo's just on top of it every single time. I don't think there would be space for anybody else.
Like, and they nobody would want it. This is a controversial opinion, but I stand by it. They lost it in the SNES era, Philly. The NES was an absolute market-dominating phenomenon. And then what happened is the Super Nintendo showed up, and it wasn't anything the Super Nintendo did wrong. The Super Nintendo was perfectly fine. It was a perfectly fine sustaining innovation on the NES. The problem is it was a sustaining innovation. It's also the same problem the Switch 2 is going to have, by the way. There's a lot of people who looked at the NES, said, you know what? This does the job just fine. I don't need the extra graphics. I don't need the extra games. I'm going to stick with the NES. And the NES was making games all the way up until 1992 that were still for sale.
Yeah, that's how we were in my family. We didn't have a Super NES.
Yep. But and then on top of that, the Sega Genesis showed up with a little rapscallion named Sonic the Hedgehog. And Sonic the Hedgehog, a lot of people don't know this. Sonic, the OG Sonic the Hedgehog, outsold Super Mario World. Not by a lot, but by enough to show that Mario market dominance was gone in that era.
And I think it's because people were like, they were so used to the NES that when Sonic showed up, they were like, oh, this is something different. Instead of buying the Super Nintendo, we'll get this whole different console that has totally different games and not just more Mario. And it's more edgier and cooler and for older people. For
Sonic was absolutely a product of the 90s. Absolutely.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's like, oh, I want to go with the edgier, cooler character. I'll get the black. That looks awesome and cool and has all these 6 buttons and whatnot.
Big part. So also, keep in mind that the Sega Genesis stole the sports games. There were sports games on the SNES, but largely the sports games went to Sega. And that was in part because of EA's just absolute hatred of Nintendo, and that's a whole nother stream.
I feel like the craziest part of the SNES is, though, I don't even know if Sega. I feel like the biggest enemy was just Nintendo making stupid mistakes that bit them in the rear end later. Because I don't really think Sega's legacy-wise is the same when Nintendo tried to make that disk drive expansion for the SNES.
No, Nintendo actually set their own doom for the next couple generations in motion with that, didn't they?
Yeah, because like they worked with Sony to make the disk drive, and then they fell off. Like the deal fell through basically. And then Sony said, "Well, forget this. Let's just make our own system." And then
Sony,
Nintendo.
Yeah, Sony absolutely dealt the death blow. But what I'm saying is that Sega Genesis showed they made the god bleed. Basically, they showed, hey, we battled Nintendo almost a 50-50 market share. It can be done. The god can bleed. That's what happened.
The Switch 1 is probably like the closest Nintendo's gotten in terms of getting that NES demographic back ever. Like of any console generation.
With pop growth, actually it's more. Yeah, with pop growth they beat it. Now, if you add other macroeconomic factors, for example, there was an Iron Curtain back in the early 80s, so even into the mid 90s, there weren't a lot of products available behind that Iron Curtain. So that's like a third of the world sealed off. The Chinese market, the Russian market, the former Soviet states, none of them had access to the NES or the Super Nintendo or the Sega Genesis for that matter for a lot of its life, unless it was like pirated. That was a big part of it. So you could add that into the play that those just weren't spaces where there were any console gaming. The NES debuted in a cold market, right? So at that point, people had given up on console video games. What the fuck is this? They literally had to put Rob the Robot with it and market it as a toy just to get it in American stores because American electronics boutiques would not take it. So there's a lot. They had to build their IPs from scratch. What the fuck is a Mario? What the fuck is a Zelda? What the fuck is a Metroid? Nobody knew. Yeah. These are all factors that make.
What if Zelda was a girl?
Yeah, a lot of people thought Zelda was a girl. A lot of people thought Samus was a guy, right? So nobody knew anything about these games. And so when you kind of look at that aspect of things, I still think that the NES is still more impressive as far as its performance, doing what it did in the late 80s, early 90s. But in terms of just raw sales, if you don't count the macroeconomics, or even if you count pop growth, the Nintendo Switch has outdone the NES by almost every metric. It's incredible. Again, different worlds, so it's apples to oranges comparison, but both are incredibly impressive. They're both absolutely top tier consoles in their own right. I don't think anybody would.
When talking about this, I go back to thinking about the original plan to do a Sony Nintendo console, and I'm just like, man, I wonder if I could just peer in to an alternate universe to see if that where that actually happens. What kind of games would there be? Like, how different would gaming be compared to how it is in our world?
Mm-hmm.
And man, it's just such an interesting thing to think about. Like, how would that look? What
totally
would
different,
it be?
totally
What
different
IP
game,
game would we have? Like, I think about that, and that's just like, man, that is such a wild thing to just take a time and just ponder about.
Well, they pissed off Sony bad with that move.
Yeah.
Yeah, they pissed them off really bad. So yeah, I mean that was almost guaranteed to happen. Brooke Barnes says, "Love it, Philly. Loving the hat." Brooke says so. Yep. Need to buy that hat for that hat. Eventually, I'll sell hats, guys. I'm joking. That's never going to happen. That's monetization, and that's bad. We're not going to do that. But I like the statement, buy your hat for your hat. I think that's adorable. Let's see here. And then, Philly just saying, "Oh, thanks." And then Luigi is a badass Ghostbuster, so there's that. Yeah, Luigi finally got a gameplay identity, and I fucking love that they did that. And they made, instead of being a bootleg Mario, they made Luigi a Ghostbuster. It's perfect for the IP.
They saw that is what made me get the GameCube, and then of course I fell in love with Wind Waker. But that game sold the GameCube for me, right?
Yeah.
And it drives me nuts that we don't have Luigi's Mansion 1 on the Switch.
Well, you're about to.
Why? Why?
I mean, you're about
via
to.
the GameCube. Via the GameCube? Oh, no, I want a physical copy.
Phil's like me, no physical, no buy on consoles.
Yeah, I'm like, mother truckers. You give physicals for the sequels, but the original, the best one, you just mother.
Did you just say mother truckers?
I'm wanting to say mother.
Well, say it.
Well,
say you're not in a fucking Disney movie. Say
it. Well, I'm not getting Wind Waker HD, so we're both unhappy.
Oh.
I wanted Wind Waker HD, but for different reasons.
Man, we haven't got to the GameCube thing about I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
You guys
lets me off the leash. Man. I'm waiting till Zoo lets me off the leash, and then.
Yeah, we're gonna get through comments, so we're not gonna make it. Let's see here. Let's see. We might have to part 2 this bitch. I don't want to do that. I think Red Bull commercials hit that what the mark. Yeah, Red Bull commercials were awesome. They were awesome. I'll tell you the other one that I liked was and it was the Sony ads. I think in either the late PS3. I can't remember his first name, but his name was Butler, and he was like a Sony executive that just got into all kinds of fucking mayhem and mission. But I can't think of his name. But those old ads, you ever get a chance to watch like the Sony something Butler ads? Like those are great. Those are really good. Believe it or not. And I got not much good to say about Sony, but that advertisement, after the weird, like creepy baby PS3 advertisement, they came back with some pretty peak advertisement in the late game there. Brick Barnes says, if Luigi 4 or New Animal Crossing comes out, that would be the only way I would buy a Switch 2. Well, given the sales on both those games, Brooke, you're almost guaranteed to get those at some point. I would be shocked. I would be
Luigi
shocked.
4. Luigi 4, I wouldn't be concerned about. New Animal Crossing, that's a different story.
I mean, even Luigi Mansion 3 did like what 12 million. So any game that does 12 million, you're 15 million. 15 million. Yeah, you'd be stupid not to do Luigi Mansion 4. Be stupid.
Oh, Luigi's Mansion 3 is so good.
Oh my god, yeah, it's peak. It's so peak. Like I played that, and I'm immediately like, okay, I got to try these other Luigi's Mansions now. And Luigi's Mansion used to be a game I shit on back in the day, and it's just one of those ignorant young Zoo moments. Yeah, no, Phil, we've been over this. I was very ignorant on the GameCube, but I'm starting to finally cop to that a little bit now.
Okay, like as somebody who started gaming around like the GameCube era as like a young kid, like I do remember people used to crap on the original Luigi's Mansion. Like this looks dumb. But looking back at it now, I'm like, okay, that's kind of sick.
It was like the atmosphere, the tone, the lighting. It was so good. It felt like Resident Evil, but with Luigi. It felt like somebody modded Resident Evil remake and put Luigi in it. That's what I kept thinking when I was playing it. Because you had Resident Evil remake exclusive on the GameCube, and then you had Luigi's Mansion. It was like parallels of each other. It's like, dude, this feels like
right,
somebody modded Resident Evil remake. And it was I love the damn game. The atmosphere, the mansion was like all so big and explorable, and you could have like that connection with the Game Boy Advance or something.
And it looked
I
good
forgot
back in the day.
What
it did look really good.
Yeah, it was like they did a great job on that. Like the lighting, and dude, I love the boot up screen for the game. I think that's one of the best boot up screens. It's so cool. And I also love like the menus, like the little cube, and then when you're checking the memory cards, and like the sound effects and the cubes.
It was cute.
It's so great.
It was cute. I will give it that.
PlayStation and PlayStation 2.
The GameCube had soul.
And I miss that from video game like console dashboards. We don't have anything like that anymore.
The Wii was
and it sucks. It's so boring now.
The Switch is guilty of that too. The last real version of that we had was actually the it was the Wii. Yeah, where you had like the decent, like the music jingle and the last Wii. Yeah, the Switch. That is one area where the Switch kind of fucked up. 100%.
Yeah,
like it did lack that. And by the way, that was kind of our first clue, I think, that of what was to come. Because keep in mind that the Switch was kind of Iwata's last console. That was the last console that Iwata. That was his last gift to the world before he went on to that Castle in the Sky, man. That was his last gift to the world, and I feel like it shows in some of the Switch's menus and things like that. That okay, we're dealing with Furukawa. and Furukawa is an evil king of numbers. He's not a gamer. And
are we gonna get folders, Furukawa? Are we gonna get folders finally with the Switch 2? Are we?
You're not getting a goddamn thing.
Are we gonna get themes?
Yeah, you know what you're getting?
How about Nintendo finally roll out their own version of trophies and achievements?
You're getting a lily ass white fucking background. That's what you're getting. And no theme music. But anyway, hopefully we're wrong on that. Let's see here. Frostro Bruce says, watch little Todd release Skyrim again for the Switch 2. You know that's fucking coming. You fucking know that's coming. It'll be an enhanced version with all the added downloadable content, paid fucking modding shit that they've that you know that little Todd, that little guy always takes an opportunity. That's a little guy who loves to tell tall tales. And the tallest tale he can tell is a Skyrim that is complete.
Morrowind releases. Can we get Morrowind released? Can we?
No, if you get Morrowind, I'll have to take back everything I say in the stream. So
leave Morrowind alone.
And also leave Morrowind alone, 100%. Yeah, keep your grubby little raccoon paws off Morrowind, Todd. Little Todd.
Don't remake it. Just you can port it though. Maybe.
Pyrotosis with the triangles. Let's see. Gears of War, man, take me back to that multiplayer where you could play as Rom. Yeah, I think his name was Rom. Yeah, big ass. Yeah, that big dude with like with a 69-pound head. Yeah, that fucking guy. Yeah. Yeah, that mutate looking fucking guy. Yeah. Looks like the fucking Big Slow comes out. Hey, you guys. Let's see here. I always find it funny how Legend of Zelda is about a guy named Link going out to defeat a guy named Ganon, and Zelda is always the damsel in distress, and people mistake her with Link. So one of my first jobs was in a grocery store, and Link was always described by a particular shelf stalker that I absolutely adored talking to, because he was one of the 5 funniest people I ever met. He used to make fun of me for playing Nintendo games. It's like, yeah, Nintendo gonna make another game with that gay elf? And that's how he referred to Link. Every time I talk to this guy, and I'm like, well, his name is Link, and like, he is awesome. So you are an idiot. He's like, yeah, why don't you play real man's games? It's like, Zelda is a real man's game. What are you talking about? But anyway, non-gamer, he doesn't know better. He doesn't know better. He knows not what he says. Let's see. Pokemon Coliseum, baby. Yeah, we're getting a Pokemon battle game. I don't know if it's going to be as good as Coliseum or as good as Stadium, which is the one I played. But there is a Pokemon battle game with the new gen Pokemon in the works, Monster. So yeah,
no, is he referencing that, or is he referencing the GameCube thing?
Oh, most likely the GameCube, but I just want to let him know, if he doesn't already, which he's up with gaming news. But let the chat know there's another one coming out that hopefully will be good, but who knows with modern Pokemon Company.
Yeah, no, I still don't understand how we get XD Gale of Darkness before any Zelda game, like before Twilight Princess or something, or Double Dash.
What the fuck was that?
Like, why?
Some of the strange choices they made in the late idea of the Switch, man.
They'll never make it.
Or like Melee. Why are we not getting Melee, man? Come on.
Let's see here. Kevin Butler, that was his name. The monster has the receipts. It's Kevin Butler. The Kevin Butler PlayStation ads are fucking great. And they're beyond the scope of this stream, but you guys should go watch all of those. All of those ads are great.
Back when Sony had a soul.
Yeah, it was kind of it was still in the middle of getting sucked out, but yeah, slowly but that soul coming out of its body. But that was kind of the last gasp. Yeah, they had some really good ads in that era.
Now, the only time I see a Sony ad is when they're putting their games on PC.
Yeah. They've just given up. They've just fucking given up on the expanded audience and just like, we know you fuckers aren't going to buy it, so...
I'm still pissed off at that Final Fantasy VII bullshit.
Which Final Fantasy VII bullshit? There's a lot. That can refer to a lot of things. You talking about like the whole idea of like just
episodic
remake?
release, and it's not true to the CDs at all. It's just all fucked.
Well, it's a new era. They're pissing all over the stuff you like. They're going to show you the new stuff. That's for modern audiences, buddy.
God, freaking Rebirth. I love Rebirth, but I had to quit that game. It was boring me.
Right. I hear good things about it, and I was really excited to experience it until I saw that it's on a fucking GameCube. I'm not going to talk about that right now.
It's like, here's your 8th open world. Have fun.
Yeah. Let's see here. Now Monster says didn't like Luigi's Mansion 3. Oh boy.
No.
That could be its own liquored up live in and of itself, Monster. You just opened up a can of whoop ass on this stream. Like, I don't have strong feelings about it, but I know at least a couple people here that will.
Luigi's Mansion is a top 2 Luigi's Mansion, and it's not 2. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, two's kind of that forgotten stepchild, isn't it? Two's like the flowers in the attic. Have you ever seen that movie? Like they give 1 reverence and they give 3, they revere 3, but with Luigi's Mansion 2, it's like, get up there. Get up in the attic. Get up in the attic, you little shit. We might feed you in 2 or 3 weeks. Get the fuck up in the attic. Like, they don't even want to talk about that game.
Dark Moon is so bad. I'm sorry. I don't like that game.
Get in the attic. Let's see here.
Which is a shame that Luigi's Mansion doesn't have a physical, but Dark Moon does. Has 2 physicals, the 3DS and the Switch.
GameCube for the win, LOL. Yeah, I know. I'm slowly coming around. It takes old men a little bit of time to come around to stuff. Pyratosis says PlayStation X and PS2 startup sounds to go. Yeah, PlayStation. Yeah, both of those systems were in that era that had like the great startups. Yeah. I like the OG Xbox. Yeah, it had like the sci-fi. You had the green, like the green, and when you start it up, it's like
cool.
Like lightning and like fucking shit. Yeah, I did. That is really cool. Yeah, that's a really cool startup.
They came out with a controller called the Duke controller. It was like a 30th anniversary.
The Duke
Xbox
is one of my favorite controllers.
And it has that It has the startup. It has the startup of the original Xbox built into the controller that you can watch when you turn it on.
That's incredible, and I'll probably get that just to have that because my days of playing Halo. I used to play Halo with like one of the top 10 ranked players. Actually, lives right here in my town, and I used to help him practice Halo, and by help him practice, I mean hiding in a bunker, trying not to be ferreted out with grenades so he can snipe my fucking head off. Yeah, I used to play Halo with that guy. I like to say I played Halo with him. Let's see. I was really cannon fodder. Monster says, I hope we get console themes. That Switch 2 UI is such a letdown. Yeah, but to be fair, so was the Switch 1. I don't think user interface was ever a strong suit of the Switch at all. So, yeah, I agree with you. Hopefully we do get it. Pyratosis says no. Oh, talk about Morrowind. No. Yeah, just straight. I share that sentiment entirely. If you want to see Morrowind, the only time you should be seeing Morrowind should be the OG 2002 game, and it should be you playing it or you watching one of the fine Morrowind streamers in Morrowind 2. That's the only time you should be experiencing Morrowind. Anything that little Lion Todd puts out is going to absolutely disappoint you, and it's just don't do it. And yeah, Todd did say he won't let anyone touch Morrowind. Yeah, absolutely. Todd's my uncle. Hope y'all are ready for Morrowind 2. Just kidding. Yeah, well, you need to beat your uncle up, is what I would tell you. Like, make it look
Why won't he let anybody touch Morrowind?
Because he reveres it, and it's the game that saved his company. And also, he's terrified to touch it because he knows they can't do it justice, and he's literally on record as saying all of that. That's not just me putting words in his mouth. Xander from Drawn Together.
Yeah, the gay elf.
Yeah, no, maybe that's where he got that. Yeah, it was a cartoon, wasn't it?
Yeah, much later. I don't think.
I was gonna say maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah, this was back in like the GameCube days, or not the GameCube, but the N60. No, This was, when was I playing? It was Twilight Princess on the Wii. So I don't know if that lines up.
Around the same time. That might have been around the same time.
Yeah, is when I played that one, because that was the one.
Yeah, because I still remember tripping the rift with the purple alien named Chode.
Fuck those! You're talking old school Comedy Central now.
Yeah,
old school, like Kids in the Hall and shit.
I'm fucking old. Leave me alone.
Hey, me too. That's why I like talking to you, man. We bounce off each other. We give each other like fucking nostalgia trips. Let's see here.
Oh,
then we got haha Xander. Monster says in Frost Troll versus obviously MLP Adventures is the real man's game that guy was referring to.
This person needs to stay off the MLP board.
Yeah.
On 4chan.
Let's see. Talking about the NSO thing. You talking ZA? Yeah, ZA. Yep. As far as like whatever, because there's a battle game coming. Yeah. Because XD is overpriced as fuck. LOL. Look what they picked, all by design. And then we're caught up. Frost versus whenever I boot up Morrowind or Psychonauts 1 on my Series X, it shows the OG boot up. Very cool. Not gonna lie, that's very cool. So, all right, on to the next part of things. So we're gonna take you back in time, and we're gonna go ahead and take these fine gentlemen off the screen. I'm gonna still hang out here, so I'll still be in the chat. But we're gonna share screen. We're gonna pop over to another presentation.
Ooh,
gonna pop over to another presentation here. And this one we're going to be going, now we're going to fast forward a little bit further into 2017. A little bit further into 2017. I'm going to share this tab instead. And we're not watching this whole fucking hour. We fucked that up with our mealy mouthing. But with our yakking. But we are going to kind of skip to some key points here. So I guess we'll start, we'll let it play. And I want to point some things out here. Oh, it was buried the lead. Damn it. Okay. Yeah, come on out, Baldy. Yeah, I hope nobody has epilepsy in that crowd.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tatsumi Kimishima from Nintendo. Thank you very much to all of you who have joined us here today.
Transitional President Kimishima.
And thank you to everyone viewing the presentation live online.
Now,
many people around the world watched the Nintendo Switch video we released in October of last year.
He's wearing a suit
and reacted quite
He's a big boy.
To it.
He put on his big boy pants for this presentation. That's how you know he's a serious cat. Yeah, you'd think he'd wear a suit and tie, right? When he's getting ready to. Yeah. Yeah, you guys would think that you guys would think I gotta get out of chat mode real quick. I'm talking to but you guys would think that, you know, a person unveiling $1 billion product might put his big boy pants on. And in this case, the Nintendo Switch, you'd be right.
This video introduced the Nintendo Switch console, Nintendo Switch dock, Joy-Con grip, and 2 Joy-Con controllers, as well as the Pro controller. Nintendo Switch is a console that can be played while connected to your television, but it is also a system you can bring with you to share the fun wherever you go. Nintendo Switch is a brand new kind of home gaming system that offers a wide diversity of play styles. In today's presentation, we intend to provide a detailed introduction to the Nintendo Switch hardware and software. I'd like to begin by introducing the Nintendo Switch launch date, suggested retail price, and online services.
Suggested retail price? What? No way. Suggested retail price? You're going to tell us? You're going to tell us the suggested retail price in the actual presentation? No.
Nintendo Switch will release simultaneously on March 3rd, 2017 in Japan, the US, Canada, major European countries, Hong Kong, and other territories. This is the suggested retail price for Nintendo Switch. In Japan, it will be 29,980 yen. In North America, it will be $299.99.
$299.99, chat.
For the price in Europe, please check with your local retailer.
Now we are less than 5 minutes into this, guys. We are less than 5 minutes into this.
Next, I have information about Nintendo Switch online services. With Nintendo Switch, you will of course be able to enjoy online multiplayer gaming. And when you use a smart device application that will connect to Nintendo Switch, you will be able to invite friends to play online, set play appointments, and chat with friends while enjoying online matches and compatible games, all from your smart device. Users will be able to try out Nintendo Switch online services for...
Now, chat, you have no idea what a big deal that is. No idea what a big deal that is. Before this, Nintendo had this ridiculous nonsense shit called friend codes. And this was the first telegraphing that they were going away from that.
For free during a trial period after launch. Then it will become a paid service beginning in the fall of 2017. We will provide additional details on this paid service and its features on our homepage at a later date. And I have an additional piece of information. With our past systems, like Nintendo 3DS and Wii U, we designed them using region locking, which limited play to software sold in the same region that the hardware was purchased. But with Nintendo Switch, we have revised our approach and decided that in general, we will not apply region locking to Nintendo Switch software.
Are you seeing this, chat? Are you seeing the paradigm that is shifting right now? That is enormous. That is Nintendo saying, we're done trying to control your library. We're going to let you buy games and sell games where you want.
Here, I would like to switch over to the man responsible for all software development for Nintendo Switch and mobile applications, Mr. Shinya Takahashi.
And there's the snap. So he's going to show us, we're going to skip forward a little bit here. Well-dressed gentlemen, not quite suits, but they're not fucking hosting, are they? So what fun games did we show off during this presentation? Let's... Koizumi was cool. He's cool people. Everybody remember. They always try. But chat, they always try your hand and see that new sports race. They always have to try it.
1, 2, switch.
Boy, doesn't that look fun, Chet?
Hello, everyone.
All right.
I am
Nobody wants to see
Koichi
your
Kamoto. The
failure in the
game
game,
has you
nerd.
into the eyes of your 2. Grab the 2.
me 1 second, guys. I'm having some technical difficulties, chat. My mic keeps wanting to mute. Maybe I fix it. Maybe I won't have to give you the awesome banger of the song that I have lined up. We need to go to break. Looks like I might have fixed it. Everybody hear me okay in the chat? Perfect. It's arms now. We're gonna go bury the lead. We're gonna talk about it. But that's a great joke. So I don't know if you guys can hear my chat right now because I'm sharing screen. But what one of our oh so wonderful chatters said is first it's arms and now it's no legs. Now, what the fuck is he talking about? You'll find out soon enough. That's amazing. That's an amazing joke. Arms is awesome, guys. If you haven't gone out and played Arms, it's fucking fantastic. This is actually what sold my dad. This is what sold my dad on the Switch. The Arms is great. Here he comes. Pow! Right in the kisser. And shame on you guys. Shame on all of you guys in the chat for not buying it.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kosuke Yabuki.
And of course, the debut of So think about what we've seen so far. And we're not even halfway home. We've already seen. So chat, we've already seen Arms. We've seen weird pack-in game that's not a pack-in game. Nobody gives a fuck about. But now, not even halfway in, we're in a real banger. This is a real banger. Like, you're getting fucking... Look how styling they all are. He shows up in the fucking lab coat. I love it. This is Nintendo, guys.
Diligent
This is
researcher
fucking
at the
Nintendo charm
Squid
right here.
Research Lab who has spent day and night researching the mysterious squid creatures that can take on human form.
Protect this
I've been
man.
researching
Protect
a new
this
variety
fucking
of
man. He
squid
comes
that was
out
discovered
with fucking
recently,
super soakers,
and today I'm here
sunglasses,
to
and a
announce
lab
the
coat.
fruits of my labor.
Protect this man.
It has been about
Let
2
him
years
cook.
since
No
I
matter
first
what he's
discovered
doing,
these
let this
squid,
motherfucker cook.
and it seems there have been many changes to the squid world in that time. Turf War is their 4-on-4 team-based battles
I will fucking
where the
scorch you
two
if you
teams
try to
compete
fucking
to
go
spray the
anywhere.
ground with ink
I will
and cover most
ruin
turf.
your suit.
This remains a popular sport, but it appears the battle stages have changed and the fashions and weapons used have also evolved.
What squid do you think? This brand new version of Splatoon arrives this summer. It should make for
Oh
some
no!
hot
What do we
matches.
have here, chat?
Next,
What do we have here, chat?
switch to this.
Oh, it looks like we're back. It looks like we're back in Splatoon. Why are we going back to Splatoon Square? What is going on? Shit. Mario. Bing Wahoo time. This is the game for the chat. For what it's worth, long time chatters know that I hated 3D Mario International. And this is the game that changed my mind on 3D Mario. This is it. This game was so incredible. part, and let me explain that to the chat real quick, because TH3 is in the chat. I don't know if you can hear my chatters or not, so he asked a question, and so it's worth answering. He said he didn't like Mario 64. The answer to that is no. I didn't like Mario 64. My problem at the time, I was a 2D Mario, and I was waiting on my game that sold 20 million copies. And Nintendo was hell-bent on making this game that didn't sell 20 million copies. For whatever the fuck it was. I didn't get my game. And then we got this weird fucking 3D game. What the fuck is this? This isn't Mario. And it wasn't. And it disappointed me. And it pissed me off to the point where I didn't even buy it. But this is the game that kind of gave me the paradigm shift on what a 3D Mario can be. It got the Z and X axis movement, momentum, platforming. It got it. Perfect. Yeah, I had a big problem with Well, how about that?
Yeah.
How about that, chat? An actual Oh, and look at this guy!
Hello, everyone.
Look at him!
Sorry for my appearance. I am Yoshiaki Koizumi, the producer of Super Mario Odyssey. While I am the overall producer for the Nintendo Switch hardware, I simultaneously have a hand in the newest Mario game, Super Mario Odyssey. This is the first time since Super Mario 64 and Super Mario Sunshine that we have created a large Mario sandbox world like this for you to run around in.
This is the game, though, Chad.
The theme of Mario this time is a journey to an unknown world, and Mario has jumped out of the Mushroom Kingdom to go on an extraordinary adventure. I said unknown, but perhaps you notice some landscapes that look familiar from the real world.
Guys. This was the game that literally 1-2 punched its way along.
At the end of the video, perhaps some of you have noticed some unusual eyes or something on Mario's hat.
We're not done
right here,
yet because we've got another banger
right
to show
there.
you.
This mysterious cap, in particular, offers action that can only be experienced on Nintendo Switch.
So,
this cap
Phil just asked the question. I don't know if you guys can hear Phil in the chat or not, but I'm going to go ahead and address this. So, I am going to. Phil asked if he came to work dressed like that man, if I would send him home. And the answer is no, because you're coming into the office and you look banging, like you look fantastic. And what I'm going to tell you is you're not launching a $1 billion product. That's what I thought, Rush Dog. So yeah, they can only hear you, and that's my intent, because I'm kind of taking you through a journey on time. So I don't necessarily want these guys who's like, I'm going to bring them in time to time, but they're just kind of in the green room right now, waiting to talk about all this stuff. We're going to talk about it for sure. But I also, every once in a while, they do ask an interesting question that's worth addressing in the chat, and that is, would I fire this person for wearing that suit? Absolutely not. You're not the marquee speaker in a $1 billion product launch. You're wearing I don't even know if you can call that fucking business casual. That is like next level preparation. Also, Koizumi. Yeah, Koizumi is the boss also. So there's that. So like, yeah, if you're that guy wearing that suit, you're probably the boss. Not gonna lie. So. But we're not done. So we got Breath of the Wild, chat. We got Breath of the Wild. We've got Mario Odyssey. So for the first time since the Super Nintendo, we've got the guarantees of a mainline Mario title and a mainline Zelda title in the same fucking year. Huge. Fucking huge. And we're not done. Oh, we're not done.
We plan to release
Super Mario. Something else to show you.
Thank you very much.
Now, this is the point, Chad, where I literally dropped my jaw. I could not believe the amount of goodness we were being shown. in the Sony presentation. This is the first one. And they delivered on all three of these games. Keep in mind, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is also in here somewhere. It came out a couple months after System. This is what we're talking about, guys. This is the greatness of Nintendo Switch. One of the greatest first years ever. And it was a joy to me. Whitehawk says learn Japanese to save $130 reviews. Yep, that's one way you could do it. Here it comes. Comes that dragon. He's got something else to tell you. Kind of buried the lead. Yeah, this is a Xenoblade game. It's a direct sequel to Xenoblade Chronicles, the legendary Operation Rainfall game. Still not done. Still not done. We got a Warriors game coming. Got a Warriors game, chat. Now, if you understand the absolute soul-sucking, life-stealing ability of Hyrule Warriors, this game was greatly exciting. Or you dreaded it because you knew that there's another 5,000 hours on life. Keep in mind, we're still on our opening marquee presentation. They are just throwing all the hits, all the fucking hits. This is the rise. We're in the rise, chat.
What you just saw was Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and Koei Tecmo's latest game, Fire Emblem Warriors. Next, I'd like to introduce our third-party partners. The Nintendo Switch concept has resonated with many developers, and there are currently over 50 companies.
What kind of shit do they have on the shelves to start the Switch with? Oh boy. Surely the third parties can see the writing on the wall that this system's going to be a success. I'm sure we'll have all kinds of amazing stuff. And granted, this was amazing. This was one that I literally dropped drawers for. But I got to tell you that most of the people like this one, right? I fucking like as a fan of Nocturne, I dropped drawers. Right? This was getting me pretty close. Getting me pretty close to the timeline. Shin Megami Tensei 5 was the first third-party partner announcement of the Nintendo Switch. Destined for fucking greatness.
What does it mean to play your role? In a vast world of adventure. The places you go. The deeds you do. The heroes whose tales you bring to life.
And I'm sorry, Chad, I'm not talking. I'm speechless right now
because
you're following up Shin Megami Tensei 5 with Project, at the time, Project Octopath Traveler. One of the absolute peak JRPGs of the entire generation.
What you just saw was the latest game in the Atlas series, Shin Megami Tensei, which celebrates its 25th anniversary this year. Development has only just begun, but they were kind enough to prepare this video for us today. And the other title is a
now,
brand
please
new
grant, Phil
RPG
just
from
mentioned
Square
in the
Enix.
green room that there is an Octopath Traveler 1+2 card.
Its world
both
boasts a
games on
unique
the
graphic
cartridge.
style and sense of scale.
Definitely be on the lookout
Please
for
look
that.
forward to
Probably
additional
play
information
Asia,
in the
probably
future.
Video Games Plus.
Now,
Probably have that in stock.
let's hear from some of the developers working on new games for Nintendo Switch. To start, let's switch over to this individual.
Hello, everyone. I am Toshihiro Nagoshi from Sega.
Here's Sega. Now, Sega guys,
Sega
now,
sees
Sega
a
was
tremendous
little
amount
weird
of
this
appeal in
generation.
Nintendo Switch
Sega
and
waited a
intend to
little
be
bit. They
present
pulled
on
their
the
punches a
platform.
little bit in the beginning.
And similarly,
They didn't
I,
devote
as an
fully
individual
with
creator,
their
sense
real
a new
bangers,
kind of
in
appeal with
particular
this
their
game
Atlas
hardware.
bangers, until a
We
few
will,
years in. But
we will
they're
consider
here. They
new
are here.
games for Nintendo Switch,
They're here for
and
to
we'll
show you
present them soon.
a little bit of tepidness of their future, what they plan on giving us.
This new hardware is taking on new challenge and has a lot of appealing points. And I would like to take advantage of this new concept and create
Phil just said in the back room,
an interesting game. Thank you very much
this
for your time
felt
today.
like an actual rollout for $1 billion
Thank you,
product.
Nagoshi-san. Continuing on, let's switch to this person.
Hi, I'm Todd Howard here at
Oh,
Bethesda Game Studios.
it's little
and we're
Todd.
excited to announce
It's little Todd
that,
Howard.
yes, Skyrim is coming.
That
to
little
Nintendo
guy
Switch.
who likes to tell tall tales, showing off Skyrim for the fucking 80th, 90th time.
We
Gotta
love
love
to
it.
make games
Todd
and
Howard
worlds
is
that you
like,
can get lost in,
I'm working
that
on
you
a
can make your
Skyrim.
own,
And
that you never
meanwhile,
wanna
he's
put
going to show
down.
us a Skyrim that runs at 30 frames per second on the Switch. But it's on the go. So it's impressive. Meanwhile, somewhere
Well,
in the Baron
now you
Steam
don't have
universe,
to.
there's a 6
Now you
foot
can play
tall
Skyrim
Todd
wherever
Howard
you want
showing us
and
the
take it
Elder
on
Scrolls
your own
6
adventures.
running at 60 frames per second in 4K. That's a different world. That's
But
a
what's
world
really
where Todd
exciting
Howard has
is for
has
all
the
of us at
actual height of a
Bethesda
man.
to finally work with Nintendo. You look at all they've done for video games over the decades. They've brought so much
Good job,
innovation
buddy.
and fun to all of us, and they're doing it again. The Switch is
Also,
both classically
you
Nintendo,
can tell how
yet
seriously little
something
Todd
all new.
takes the Nintendo
We want to
Switch
thank them
because he's
for
given the
letting us be a part
presentation
of
in a fucking t-shirt.
Thank you, Todd-san. Next, let's switch to this person.
Yay. Oh,
Oh,
I
it's
didn't go very well. Hi, everyone. I'm
Suda51.
Suda51 from Grasshopper.
Everybody loves little Suda51. Here he is. What's he got for us?
So today I'd like to start. I've been invited to come to this event, and I'd like to talk about one of the games.
Lots of flash photography going on, guys. Lots of flash
Do you all
photography
remember
going on
the one
there.
guy from
We're
Sent to
looking
Destroy
at
who was
fucking
born out of
floor.
a tag team between Marvelous and Grasshopper? That's right, Travis Touchdown. He'll be making his return on Nintendo Switch.
He mentioned Travis
show the
Touchdown. He mentioned
illustration,
Travis
please?
Touchdown, chat. What's he gonna have for us?
So this star will be coming onto Nintendo Switch. The
No
title
more
hasn't been
heroes
decided
returns.
yet, but
Now you may be asking, chat. You may be asking.
just
Okay,
about
we
a
saw
year
a little
ago,
Todd Howard. We saw a little Lion Todd.
I've
Todd showed
been
up to
going to
sing us his sweet
some
little
events, some
lies.
gaming events
But
in
where's all
Japan,
the
such
other
as Big Summit,
Western
and I've been
third-party
discussing
developers?
with,
Where's
exchanging
Rockstar?
ideas with
Where's EA? Where's
the
Ubisoft?
indie game
Where they
community.
at? Can they
And
not see that this is going to
we've been
be a
discussing
destined for
about
successful system?
ideas for
I'm
the
sure
new
they'll. I'm sure we'll
Nintendo
get
Switch
Madden. I'm sure
console.
we'll get all of their big hits.
And
I'm
I've
sure
heard
they'll
that
get
it's
anytime.
I've heard that it's an easier platform to create games for,
Okay.
especially
Show
for
us the gamer show.
indie developers. And so
There they are. There's EA.
ずっと任天堂のプラットフォーム
What do they got to show
と
us?
スポーツ FIFA は任天堂スイッチ版今まで
That's it.
最も
We fucking
没
hate you,
入的
Nintendo.
最もソーシャル
Trip Hawkins
最
says
も
hello. Here,
本格
have
的
a
な
have
スポ
a
ーツ体
shitty
験になる
version
と
of
思います。
FIFA. Trip
It will
Hawkins says
deliver the
hello.
FIFA experience, custom
Next.
built for Nintendo
Highlight reel.
and Nintendo of America to share their messages with their fans watching around the globe.
There's our host.
Take it away.
Our host with the most.
Thank you, Mr. Kimishima.
And he's
I'm
about to
Satoshi
tell you a
Bata
little
of
bit something.
Nintendo
We're going to have
Europe.
to skip ahead to see that.
Good morning, everyone.
Display on
It's
6
the
separate
Reginator.
Sundays in 6 different cities across North America before you can buy it in stores. You can find all the details
Reggie
on
looking good back in the
Nintendo.com/Switch. But you'll have to show up early.
My body
There's
is
no
ready.
shortage of players. Can't wait to test drive.
You
our new
did?
system.
Yeah, you did see a little
And
bit
the
of flash of
reasons are now
Minecraft
clear.
cross-trail. And Rushdog
First,
says Ubisoft
the
was
wider
developing
look
Mario
we've
plus
just
Rabbids
seen
at this
what
time,
this
which is correct.
revolutionary form of
They
gaming
were working on a
and
top
new ways
secret
to play
project for
are
Nintendo,
all about.
which also shows you that Nintendo
Second,
was
those
getting a
amazing
little bit more
controllers,
cavalier
the
with letting
Joy-Con,
people work with
which
their
combine
properties.
all the gameplay innovations Nintendo's invented and then adds to them. But of course, the biggest buzz is reserved for the games. And man, what games?
Man,
no
what
question, there's a
games.
lot in the works.
Reggie
But
was
let's be
always a
honest.
great salesperson.
One thing is
I don't
missing.
care what anybody says about him.
But if you listen carefully, maybe you can hear it. Floating in the air. Yep, there it is. The soundtrack for what's been far and away
that
the most
lapel
anticipated
is
Nintendo
sharp.
Switch game right from the
I
start.
really like this.
Legend
I
of
really
Zelda,
like the lapel.
Breath
It
of the Wild.
almost makes up for the loose
where is it?
collared shirt with no tie.
Well,
almost
it'll be
makes up.
here at a special event elsewhere in New York tomorrow. But I see some sneaky Nintendo employees have been playing during this presentation. So let's go over there and see what these guys have to say for themselves. Mr. Miyamoto.
Hi, Riz-san.
And it
You're
wouldn't
here
be, and it
early.
wouldn't be a,
You're
it
playing
wouldn't
the
be
new
a
Legend of Zelda
system
game.
debut
How
without
do you like it?
Shigeru Miyamoto,
What do I
right,
know?
guys?
Good.
Like we
Oh,
always,
thanks
no
for
matter
that.
what happens,
Well,
no matter
so many
what you
eager
do in
fans
your
want to know the
system
one
debut,
critical question.
you'll absolutely
When are we
be
launching
guaranteed
The
to see
Legend of
Miyamoto,
Zelda Breath of
right?
the Wild?
それ聞くならね、もっといい人がいますよ。はい、レジ。
Mr. Ayanuma,
And
you're the producer for
presentation ruined. F presentation. Now, I want the chat to focus on this so you can wrap your mind around what the fuck is happening here. So we have a grown man with gray hair. He's got a blazer and a t-shirt on, and draped over that is a fucking hoodie draped over that t-shirt. What in the fuck? You know what I think happened here, chat? You know what I think happened with this fucking man-child? I think what happened is that he showed up to the presentation in his fucking hoodie. And I think that somebody's like, you can't go out like that. Anuma, you can't go out like that. I know that you spent your college days making little wooden dolls. I know you did that. And I know that you never grew up and that Tingle is like your fucking spirit animal. I know that. But what we need you to do right now is we need you to put a fucking blazer on. Do we have a blazer? It doesn't matter if it fits him. Just get a blazer over this little boy's shoulders so that he can actually sell our fucking game with some dignity. Make sure that he looks like an actual man out there. Like pathetic. Absolutely fucking pathetic. I can't believe what I'm looking at right now. Anyway.
For The Legend of Zelda.
0
Breath of the
out of
Wild.
10.
You know everything about the game.
0 out of 10.
Certainly, you must know. When are we launching?
There better be
the
something
game?
magnificent.
それはね、僕も知らないんですよ。東京会場
There
の
better
君
be
島さんに
something
伺ってみてくださ
absolutely
い。
jaw-dropping coming.
Well, I guess that settles it. There's nothing left for me to do but to throw it back to Tokyo. And Mr. Kimishima,
Yeah, look at Reggie.
do you
Look at
have the
Reggie
answer
try to
that
get in the
question?
way of Iji Aonuma. Look at him try to shoulder block this little manlet. Like to be
Shibata-san.
like, yeah, don't look at that guy.
Reggie-san.
Please don't look at that guy.
Miyamoto-san. And Aonuma-san.
We're so
Thank you
sorry
very
that
much.
he didn't show it, that he didn't know how to dress. He
You've
dressed in the dark.
left me with a very
This
important
wasn't on
task,
purpose. We
but
promise.
I'll have to come back to your question in a second. The Nintendo Switch launch is just around the corner
put the guy with
on
the
March
suit back
3rd.
They were so embarrassed by that.
Tomorrow
Can we
and
get
the next
an
day,
actual
we'll
adult
hold a
human being
Nintendo
on
Switch
the
hands-on
screen
event
for what we
at the
just
big site in Tokyo.
Unbelievable.
And we'll begin taking pre-order reservations at retail.
You know what the
in
fuck
Japan,
is wrong in the
starting
games industry?
January
I just have to
21st.
ask. Like, if you go to Hollywood, any Hollywood premiere, or any Hollywood red carpet, you will see the most stunning suits and dresses. Or if you go to like movie debuts, you will see just incredibly tailored outfits, well tailored, well fitting suits, ties, tuxedos, and in the games industry, you can barely muster enough to get your fucking lead game dev to throw a blazer over his hoodied shoulders. Like that ought to be the sign for people that, like, what the fuck is going on in this industry? This industry that's just full of man children. And it's unbelievable. It's absolutely unbelievable. But by the way, after this presentation, that's one good thing about Furukawa. When Furukawa got in the building, you have not seen that motherfucker in a hoodie ever since. He did it for Skyward Sword too. He had the blazer with the hoodie on. That's the first place I saw it. And after Furukawa got here, he set the fucking dress code in the office. He said, "Hey, if you're gonna be debuting a product, you're not putting a fucking hoodie on. It's the least we can ask of you. Now go make your wooden dolls. Proceed. Make your little wooden dolls."
I hope that we've shown enough to earn your support.
Don't wear pajamas to work.
Now, we do have one last thing to share with you today. Before we do, I would like to humbly and sincerely thank everyone here for listening and everyone around the world for tuning in.
So let's see. What do they got to make up for that atrocity we just witnessed? Oh? What's this? Oh. One more thing, and in this case, it is one of the greatest cinematic trailers ever put to video. Gorgeous. Just gorgeous. And I want to point out, now when I first saw the initial footage of Skyward Sword, the initial trailer was kind of lacking to me, guys. I'm going to be honest with you. The initial trailer showed Link running away from this mechanical monstrosity and then leaping in the air to shoot an arrow at it. Not a fucking sword to be seen anywhere. He didn't even have the sword equipped on him. And when not Skyward Sword, Breath of the Wild. Sorry, drunk, a little bit drunk and stupid tonight, Chad. But when Breath of the Wild came out, yeah, it didn't have a sword on him. He just had a bow. And I always have a rule with Zelda, and it's always the Enuma games. It's like whenever Enuma takes the sword away, the game is gonna fucking suck. But immediate correction, right off the bat, they're showing you the fucking Master Sword in the stone. They're showing you Arthurian myth and legend right off the bat. Like, so right off the bat, my interest is piqued. Like, I know this is good. He is heading out. I want to thank him for hanging out and contributing to the early discussion. Oh, Pyro's heading out. Pyro's heading out. Yeah. You guys sound alike to my true ears. Now, Chad's probably like, why is Zoom talking? I'm not. I've got some people, for people that have just showed up. I've got some people in the green room getting discussion. I'm kind of talking, but you can't hear them. So it seems like I'm talking to myself. Just look at what we're looking at.
やはり覚えておらぬようじゃな。今こそ話そう。100年前何があったのか。
I can't overstate what you're looking at. Like, really can't overstate what an incredible. Like, this is showing Like, you got to keep in mind that I have not had an actual Zelda game I've that's fucking literally, like, genuinely enjoyed. What's up, Nick? Yeah, still get goosebumps. Yeah. Like, this is it. I'm like, this is it. Oh my God, they did it. They gave me, I'm not getting my pretty Mario, but as of right now, they're giving me my actual classic Zelda. And at this moment, this was enough for me to buy a Switch. This right here. I broke my rule for the first time in history. I bought the Switch with just this game. Now, I had Bomberman R, which I was interested in. But typically, I need 3 games I want to play out. And I bought this with 2. And that's it. That's the presentation. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and share screen now we're going to go back into the green room. Go back and we're going to do comments. I want to see what you guys think of what we just witnessed. And we're also going to talk a little bit to the people in chat now. I guess I missed Rush Dog. Rush Dog's thrown in here like a badass motherfucker for like half a microsecond to say hi to the green room and then ducked out. So that's just how cool Rush Dog is. He can get away with that. What's going on, guys? What do we think of that amazing Nintendo Switch presentation? Any thoughts?
It's a 9 out of 10.
It started out kind of, but you know what? They build momentum. They build the hype, and then they ended it with the chef's kiss, with the final game being, and it was great. I mean, there was something for everybody. You had RPGs, you had your Zelda, you had your Mario, you had your multiplayer Splatoon game. You had your third-party support with the anticipation of getting a Shin Megami Tensei game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, guys,
awesome.
for the first time since the Wii, I knew I was going to have to buy a Nintendo console. For the first time since the Wii, I was going to have to buy this, and I was going to have it day one, which I've never had to do before. I didn't do that with the Wii. I didn't buy the Wii day.
And I'll be honest,
I invested in the Wii day one, but I didn't buy it day one.
I didn't buy the Switch day one. I don't really ever buy consoles day one just because I didn't have the money for it. You know, even if it was $300.
Absolutely.
But I was impressed. I was like, I will be getting a Switch. I don't know when, but I will be getting a Switch. This was pretty damn good. And that's how I felt. Like, I will. This is awesome. This is great. I will.
Yeah, for wrestling fans in the chat, like, this is awesome was kind of the feeling in the air.
Now, when it comes to the Switch 2, do I feel the same way? Well, we'll get to that.
Well, we're going to find out. But first, let's get to chats. Let's see what the chatters had to say about that amazing presentation. I'm going to give that presentation, I agree with TH3. It is a 9 out of 10.
Can I throw my hat in the ring on this too?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead. Don't cut them off. Yeah.
Invert thing for me. Remember how I said I was bitter because I owned a Wii U?
Uh-huh.
This presentation made me salty because I'm like, son of a bitch, they're getting all the good games there. Why? What are you doing? What are you doing to me? Like, come on, man. And I had resentment for Nintendo.
Yeah,
I had resentment. Sorry, I had resentment for like a month and a half, 2 months after the presentation. And then when I was in Mall of America in like Minneapolis, Minnesota, they had a Best Buy in there with a bunch of Switches and a display there. I'm like, okay, that's actually a sick system. I'm going to try to buy one when I get back. You know, I underwent a full 360 because I realized, this presentation was actually really good. I was just being stupid.
I got to tell you, 9 out of 10 for sure. I dock it 1 point because of the Anuma hoodie debacle. But other than that, like, on its merits, really fucking
I dock it 2 points for that stupid crappy ass pack-in game and that hoodie.
Oh, okay. So Phil's gonna hit it. Phil's gonna hit it for what?
Other than that, It's 8 out of 10. It was 8 out of 10.
My
you don't
want
to pretend to be a gunslinger. You don't want to pretend to be a luchador. Come on.
No, because I already did that shit with the Wii, and I wasn't impressed. So no.
Right. You don't want to be a luchador.
No.
A gunslinger. Let's see here.
No, my 1 point, Doc, though, was because the third party segment, I gotta be honest, it was weak for me.
It was. And that was kind of what I was bringing up to, is that like you've got some bangers, but you also have like absolutely almost zero announced Western support for the system at that time. They were like, fuck the Switch. We don't care. Burn in hell.
Plus, I hate when the directs do this
Then they
thing.
quickly changed their tune, man.
They did.
They changed their tune. Everybody was on the Switch. Like everybody. All the naysayers were like, you know what? Okay, I eat crow. This thing's pretty damn cool. Let's all support it with like 1 million, with like 2,000 games. That's all.
That's insane.
I hate these directs where they announce a game and it doesn't come out for like 5 years after they announce it, like SMT5 here.
I know, and they show it every single year after that. It drove me crazy. That's why I was so pissed at Microsoft when they kept showing Scalebound, and I was really interested in that. And then they canceled the game with Platinum Games, and that was the only game I cared about. And I was like, you know what? F your Xbox One.
Or Skull and Bones.
I don't care about it.
Skull and Bones looks really damn good, and then it comes out 8 years later, and it's a piece of crap game. Like, God.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna take a restroom break quickly, guys. So I'm gonna let the chat vote, and we're gonna have a little bit of fun here with the chat. I need everybody in the chat to put their vote in the comments okay? You've got the next minute and a half because my teeth are floating, and I gotta get this taken care of. But I need to know, keeping in mind my music taste from that opening salvo, that fucking ear-bleeding atrocity that I posted. Would you rather listen to TH3 and Phil, or would you rather listen to a random song selection from Uncle Sue? Choose carefully.
Oh, God.
In fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to play you. It's going to be Woody's Roundup remix from Toy Story 2.
Oh, God.
That's what I'm going to subject you to if you don't choose to vote for Phil and TH3. So, would you rather listen to Woody's Roundup, or would you rather listen to TH3 and Phil? While I go take care of my
read your comments.
So we got one vote right now.
Keep
in mind, Chad is open to voting for the next minute or so, and we will find
Monty.
out.
Wow.
Monty says Woody. Okay, we got it tied up.
Wow,
Okay, yeah, Monty doesn't like you. Hey, he doesn't like you guys. That's okay.
Good Lord. That's
Woody's
Roundup. Yeah. Frost Troll.
Oh, what the?
Yeah.
What is happening here? What are y'all doing? Do you not understand what you're about to unleash?
I'm really excited now. Anybody else? We're 2-1. Anybody want to try to save these gentlemen's pride? Come on now. Come on, guys.
Yeah, these people saying, "Woody, you know what? Y'all are the ones that's gonna buy the key cards, aren't you? Aren't you?"
Yeah, it feels like, okay, fuck the fourth wall. We're not waiting anymore. We're gonna get right into things.
People are like, "What's a key card?" Oh,
all right, well, I'm gonna go ahead and blast up Woody's Roundup for now unless I look back. You guys got about 30 seconds to fix this shit. Chat, you got about 30 seconds to fix this shit.
They're not going to fix this shit. They won't do it.
All right. All right. Here we go again.
I got no faith in chat. I'm sorry, chat.
Just the one we want? That's the one we want. All right. Let's take one last peek. Nope. We got a okay. Yeah, they're doubling down. These bastards are doubling down. Okay. All right. Well, you just remember.
What is it?
You just remember that this is the future you chose, chat. You just remember that.
You do know that You Got a Friend in Me is not Woody's Roundup. Like, chat, are you dumb? No offense. Like, that's a different song.
Yeah.
I'd like to join your posse, boys, but first I'm going to sing a little song.
J Squad. Course it's time for Woody's Roundup. He's the very best. He's the rootinest, tootinest cowboy in the Wild Wild West. That guy's go running whenever he's in town. He's the rootinest, tootinest, shootinest, hootinest cowboy around. Woody's Roundup, right here every day. Woody's Roundup, come on, it's time to play. There's Jesse the Old Coward. Full time, he's Woody's horse. He's a smart. He's the old prospector, and Woody the man himself. Of course, it's time for Woody's Roundup. He's the very best. He's the rootinest, tootinest cowboy in the Wild Wild West. That guy's go running whenever he's in town. He's the rootinest, tootinest, shootinest, hootinest cowboy around.
It's actually pretty funny when you think about it.
I told you, stupid bastards, I was going to fix your little red wagon if you chose that. Ear-splitting decibels.
They wanted to broke back mountain, so they got it.
All righty. Okay, well, let's take a look at the chat. Let's get caught up. Then we'll move on to the grand scheme of things. We're going to move on to the Switch 2 Direct. But first, Rush Dog says, evening, everyone. Apologies for being late. I was enjoying some Splatoon 3 matches on my Switch 1. So arguably you made a poor choice coming here. Because Splatoon 3 sounds pretty fun. Not going to lie. But thank you. I appreciate you coming to share a drink or 5 with me. Odyssey was such a banger. Breath of the Wild and Odyssey was one hell of a 1-2 punch. Yeah. Now, in retrospect, when I saw that they were doing 3D Mario, I'm just like, God damn it, you motherfuckers. You're doing it again. You're doing it again. But I guess I could understand it because it's not like New Super Mario Brothers U moved hardware, did it? That game didn't move shit. So why not try a 3D Mario? And this one fucking worked, man. This one did a fantastic job. Rush Dog says, I can only hear Yuzu. Yeah, whenever we switch channels for some reason, that's one of the quirks of StreamYards, unfortunately. He says, that is more of a costume than an outfit, talking about that Mario suit. Yeah, I think so. That Mario suit was, well, what a suit, but that Mario outfit was, that costume was incredible. Almost as good as Phil's hat. Almost.
Thank you.
Whitehawk says, yeah, learn Japanese to save $130. So, yeah, you would have to learn Japanese, though, because it's not just the system menus. My understanding is it's the Switch games are going to be Japanese only. Now, that's a real concern that we're going to talk about when we get into that. Since we're going back, since I've already kind of showed that they're moving back in a region-locking direction, are the games going to all be in Japanese, too? Because that's going to be a fucking problem in comparison to the Switch collecting market. That's going to be a real conundrum if that's the case.
I think it's only the Switch itself that's region locked. I don't think it's the games.
No, the games aren't region locked. It's just the Switch accounts itself, like the Switch hardware.
Yeah, it's just the Switch 2.
And
yeah.
even then, they're
Switch 2
only
in Japan.
Yeah, they're only doing that in Japan so they can lower the price to a lower price point.
Yeah, because it's like $333 USD when it's converted, right? Over there in Japan. Yeah. That is stupid cheap. Like, imagine if I know people that are saying, "Oh yeah, I would import the original Switch." There's so many people did, and it would sell it for like.
But here's why I actually think there's some nefarious shit going on, guys. I really do, because it doesn't cost. It does not cost that much to region lock a console, to do languages on a console. It does not cost that much. It doesn't.
I know. That's
So
why. That's
I'm
what I was
wondering if
thinking
there's
too.
not
It's
some
just like that's a huge price difference.
Please note, because this has real legal implications, guys. I am not accusing. I want to be very, 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 very fucking clear on this. I am not accusing Nintendo of price fixing. That is not what is happening here. I am asking the question if there is a potential for price fixing to have occurred. And
I mean,
I think that there should be some people that maybe look into that. That's all I'm saying. But again, we're burying the lead. We'll get there.
Yeah.
Let's see. What's that whale doing in the sky? That was a good question, and we finally answered it 150 fucking hours later on that game. Xenoblade Chronicles 2, hot take, that's my favorite, actually. It's still my favorite. I haven't finished 3, but Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is still my favorite. I
prefer
really
1.
like what they do. Yeah, I can see that. I can see preferring 1. I can absolutely see that. Every single game in that series is a fucking bangerang. It's so good. Rush Dog says, notice how these games are all new titles, not ports from the PlayStation or Xbox. Yeah, yep, exactly. They did start.
That's
yeah,
true.
that is a very
That's a
good point that I didn't actually
Mm-hmm.
observe. That wow, that's very.
I think the
interesting.
only one that they did have sizzle reels at the end that did have some, and then also FIFA was one. But I mean, that is true.
That's
and I mean Skyrim, but you know Skyrim's on everything, so that was a given.
Yeah, we gotta let little Todd get his magnet.
Your console hasn't made it. Your console hasn't made it, and doesn't matter if it doesn't have Skyrim.
Gotta let little
Pretty
Todd
much.
put his magnet on the fridge. Yep, gotta let him do that.
Which 2 doesn't get Skyrim, then it's a failure, complete failure.
Your favorite turn-based game, Zoo. Yeah, Shin Megami Tensei 5 is pretty top. In terms of its battle system, yes. Now, in terms of actual turn-based JRPGs, it's really, really hard to say anything beats Chrono Trigger. And from a personal standpoint, when I'm looking at story and in terms of games that really got my noggin jogging, Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne, actually.
I always loved Digital Devil Saga. Please, Atlas, give us Digital
I very
Devil
much want to play that one. One day I want to play that. I have a lot of friends who speak highly of that.
Oh, effing good. So good.
Then Rush Dog says Octopath. Sega was there day one. Oh, yeah, that's right. Puyo Puyo Tetris. Puyo Puyo Tetris. That's right, Rush. Which was another game that I bought pretty much. It wasn't day one, but it was like a week later. It was like one of the first retail releases for that system. One of the first cartridges for that system. Because I remember in the lead up, we had Puyo Puyo Tetris showed up. Cave Story Plus showed up. Cave Story Plus was an early physical. And then you also had a game that was actually terrible called Has Been Heroes. That was like one of the first roguelikes to show up for the system physically. But that was back in the day. I was buying fucking everything because we still didn't know how much carts were going to hold their value. And so we thought, and we didn't know how widely carts were going to be printed. So we were back in the days of like the NES for a little while, like, hey, this game might be a banger and it might be worth preserving physically. Has Been Heroes was not. Has Been Heroes was absolutely unbalanced and terrible. But that was back when we didn't know. I think that was followed up pretty shortly, like a year later, by Troll and I. And so we started to get some real dog shit on the Switch. But man, the Switch, when the Switch's library hit, it hit. It really did.
But you're also coming off the Wii U era too, when they were hardly making any physical games for it at any point. Like the only physical games they were making were Nintendo games. So I mean, you had to buy up whatever was available half the time.
Absolutely. Skyrim once again, Frost Troll Bruce says, yeah, Ubisoft was developing Mario plus Rabbids at that time. Yes, unbeknownst to us, they didn't announce it there. That's why I didn't give them credit for it. But yeah, like they didn't announce like that game, but they were absolutely working on that. Did I see a flash of Minecraft story mode? I think that was just regular Minecraft at that time, but wouldn't that be, I'll have to go back and watch it again. Wouldn't that be neat if we got like a several years early look at something like that? Brooke Barnes says Reggie is a big guy. Yeah, Reggie's a pretty big dude in real life, actually. Like, absolutely is. And really, really nice dude. Really nice guy. Still haven't forgiven him for blocking Earthbound production, though. For blocking Mother 3 for coming over. Still haven't forgiven that guy. I know it's going to be nearly impossible to give us a Mother 4. Like, I understand that. I've come to terms with that, chat. But what I will say is you can absolutely fix the fucking music rights and get us Mother 3 in some form. Imagine a Mother 3 that was put together utilizing the claymation models and the Earthbound strategy guide. Can you imagine the art style of Mother 3 if they remade it and they used that claymation from the guide?
That would be great.
I still think that's going to... I think that might actually be a thing on Switch, too. I'm not going to lie.
I sure hope... you want to talk about getting...
Well,
you want to talk about
getting
me plunked down on a system. You put that on a cart? Oh, my God.
I can't remember how many years ago it was, but I remember Shigesato Itoi had mentioned like having interest in the or the Mother franchise again, and it was like it was this decade. I know it was.
Yeah, we would need Itoi. It absolutely would need him, and he's very, very busy making his adorable little calendars. So, but yeah, we would without Itoi, there's no point in a Mother 4. But I at least would love to see Mother 3. But yeah, Mother 4 would be a dream come true. If they can get Shigesaki Itoi to stop being a Japanese like celebrity all around celebrity man and get him to come back and work on another game. Oh my God.
Well, he had expressed interest in it himself. Like
that's
I
cool.
think a
See
couple
that
years
I didn't
back.
know that. That's really cool. That's
I'm
really,
pretty sure
really cool. It's like, hey, Nintendo, call me.
Chat, you can fact check me on that, but I'm pretty sure he brought it up in like 21 or 22.
Yeah, and also I'm going to give the chat an ultimatum here. Play Mother 3 and then go watch Eye Patch Wolf's How Mother 3 Breaks You. You need to do both of those things. But play it first. Play it first because he spoils the whole fucking game in the video. Don't watch the video without playing it.
Or play Woody's Roundup.
Or you can play Woody's Roundup. Yes, and so yeah, I tell you, these two are going to hold a grudge, and I feel like rightfully so on that. I blared that shit at y'all. Yeah, Heelzoo doesn't fuck around. Actions meet consequences, and you got it tonight. Pyratosis says, smash that like button, something you will never hear come out of my fucking mouth, so I just want to point out I didn't say it. But yeah, hit that like button, Pyratosis says. Thank you, Pyratosis, for stepping in. We appreciate that. Smash that like button and buy my hats. Buy my fucking hats that don't exist.
Buy my hats. One-up hats.
Let's see. Rush Dog says, still rocking with you guys in chat. Yeah, you kind of strode in there for like a quick microsecond. You're like, okay, bye, while I was presenting. That was kind of fun. And by the way, Rush Dog, you're the only one cool enough to get away with that. Everybody fucking respects the shit out of that. Let's see, TH3 and Phil. So Rush Dog had your back. Let it be forever said that Rush Dog had your back. Okay?
That's why he's cool.
Yeah, Monty says Woody, Frost Troll Bruce. We got a couple of shit fucks who voted for Woody's Roundup. And you're admonished for that, but you know what? This is a democracy here. So we honored that vote. We honored that vote, and you all paid for it. And the stream lost 3 people while that song was playing.
Yeah.
And
enjoy the day you deserve. Enjoy the day you deserve.
Let's see. Monty says, you got a friend in me. Frost Rubber, you got a friend in me. Bro, what is TH3? Okay, so got a question in the chat for TH3. What is TH3? What is the significance of your name? Monty would like to know. If you feel like sharing after that absolute fucking Brutus knife in the back he gave y'all.
Well, I used to have a longer username on Xbox Live, but then I just wanted to shorten it because OJ at Player Essence just called me TH3, so I just went by TH3 from then on.
I wonder what OJ's going to think when he sees this. He does watch my stuff. Me and OJ
He's probably going to think, who the heck is that dude in the freaking damn hat and the white gloves?
Nobody asked
probably
about
that guy that I was
nobody asked about you.
I was talking to on social today.
But at the same time, they don't have to because you're pretty much immortal around here, Philly.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. But yeah, I can't wait for me and OJ been going back and forth all day on this shit. Amicably. Oh, and just so chat knows, OJ's the homie. Like, OJ is awesome.
Yeah.
And we disagree on this. I think in places him and I disagree hard on this. But it's all in good intellectual debate and conversation. It doesn't devolve into the typical Twitter bullshit. And Philly, you got in on a little bit of that, right?
Yeah, I did. It was kind of fun. I didn't expect him to reply to me because I've never talked, but he didn't really know me, so he thought I was being like really serious because I said something because we were talking and it was like he was explaining that the reason why this is done is because cartridges are so expensive and these companies don't want to pay. And I was like, okay, then just go back to disc. And he was like, you want them to come out with like a Switch with a disc drive attachment in it? Some like weird like PSP type thing.
To be fair, like
no, I wasn't being serious
to be
at
fair,
all.
that is a horrendous idea. Like, to be fair,
I would yes, exactly. I agree. That would be horrible. I was saying like if it would be cheaper for them to do discs, but they would have to do completely different hardware. They could not do like a hybrid with that. That would look like shit. It'd be like the Nintendo PlayStation system. It'd be like a weird, like I don't know what it would be. It would be a monstrosity. It would not be cool at all. It would be like something weird from the 90s. Like no. But it was I was like, dude, no, I'm not being serious at all.
Right. But no, actually, I was talking to OJ in DMs, and he mentioned that maybe setting something up, and maybe me and you going on there, and like maybe him and another person who's looking at this a little more sunny side, just kind of talking it out and seeing what we can come up with through dialectic. I think that'd be good. I think it'd be a real good conversation. So
that'd be cool with me.
No promises, but we'll see. He's a busy guy, and I barely run this channel anymore. So if we can get something set up, I think that'd be fun. I think people would like to see that, like to see an OJ Zoo discussion on the merits or lack of merits of the Switch 2. I think that might be fun. But keep in mind, Liquored Up Live is supposed to be retired, though. So I don't know what the fuck we're doing tonight. How can I resist? The Switch 2 got debuted. How the fuck can I resist?
I will say, though, like, whenever Nintendo comes around, my interest for gaming goes from, like, nothing to everything. So, I mean, it gets me out. I don't know why.
It did. It got me, it got me back from the store, for sure.
I mean, Nintendo, regardless, if you like what they're doing, you don't like what they're doing, they're always a big subject to talk about.
Yes.
They always preach 100%.
They're always interesting. They're always going to keep you on your toes.
Mm-hmm. My best periods of gaming are like the first 3 or 4 years a Nintendo system comes out. And then there's like a 2 to 4 year window where I just don't really follow that stuff anymore.
Right. Yeah.
But then whenever Nintendo makes a new system, it's like, all right, I'm back.
So
yeah.
Let's see here. And then TH3 said, you did this. You all did this. And then Frost Troll Brood, this is a vibe. Really? Wait till you hear the Blues Clues remix, Frost Troll Brew.
Oh God.
That's the thing. That's the thing, buddy. Or wait till you hear the song about not sniffing petrol from a can. That is an actual PSA that was put out in Australia, I think. You don't know what you're dealing with, Sonny Jim. You have no clue what you're fucking dealing with. Fuck around and find out. That's all I've got to say. I've got some absolutely eclectic musical selections that I can unleash on your fucking poor virgin ears. So, I'm serious. I'm dead serious. So you might want to watch those votes. So, let's see here. TX3, I hope that you're happy. Then Monty looks like he's got the dead eyes. And Frostroll Bruce says, yes, I am. You're now on my shit list. Woody Roundup. Yeah, I take it back. Bring back 69. Woody's the best tootin'est cowboy around. He is the rootin'est, tootin'est cowboy in the Wild West. He sure is. Let's see here. Rush Dog says it was Nintendo Gamer Girl's weekly Splatoon stream. Those are a lot of fun. Yeah, if you haven't seen Nintendo Gamer Gal streams, those can be a lot of fun, guys. You should definitely check that out. 100%. Let's see. You technically said smash that like button. Well, at least I said smash the like button. I didn't say click or smash the star like when I first started my YouTubing here, where I called it yeah, make sure I'll never tell you to click the star. Like that was my fucking 40-year-old virgin bag of sand moment. You know when you're touching on a girl's breast and
I was
it feels like a bag of sand.
Talking about it's a star.
Like, let's see here. Yeah, you fucking old man. You fucking old man that shakes his pill bottle at me. Like, let's see here. See, I actually had somebody actually tell me that one time. That goes way back to my old streaming career, but I literally had some guy that was like fucking sounding off on me. And he's like, yeah, and fucking redacted. Yeah, some fucking old man who shakes his fucking medication at me. Like, he was mad. He was big mad, man. But we'll get into that. Let's see. Frost Troll Bruce says, well, gotta go. Catch y'all later. Thanks for coming out, man. I appreciate it. Spending your Saturday night here with us as we you got to at least see the good parts of the Nintendo Switch's history. But now it's time to get into a little bit of darker waters. Let's see. Moscow Master says, YouTube didn't notify me about the stream starting. Hey, chat, those son of a bitches. Those motherfuckers. What are you doing, YouTube? All right, so our next up, we've seen the highs, and I'm sure the highs are going to continue as we get in to our last video of the night. Because as y'all know, Nintendo, well, they did something. They did something this week, something that just set the video game news world on fire. Got everybody's noggin jogging.
It definitely did something.
Got everybody absolutely fucking amped for this shit. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we have a new guest, so let's deal with that before we get started. And Brooke, what's going on? Is that Brooke Barnes? I can tell by the color. I think that's Brooke Barnes.
Yep.
Well, you are joining us at a perfect time, Brooke, because we're about to present. Now, please note that the chat won't be able to hear you while I'm presenting. But after the presentation's done, we've picked it to pieces. We're going to come back and we're going to talk about it. And that'll be the fun part. But you can talk amongst yourselves while I'm presenting, kind of like a green room. We have upped the ante on the Liquored Up Live because I'm slowly but surely, under the tutelage of much better YouTubers than myself, learning how to actually fucking do some of this shit. Now, nothing fancy. I don't have like the graphical transitions and shit yet that OJ and Eyepatch Wolf and shit do. But we're getting there. I don't even have the fucking thing that Jay does where he can actually have a screensaver. I have to play you bad Toy Story remix songs while I go on break. But I think it adds to the charm of being here. So, anyway, I've old man rambled enough in your direction. How's your night been?
Good.
Well, it's about to get ungood because we're about to unveil the Switch 2.
Oh, it better not be good because we got Cobra Kai later.
We do have Cobra Kai. So Brooke is here, and I can tell you why Brooke. I can tell you why Brooke's here. Brooke is here to give us a subtle, hey, wrap this the fuck up. We got Cobra Kai. Wrap it the fuck up, Zoo. You fucking long-winded old man. So we better get on this. That's true. We do have Cobra Kai right after this, as it seems to be going. Now that's a perk of the Discord, a Discord that I charge you $0 for. So if anybody is not in the Discord and wants to be in the Discord, it's a free link. Just go and find the link, and it's somewhere in that YouTube channel. I don't know where the fuck it's at anymore. I don't use this YouTube channel much. But click on the bio. There's a link that'll take you directly to my Discord server. And as soon as this gets done, we're gonna watch a couple episodes of Cobra Kai. We're gonna watch some absolute gourmet garbage, peak fucking fan fiction. I love it. 10 out of 10 show. It's incredible. So anyway, but before we get to that, before we get to the good times that is Cobra Kai, it is time to descend into oblivion. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Nintendo Switch 2. did they hide the good games? Show me. $80? Sorry, I'm practicing my Batman voice, chat. That would actually be pretty big. Now, that looks almost like Tetris graphics, which would actually be based a bit.
Let's go.
So we're starting strong. We're starting really strong, chat. You can't now. Here's the thing, and this is going to be as time goes on, chat. You're going to see where the problem really lies. And the problem, I don't necessarily think, is with the direct, not entirely. But as of right now, how can anybody look at what we're looking at right now? I was hyped. When I was initially reacting to this, I was fucking hyped. Look at that! Did you see that Vista chat? Did you see that? Now, right there, guys, you just saw Hammer Brother throwing fucking hammers. Right there, that is out of, like, now that thing where you hijack the truck, that is literally some, like, Excite. That's some, like, Excite trucks, like Demolition Derby shit going on. Mario Kart World. So right off the bat, like, 10 out of 10 opening game. Easy.
Hello, everyone.
But
I'm
now,
Kawamoto.
and right off the bat,
right
off the bat, chat, the trouble starts. Now, what do you see here, chat? We got some absolute mutant dressing going on here. Absolute. Look at the suit in the center. Look at the way that elbow bends. Look at that. Look at that sloppy, ill-fitted suit in the middle. Then over here, you got a guy that is wearing a button-down collared shirt that is untucked. And then look at the fucking guy on the, he's got a suit buttoned up, again, no tie, and look at the suit fit on Baggin' Saggin' Barry over here on the fucking left. Jesus fuck. That is ridiculous. And so right off the bat, these are our hosts. No, these are our hosts, guys. There's no color coordination. There's nothing going on here except eyesore. And so now keep in mind, guys, you got to keep in mind that we just came off of a Nintendo Switch OG presentation where the guy was in a full three-piece fucking suit that was well-tailored, was well-fit. He didn't have any hair, but it didn't matter because he had a full suit on like he was a big adult boy giving an actual fucking billion-dollar presentation rollout. So I'm not going to lie. I am not going to lie right now that when I saw this, immediately I'm like, uh-oh. We might have some trouble.
One of your guides for today's Nintendo Direct.
Blank soulless background and
I'm the producer for Nintendo Switch 2.
No-fitting blazers over non-suits.
I'm Takuhiro Dota, the director for Nintendo Switch 2.
And this fucking guy here,
and
white
I'm
orange
Tetsuya
shirt,
Sasaki,
no,
the hardware
and it's
design
not
lead
even
for
tucked
Nintendo
in.
Switch
He is
2.
wearing an untucked, button-down,
What you just saw was Mario
shirt
Kart World,
doesn't fit.
launching exclusively on
Look at
Nintendo
the
Switch
sleeves
2.
pushed up and ruffled up.
Now,
Nothing
what
would
do you
fit.
think this brand new Mario Kart game will be like?
A brand new entry in the Mario Kart series is launching exclusively on the Nintendo Switch 2 system. Welcome to this vast world.
Circus tent that we
Kart races are held throughout various regions that span the globe. Depending on the time of day and weather conditions, the atmosphere will change.
So we've got weather conditions that'll likely impact racing, which is really cool.
And in this Mario Kart game, You can go off the racetrack and drive virtually everywhere in this world.
That is a game changer.
In the Classic Grand Prix, race through 4 courses in a bid for first place. But don't sleep at the wheel. You'll also drive to the next course as part of the competition.
Just imagine
with
going
24
off
drivers in each race,
going off
the most in series history.
Going to
the
some,
competition
like you saw
is
that little
gearing up.
peninsula over here. Let's say you go to that peninsula and you go over there and
Introducing
you find out,
Knockout
oh, there's
Tour.
like a blue shell hidden in some
Race
cave
non-stop from one corner of the world to another.
that I found, and then go back to the race. Really fucking cool.
There are multiple checkpoints along the way. If you're below the placement shown when you hit a checkpoint, you'll be eliminated.
Yeah, just imagine like adding Mario levels to it.
Can
like,
you make it all the way to the finish line?
And, like, hey, this is really cool.
You can also freely drive around this vast world in free roam.
So just like this game also kind of draws from one of my favorite games.
You can explore new areas and routes.
Called 4x4
So drive wherever your heart takes you.
PlayStation 3. And it was an open.
You
it
can
was
also
an
go
open
for scenic
world
drives with friends,
racing game,
and even take photos together at different locations.
Basically, you were doing different missions like rescues, all these things. And it was an open world, so you kind of have that life of Mario. Really incredible. Like this is all really, really.
A brand new race across the entire world starts here. Mario Kart World.
Oscar Master
launches
asks
on the
he
same
says,
day as
I'm not really a
Nintendo Switch
Nintendo
2.
person. Why are people mad again? This
More
all looks
details
decent.
about
We're
this
gonna get
title
into it.
will be shared in the
I don't
upcoming
think
Mario
anybody's mad
Kart
about
World Direct.
This game.
So be on the lookout for more information in the future.
Mario Kart World launches on the same day as Nintendo Switch 2.
Okay. We got Bag
We'll
and
share
Bag
more
and Barry,
details in the future,
who's
so
here
we
to
hope
tell
you're
us.
looking forward to it.
While he shakes his suit sleeves like a ghost, he's here to tell us that, hey,
Next,
we're
we'd like to
going
introduce some of the new
we're going to be
features of
having this as a
Nintendo
launch
Switch
game.
2.
And now to you, Untucked Orange Sherbert.
These are the Joy-Con 2 controllers for Switch 2. And on the right Joy-Con 2, we've added a new C button. Let's take a look
Spring
at some
breaks
new
that way,
experiences it offers.
Spring breaks that way. You gotta love you gotta love a system that tells you you're alone. You gotta love that. So right off the bat, alone, like alone.
That was me. That was you. So quick.
Oh my God, they have voice chat. They have voice chat in 2025. Wow. Voice chat. Can you believe that?
Come on, no.
Introducing Game Chat, a new feature.
And by the way, I just want to point out, chat, that the only place that they're showing you, the only place that they're going to actually show you people enjoying the game is they're showing you a fucking system feature. That's the only time they're ever going to show you actual people smiling, is over the fucking hardware feature.
For Nintendo Switch 2.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me? Hello?
Hi, missed you.
With this feature, you'll be able to communicate with friends and family while playing a game.
Should we follow you? Yeah?
Yeah, follow me.
Okay.
Off for an adventure.
While using the Game Chat feature, your voice is recognized by a microphone built into the system.
Oh, okay. But you're still behind
You
me.
got to
right?
get to the real feature.
All right, let's keep going. Okay.
It can
Let's
pick up
move
your
on because we're not to the real feature.
Yeah, good.
And yeah, look at the
Game
time.
Chat.
Let's take a fucking look at this real quick.
pick up your speaking voice.
So
Next,
here's
we'd like to
here's
introduce some of
Untouched
the new
Orange Sherbert,
features of Nintendo Switch
and that
2.
started roughly 5:30.
These are the Joy-Con 2 controllers that require more
And
was
we
for
are
you to
on
enjoy playing
hardware.
online with others more closely, including family and friends.
We're still
Almost
on
as if you're all playing.
Connect
14 minutes
magnetically. Strong magnets keep the controllers
that require
Oh
multiple
my God,
screens
you're
can be
kidding
played
me. Oh my God, you're fucking kidding me right now. That game was shown with the Wii U. That game is the Angel of Death. I didn't even see that the first time around. Chat, oh my God. This was one of the debut games they showed in the Wii U presentation. Just so everybody knows. That is like the kiss of death. You can stick a fork in this, man.
If one person owns a compatible game. With Game Share, you can temporarily share compatible games with others who also have Nintendo Switch 2 or a Nintendo Switch system. You can share a game with up to 3 other systems at a time.
Each Joy-Con 2 controller...
Now we're in for a real treat here, Chad. So we're in for a real treat because I give you the next mega hit in the game.
Can be used as a mouse to play with compatible games. Both the left and right Joy-Con 2 support mouse control.
I hope you're fucking ready for this, Chad.
By adjusting the audio balance between the ranges, sounds from the built-in speakers are clearer and more natural in handheld and tabletop modes.
We're gonna let it play. We're gonna let it cook.
It has a built-in microphone, so you can voice chat with friends anytime via game chat. It also uses noise-canceling technology to filter sounds, so your voice will come through clearly. Even if you don't have a surround sound system, games can be enjoyed with more immersive, three-dimensional sound, as if it were coming from all around you.
It's coming. It's coming, Chet.
Place your Nintendo Switch 2 however you like with a large, sturdy stand.
Hold.
You can move it freely, like this.
Hold.
In addition to the USB-C port found on the bottom of the system, there's one on top as well.
Hold.
It's handy for connecting a USB-C camera
Hold.
or charging in tabletop mode.
Hold.
Nintendo Switch 2 comes with 256 gigabytes of internal storage, 8 times that of Nintendo Switch, for storing your game downloads,
I'm letting the
save data,
anticipation build.
and
I'm
more.
letting it cook, and you're about to see why.
Reading and writing data is also faster. Use the Nintendo Switch 2 dock
I would skip
to
it,
connect
Chet,
to
but
your
if I
TV
skip it,
and
I'm
enable
likely
up
to
to
show you a
4K
frame,
resolution
and I would
for
regret
compatible
the rest of my
games.
life if I didn't
HDR
let
is
you
also
experience
supported
this
in
magic live.
TV mode.
So hold! Like we're about to fire some fucking cannons off because this is a
The
shot.
Nintendo Switch
the
2
volley
dock
of
has a
every other
built-in fan
fucking
that keeps your system cool.
video game
This helps
manufacturer.
keep performance stable.
Every single video game manufacturer is being put on fucking notice.
On Nintendo Switch 2, you can play Nintendo Switch 2 games, as well as compatible Nintendo Switch games. Physical and digital games are supported.
Oh, hold now, guys. Here it comes. They talked about the mouse. Where's it at? I saw the mouse. Where's it at?
As you just saw, Nintendo Switch 2 isn't simply an improved Nintendo Switch. We redesigned the system from the ground up and packed in lots of new gameplay features.
Here we go.
And to help players better understand the Switch 2 hardware, we're currently developing this game.
I give you, Chad.
Mr. Kawamoto!
I give you
Hello. My current
a
location
bad-fitting suit.
is actually inside the game itself. This
And a
is
tour
Nintendo
guide.
Switch 2 Welcome Tour,
That you
exclusive
will
to Nintendo
fucking
Switch
pay
2.
for. You're gonna pay Mr. Furukawa his fucking money.
I'm standing over here. Okay, everyone, join me inside the game.
This isn't even a game. This is literally just.
There are a lot of question mark
on
icons
what the
here.
system does.
Let's examine them.
And you're gonna pay $6
This sign
and
reads,
$50.
where are the magnets?
They didn't tell you that during the presentation, by the way.
The Joy-Con 2 controllers
you. They don't
attached to
tell
the
you
system
prices.
with
Why
magnets.
would they tell you prices? Why
And
would
those
they tell you
magnets
prices?
are inside the system.
It costs $6.50. Why would they tell you
The
that?
SL and SR buttons on
Why
the
would they tell
Joy-Con 2 are made of metal, so that's how they attach to the system. A magnetic circuit is formed between them, so they won't easily
Now,
detach.
chat, you may be saying to yourselves, why the fuck would I pay $6.50 for that?
Through
Shame on
examining
you for
signs
being
like
so
these,
selfish.
you can discover
pay
all sorts of
$6.50
secrets
for
about
fucking
Nintendo
DoorDash,
Switch 2.
You can save
Another
one day
example,
off
the
DoorDash,
Joy-Con 2
and you can
controllers
pay
have mouse
Nintendo your
controls,
fucking money.
and when combined with the
tour
gyroscope,
the
you can
service
even do
of
something
the
like
Switch,
this.
of the Switch system.
You can adjust the position of the golf club and aim for the cup by rotating the Joy-Con 2.
Moscow Master says, wait, what? They
By
are
combining
selling
the
what
mouse
is
controls and
functionally a manual?
gyroscopes,
We don't
things
need
like this
manuals
are possible.
You're looking at this
There
the
are
wrong
secrets
way,
to
Moscow
discover,
Master. You
even
gotta
as you're
look at it
playing
paying
minigames and
Nintendo
tech
their
demos.
fucking money.
Some of the secrets
They
range from the
deserve
unique
your
features of the
fucking money.
system
They
to
deserve
tiny details you might not notice until they're pointed out. There are plenty.
I'm with Moscow
Nintendo
Master.
Switch
This
2
isn't
Welcome
even,
Tour
this
will
isn't even
launch
a
as a
package
paid digital
material.
game
This
on
is
the
a
same
fucking
day
man.
as Nintendo Switch 2. So please check it out if you're interested.
Now, I'd like to share some more information regarding Nintendo Switch 2. This is the game card for Nintendo Switch 2 titles. It's the same shape as Nintendo Switch game cards, but it's now red and it has much faster data reading speeds. Next up is additional storage. Switch 2 will only work with micro express cards.
By the way, I hope everybody is ready
They're a
for
different type
exciting.
of SD card.
I
and
hope
will make
everybody's ready.
high-speed
Thanks, by
data
the way,
transfers
Moscow
possible.
Master. I appreciate you looking out. And exciting news, they're
Please
not going to
note
take your
that
micro
regular
SD
micro
cards
SD
anymore
cards
either,
used for Nintendo Switch
No.
will not be compatible.
No.
Additionally, to transfer
That means
data
if you're
from Switch
using
to
this as a
Switch
backwards
2,
compatible
you
system,
can log
by the
into
way,
your
chat,
Nintendo
more on the
account
backwards
to use the
compatibility
system
later.
transfer
Wink,
feature.
wink. But if you're
With
using the
this
system
feature,
as a backwards
you can
compatible,
transfer save
and you
data,
have 100 plus
digital
Nintendo
games,
Switch cards,
and
you're
more.
going to download all those cards again.
We're also
Have fun.
releasing a new Pro controller. It has a C button, which launches Game Chat, and on the back, there are new GL and GR buttons, which you can use to assign existing button controls. In addition, an audio jack has been added. We've introduced a few new features, and after today's presentation, the official Nintendo Switch 2 website will go live. There will
By the
also
way,
be an
I need to
Developer
take the
article on
chat
the
back
website,
real
where
quick.
the
So
three
guys, I need to take you back in time. The Wii U was a phenomenal clusterfuck, in part because the most of the customers couldn't tell the difference between Wii accessories and Wii U accessories. How the fuck confusing do you think it's going to be when they've got red cards and black cards, and they've got SD Express, and they've got SD cards, and they've got what the fuck do you think people are going to do when they go into this? Obviously, that's not going to be a clusterfuck. That's absolutely 100% going to be a fantastic time for consumers, I promise you. Jesus Christ.
three of us will talk about the development of Nintendo Switch 2. We hope you'll check that out as well.
And
Look
now,
at that
the
suit!
Nintendo Switch 2 launch date.
Look at that suit! That could fit somebody twice as
Nintendo
fucking
Switch
size.
2 launches on June 5th.
Look at him!
We're very much looking forward to the day when you all get to experience it, so please wait just a bit longer.
Is that your dad? Is that your dad's suit?
Now, broadly speaking, on Nintendo Switch 2,
Yeah, was that one of
three
Reggie's
types
old
of
presentation suits? What the fuck is
The
going
first
on
type
with that
is
suit?
Nintendo Switch 2
I'm
games.
sorry, it's distracting, Chad. I'm sorry.
These games take advantage of the performance and features of Switch 2.
These people
The
dressed in the
second type
fucking
is
dark.
compatible games that were released on Nintendo Switch. Nintendo Switch 2 Edition games are the third type. Some games that were released on Switch will receive upgraded versions that offer things like improved
Okay,
visuals,
more on this later,
unique
by the
ways
way.
to
So
play
did
on
you hear
Switch
that?
2, and more.
Very exciting, guys.
Now, I'd like to show you the Nintendo Switch 2 edition
Very
of
exciting,
Super Mario
guys. So
Party
what's going to end up
Jamboree.
happening
Please
is
take
you're
a look.
going to be able to pay more for games you've already paid for. Isn't that a wonderful feature?
Super
They're gonna
Mario
show you what
Party
you're paying for.
Jamboree is
Now,
getting
again,
an upgrade on
there's an
Nintendo Switch
asterisk
2.
here, which is going to be a common
The
refrain
upgrade
in this
expands on the
presentation,
base
guys.
game and
There's an
adds new
asterisk right here,
features, including
because
mouse
we're going to talk a little bit
controls,
more about the fine print on these expansion games.
audio
We're gonna talk about
recognition,
it. Boy, are we.
more expressive rumble,
There's some fine print you need to be aware of, but we're not
and
going to.
gameplay that uses a camera accessory, all of which can be accessed on Switch 2. Let's check out 3 new and updated
You know what?
modes.
This actually appeals to me great.
First up
this mini
is
game
Mario.
here. I can't wait to put on the camera and see my fat ass crammed in a fucking green Mario pipe. I can't wait to see that happen. Who wants to see that, chat? I think that might be a lot of fun. I think that sounds like a good time. Oh no, what did I do? Oh shit. Oh, I totally fucked up there. I'm sorry.
The R button.
Where were we? We're just gonna. Nobody cares anyway, so we'll just do that.
Use mouse controls to shoot down enemies while you feel the bumps and rumbles of the coaster.
Let's move on.
When you enter a pipe, a mini game will begin.
Let's move on. We're losing
There's
people.
a bouldering
By the way,
game where two
I'm not going to
players
say
each
I
control
know it's late, and
See
that's
each other's
probably more to blame.
reactions while
But
playing.
I'm going to blame this
Help
anyway.
guide you to various
The
locations,
reason why
like
we've lost half our chat is because this presentation
Plus,
fucking sucks.
You can get even more out of your adventures in Hyrule using Zelda Notes.
That shows you what. Yeah,
This
so
new
Google
feature
Maps.
can be accessed via the Nintendo Switch app on smart devices.
So you
It's
get
a game-specific
Google
service that's
Maps for Breath of
exclusive
the
to
Wild,
the
just
Switch
what you
2
wanted
editions
your
of these
medieval
titles.
fantasy game. And
For
again,
example,
there's some
it
fine
can help
print
guide you to
associated with
various
that, which I can't
locations,
wait to
like
share.
shrines and Koroks you haven't found yet.
Guidance activating.
Oh, we're gonna have so much fun, chat.
Proceed
We're gonna have
north.
so much fun.
Or you can share your creations using QR codes and send them to another player to create in their game.
Very exciting stuff. So we've got
Both of which
special
support
features they're
HDR,
in. Here's Metroid
based on
Prime,
your
which
preference
actually gets
and
a
playstyle.
very exciting. So new, exciting oh no! There it is! I introduce you guys to the next mega hit, wheelchair basketball. So we went from arms to no legs. First we had arms on the OG Switch. Now we have no legs. Now we're playing. Yeah, go ahead. Hit the basket. Oh, you made it good. Good job, Professor Xavier. Good fucking job. Look at that shit. Oh, look, he stuffed his full fucking wheelchair in there. That is absolutely handy capable right there. Oh, he's stunting. He's stunting on you. He's summer 2025. You know what? We can't fucking wait. I speak
In
for
Drag and
everyone
Drive, you'll
that we
use
can't
both
wait.
Joy-Con 2
Pull it out of
controllers
that
as
fucking
mice to
3 times your
intuitively pull
size,
off various
big and tall
moves.
suit. Just pull the game out
We
and
hope
throw
you're
it
looking
at him.
forward to a
Throw
new
it in my
twist
mouth.
on
We
3-on-3
need it now.
matches using dual mouse controls. Next, here are some games from our publishing and development partners coming to Nintendo Switch 2.
I have long observed the lands between.
Oh, now here's where I got excited. Here's where I legitimately got excited, you guys. Yeah, you're not. Your eyes aren't lying to you. That's Elden Ring, guys. But again, there's a little bit of fine print associated with that game. A little bit of fine print we're going to talk about at the end of the show. A little bit of fine print.
I have no doubt you will become Elden Lord.
Yeah, that's a day one, guys. I wrote down in my notes that that's a day one for me. As soon as that comes out, I'm fucking on it.
Hey, I'm Greg Kasavin from Supergiant Games. Here to say that Hades 2 is
Are
coming
you
to
guys
Nintendo
excited
Switch
for
2.
Hades 2, which
Our
is
first
also
ever
going to
sequel
be on the
introduces
Switch
the Princess of the Dead.
I hope you
an
guys are
immortal
prepared
witch
for
out to
this
vanquish
indie
the
game.
sinister
By the way,
titan of time.
I love indie games. I
battle beyond
respect
the
indie
underworld
games.
to the
I'm
ends
just
of
gonna
the earth.
say something right
Getting to
now
know
that might be
dozens of
a little
characters
bit
from
of a
Greek
hot
myth
take.
in a story that
The
reacts to
debut of
every
your
setback.
brand new fucking billion-dollar
It's the
console
kind of
is
game
not
you
a
can
place
quickly
to show
pick
off
up and play
fucking
whether you're
indie titles that
experienced
are
with
on
the
it.
original or not.
It's not the place.
Look for more about Hades 2 later this year.
Just not the place.
皆さんこんにちは。カプコンの中山です。我々がお届けするタイトルはストリートファイター6です。
Here's another one,
本
guys.
体を持ち寄っ
Here's
ての
another
対
one.
戦はも
Street
ちろん
Fighter 6.
任天堂スイッチ
Street
2だけ
Fighter
の
6,
新モードもありま
absolutely
す。
spectacular game.
ソフト
One
は
of my
通常版の
favorite
他に
games
総
of
勢26キャラクターを
2024.
収録した
But
Gears
once
1
again,
2ファイターズエディションの
or
2バージョン。
2023, I think that
さらにゲームと連動する
But
アミーボとアミーボカードも一緒
got a
に
little bit
ス
of
イ
a
ッチ2の
problem.
発売日にお届け
There's
し
a little
ます。
bit of a problem.
楽しみに。
There's some fine print once again, which we'll talk about.
Initiating Arsenal boot sequence. Weapon safety mechanism confirmed. All operating at normal levels. Testing data link with spine. Normal. Commencing launch.
After 2 long wars where our freedom was restricted, we will finally be liberated.
Now here's a game
from humans.
That's probably going to get this entire stream shut down because Grasshopper are cunts. But I'm going to go ahead and run it anyway. But if the stream shorts out, please know it's because Grasshopper are fuckheads. And if you show any Grasshopper Games footage, they're going to knock the stream out. So this actually could end the stream.
Has almost
we're going to let it ride.
To destroy all humanity.
Because it looks really cool, actually.
Because we're in the
I
middle
hope they fix some of the little minor problems that kept the first game from greatness. But this is one that kind of excites me. I'm not going to lie.
Children, bring hope to our lives, don't they?
Hey, this is Joseph Forrest from Hazelight. I'm super excited for Split Fiction to come to Nintendo Switch 2. The game is a story about friendship. You play as Mio, who writes sci-fi,
a little bit of games
and
for
Zoe,
people who want to play
fantasy.
some 2 players, some cooperative.
Together, they get trapped in
And
their
I gotta
own
tell
stories.
you, I'm
And
okay
it's up
with
to you and a
cooperative
friend
games.
to
And
help them
I
break
actually
free.
think that we need more cooperative
Let me tell you
games that
this,
are focused on
if you like
cooperation
It Takes Two,
rather than
you're going to
competitive.
love this one, trust me.
I'm kind of excited for this, but
You'll be able to
again, I
play
don't know
Split
if this is
Fiction
the
on the
place
day
to
Switch
show
2
this on.
launches.
At EA Sports, we're bringing fans together across the world, both on the pitch and on the gridiron. We're excited to announce that
It's
EA
sports
Sports
ball
FC
time.
will be coming to Nintendo Switch 2.
Hope everybody's ready for some sports
will
ball.
also be arriving
EA
on the
Games.
Nintendo platform.
Give EA Games a round of
EA
applause,
Sports.
chat.
It's in the
They're
game.
only 8 years fucking late to the mega party.
Hi,
They're
I'm Alex
only
Lee from
8
Avalanche
years late. Give
Software.
them a hand.
We are
Give 'em a
bringing
fucking
Hogwarts
hand.
Legacy to Nintendo Switch 2.
Idiots.
With enhanced graphics and seamless world transitions, you'll be immersed in the Wizarding world. like never
Hogwarts
before.
Legacy, the Wizard game.
And the new mouse controls on Switch 2 give you even
The
more
Wizard
ways
game.
to experience the adventure.
Gotta show off a 3-year-old Wizard game.
Discover the enhanced magic when Hogwarts Legacy launches on the same day as Switch 2.
Captain, is that mic supposed to be on?
Tony Hawk Cruise Ship. Tony Hawk's always a solid choice. Always a solid choice. Looks like another launch
Hello,
window
this
game.
is Christian Elverdam from IO Interactive. We are bringing our flagship title, Hitman World of Assassination, to Nintendo Switch 2. As the best
Hitman.
assassin in the trade, Agent 47 does everything he can to accomplish his mission. And how each mission progresses will vary depending on the player's imagination. Our ever-expanding game will release on the same day as Switch 2. Plus, we are excited to bring
Now,
another familiar
Hitman,
agent
I
to the
think, is an
platform.
interesting choice. I'm glad it's there, chat, but the problem is that this is going to get lost in the show. Nobody is going to buy this game when there's all these other fucking games in that launch window, honestly. It looks cool, but I think it gets lost. And we have another 007 game that desperately wants you to believe it's GoldenEye. Now, here's a hint, chat. Not going to be GoldenEye.
James
So you
Bond.
can move on. Next.
The world's favorite spy is coming to Nintendo Switch 2, so stay tuned.
Thank you, not
The
GoldenEye.
story of light and shadow that never fades.
Now, here's one that had a lot of people excited. At very, very first glance,
Bravely
they thought they might be getting
Default
Final Fantasy
remastered in high
But
definition.
Nintendo pulled your fucking pants down and said, nope,
Featuring the
not
Bravely
happening,
Default
motherfuckers.
commands
You're getting
that help
Bravely
you
Default.
control the flow.
Now, Bravely
to
Default
battle.
coming to the Switch is a really
Change
cool
and
thing.
customize jobs
But
to
again,
build out
it's a
your
little
very
bit
own
of fine print you're going to have to read after.
Enjoy your adventure with upgraded features and advancements. And all new minigames with unique ways to play. Square Enix presents the classic fantasy RPG, Bravely Default Fine Fairy HD Remaster. Set foot in Luxembourg as a warrior of light once
A
more.
launch day policy? No way, guys!
セガ
Launch
龍
day
が如くスタジオ
Bravely
代表の
Default.
横山で
Exciting.
す。我々がお送りするタイトルは龍が如くゼロ誓いの場所ディレクターズカットです。1988年東京と大阪2つの歓楽街を舞台に土地をめぐる争奪戦が勃発。 伝説の始まりを追加シーンとともにお楽しみくだ
That's
さい。
right, chat. You're getting the good ones.
発売日は
You're getting
Nintendo
the
Switch
good
2
one
の発
on
売と
Switch
同じ
too.
日です。今後のシリーズ展開にもぜひご期待ください。
We'll have more games to show from our
What's up,
publishing
Orange
and
Sherbert?
development
Welcome back.
partners. But for now, we'd like to show a game being developed in collaboration with Nintendo. Please take a look.
He still hasn't tucked his shirt in.
When the Zonai, who descended from the heavens, joined hands with the Hylians
Zelda
who
related.
dwelled on the surface, their union led to a great and prosperous kingdom. But in time,
I see the goat,
a
man.
terrible evil arose.
I see Ganon, not Ganon. Is that Ganon, not Ganon?
A war was
think
fought
it
to
is.
vanquish this evil, one which future generations would call the Imprisoning War.
Perhaps
Hi, goat man. Welcome
you
back.
truly have traveled back in time.
So that's Hyrule Castle? Then
So I
That
can't
must
rag
mean
on
this
this
really is
Chat.
the past.
Anytime you have a Warriors game, it's a good time. Now, I still prefer Hyrule Warriors Ultimate Edition, just because I get tired of being stuck in one world if I'm playing like the Fire Emblem game. Although that one did a good job too. But I didn't like Age of Calamity as well. And I didn't like this game as well, just because I was stuck in that one world. I liked a little bit of the variety and the sheer amount of like hour-sucking goodness that first Hyrule Warriors had. But I'm not gonna lie and say this isn't fucking absolutely cool. It looks really good. Well, hopefully we'll finally. My hope on this in particular is I hope, chat, that we can finally. I really hope we can finally actually figure out that fucking train
That
wreck.
was Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment.
Hopefully we can finally.
It's being developed by Koei Tecmo Games with
And
support
hopefully this
from
guy can
Nintendo.
tuck his shirt in the process.
We hope you're looking forward
Bill
to the
for sale.
untold
Are we
story
excited
of the
for Switch
Imprisoning
2
War,
in here? Sort of.
which took place in Hyrule long ago.
Listen in. We're going to bring in some chatters that are going to
And
be
now,
very excited.
some news about Nintendo Switch Online.
Okay, here's Sleeves Too
You
Long,
can
guy.
continue to enjoy
Sleeves
Nintendo
Too
Switch
Long, guy's going to tell
Online
you a
on
little bit
Switch
about the
2.
expansion pass.
And with Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack, you can enjoy a new membership benefit exclusively on Switch 2. Please take a look at this.
You tell us a little bit about some other stuff going on. Okay, all you GameCube people,
Nintendo Switch
they are,
Online
telling
Plus
you what they
expansion
got
pack
for
will
you.
be getting a new classic game library exclusive to Nintendo Switch 2. Nintendo GameCube, originally released in 2001. Here are the titles that will be available at launch. A Legend of Zelda game that looks like a cartoon come to life through cell shading.
Eat those hopes and
Controlling
dreams.
the wind
Eat
using a
those hopes and
mysterious
dreams
baton,
of a Wind Waker
Link set
Twilight
sail on an
Princess
adventure
coming back.
across the Great
You
Sea.
stupid motherfuckers.
The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker. Transcending history and the world. A tale of souls and swords.
Here, I gotta
eternally
tell you
retold.
though, Chad, I gotta tell
In
you,
this
it was
3D
always a fucking pipe
weapons-based
dream
fighting
that you were
game,
gonna get a
each
double
fighter
pack
comes
of
equipped
anything.
with a different weapon.
That was
and
a
Link
that
from
was
the
a
Legend of
fucking
Zelda
pipe
series enters
I
the first.
thought for a while maybe we
Soul
would get
Calibur
two
2.
$60 HD editions.
Experience a
But we
world
were
of
never
white
getting
knuckle
those
racing at
That
speeds
was
over
never fucking
2,000 kilometers per
They
hour.
know the value of the
30
Zelda
machines will put it all on the line in death-defying races. Featuring the series' first machine customization and story mode, get ready to experience F-Zero GX. In games that support multiplayer, up to 4 can play together locally or online.
So Phil for Sale has an interesting thing. He says Hyrule Warriors Era
Enjoy
of
these
Imprisonment
classic games
is
with
really
clearer
cool. The
image
Imprisoning
quality
War is lore
and
from
higher
the past
resolution than the
Ocarina of
original
Time.
releases.
Is it? I know you're right.
You
It
can
is,
also
but
check
my
the
thing
controls
is,
for each
I
title
don't know what
and
the
customize them to your liking.
was doing because it's a fucking train wreck of a goddamn story. So I don't know where the
More titles will be added in the future.
I don't know what the fuck's going on with that thing. But in theory, the Imprisoning War of the old
Nintendo
lore is really
GameCube, Nintendo
amazing
Classics, the Switch 2
We'll have to
exclusive
see what
game
they do.
library coming to Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack launches the same day as the hardware's release. And
the monster,
a
we are
dedicated
absolutely
controller
still going.
designed
I
after
told
the
you we were
original
going to bury
GameCube
this
controller will also be released. It can connect wirelessly and also has a C button to quickly access Game Chat. The Nintendo GameCube controller, exclusively available for Nintendo Switch Online members,
And there it is.
will
Now,
also
this
be
is always
available
the
the
coolest
same
part
day as
of
Nintendo
any
Switch
Nintendo
2.
Switch Online rollout is they give
Whether
you
you're
like the
familiar with the
authentic
games
controller for it,
or
which is
haven't played
always
them
really
before,
cool. And those
we
fucking
hope you're
sell
looking
like
forward to Nintendo
so
GameCube.
always kind of the highlight of a
Nintendo
new
Classics.
system rollout for the Nintendo.
Of course, you can continue to play select games from the systems shown here on Nintendo Switch 2. Okay, let's see some more games from our publishing and development partners.
Did everybody like Earthbound? Does everybody like Undertale? We know that people on YouTube love fucking Undertale. So here's a game for you. Here's a game for you, Undertale people. One of the largest fandoms ever. This fandom is a fucking black hole of a black hole. There are fan games of fan games of fan games of Undertale, guys. Like, if you ever want to see a real rabbit hole, check out a video called What the Internet Did to Undertale. And there is some amazing stuff going on there. Room filling with water. I did not care for Undertale. Buddy, so here's my question for you.
Hi,
did you not
I'm
care
Randy
for
from
Undertale,
Gearbox.
or did you not care for
Borderlands
Undertale
4,
fans? It's
our
kind of like My
upcoming
Little Pony,
flagship
where
Borderlands
it's like, I don't have an
will
opinion
launch
on My
on
Little
Nintendo
Pony. I have
Switch
zero opinion
2.
on My Little Pony Friendship.
Borderlands is back.
But there was a time
Loot and shoot
where
your
the
way
My
through a
Little
world
Pony
filled with
Friendship is
wild
Magic
enemies and
fans
outrageous
were
weapons.
so fucking
We're
annoying
still
and
in
everywhere
development, and it's
that
already
everybody
the most
just wanted to
ambitious
turn those
Borderlands
fucking
game
ponies
we've ever
into
made.
glue.
Borderlands 4 will launch
And I
in
think that's where we got
2025.
Undertale.
We'll be sharing a
people for
lot of the
little
game
while.
in the months ahead.
So
and
I want
there's
to
more
be
2K
clear.
on the
Are we
way.
mad at Undertale, or
Hi,
are we
I'm
mad at
Dennis Shirk from
Undertale
Firaxis
fans?
Games.
Because those are two different.
We're releasing a Nintendo Switch 2 edition of Sid Meier's Civilization 7.
Hey, Rick and Morty fans are
In
smart.
Civ 7,
Somebody
you'll
mentioned Rick
establish
and
an
Morty in my
empire
back
and guide your
room.
people
And
throughout
just
the
know
ages
that Rick
of history.
and Morty fans are smart.
With the new
Just
mouse
gotta know
controls, players can enjoy a more intuitive gameplay
They're
experience.
smart. S-M-E-R-T.
Civ 7
Not smart.
launches on the same day as Switch 2.
They're very
And
smart.
if you already own the Nintendo Switch version, you can experience mouse controls on Switch 2 by purchasing the upgrade. And we have even more news from 2K.
Civ 7 has been a disaster.
Hi, I'm Lionel Jinks. And I'm Ben Bishop.
Nobody is excited.
Our final announcement for today
Again,
is that
let me know
WWE
when you
2K
get
is coming to
Civilization 4
Nintendo
on
Switch
the
2.
system, motherfucker.
Plus NBA 2K
When
as
you
well.
get Civ 4,
We
let
can't
me
wait
know.
to see you in the ring and on the court.
4 kids find this old tattered man. Off they went armed with nothing but youthful enthusiasm and a profound lack of preparation. Boom! Terrible at steering a raft. Let's slay some trees.
Yeah, here's another game that we're gonna laugh at. Well, I just want to let the chat know we're setting this game up to be the clown. To be the clown of the game.
Tastes
Because we're gonna talk about this game later on with Behind the Desk. But I want you to look at this game. And let me pause it for emphasis. I need everybody to look at this game. Take a look at this game. Take a fucking look. I want you to burn this game into your retinas, okay? Because later on, we're going to be talking about this game. Oh, are we going to be talking about this game? So commit it to memory, burn it into your retinas for later. Because this game is going to paint its face at such a fucking clown. This game is remedial as fuck, and we're going to talk. I can't wait to talk about it. Oh, I can't wait. Can't wait.
Ha! Nicely done. Well, I think that's everything. Let's set sail. This time, for home.
Survival Kids!
Hi, I'm Dave Crooks from Dodge Roll. Here's the first look at Enter the Gungeon 2.
Another indie
Dodge
game.
countless
Because
bullets and aim for
when
the
you're
gungeon's
showing
depths
off
in
a
our
brand new
roguelike shooter
billion-dollar
sequence.
product, you do
Now
that with
reloaded in
indie
a new
games.
3D art style.
So let's have
You
some
can
more.
expect some fan-favorite elements to return. We're still working on the game, and we're excited to share more with you in the future.
got here? Is this Temu? Is this Temu No Man's Sky in front of us? This looks kind of like Temu No Man's Sky. What we got here? Star Seeker, Strawnier Expeditions, Sci-Fi Survival Kits. Now, Devolver
Hello,
published
my
it, so
name
it
is
might
Adam
be good.
Badowski from Celebrate Threat. We are delighted to bring the immersive world of the dark future
Okay,
to
based
Nintendo players for the
announcement that you're
first time.
seeing in front of you right now, guys.
Cyberpunk
Based
2077
announcement.
is an open-world action-adventure
Cyberpunk,
RPG set in
especially
night.
post-Phantom Liberty,
Thanks to Nintendo
excellent
Switch 2,
game.
you can transport yourself to the city of dreams at home or on the go. Get ready to meet unforgettable characters and discover engaging stories when Cyberpunk 2077 Ultimate Edition comes to Nintendo Switch 2.
Genuine hype. Astronomer is just tier. Yeah, that's what I said.
こんにちは
Temu No Man's
スクエア
Sky,
エニックスの
Moscow Master.
浜口
Exactly.
です
Temu No Man's Sky. That's what we're going to call it.
任天堂スイッチ2で
I
ファ
want to
イナ
see
ル
if
ファンタジー
Cyberpunk
7 リ
actually
メイク
runs,
インター
runs
グレー
well
ド
on
を
the system.
発売いたし
It
ます
should. I mean, this system's 10
本
times
作
the
は
strength of the
ミ
Switch.
ッドガル脱出までを描い
It's better than
た
my
3部作シリーズの1作目となり20年以上の時を経
Final
て
Fantasy
再創作さ
VII,
れ
guys.
た
Remake.
新しい FF7 を体験いただきます
Final
スイッ
Fantasy
チ2で
VII
展開す
Remake.
る FF7 リメイクシリーズにぜひご期待ください
Well, Monster says Final Fantasy VII R was a base call. This was a winner. Wait for the fine print, Monster. You might have a little bit of words on that. Hold on. I might have some news on that for you. Did you see that, guys? Did you guys see that? Where'd it go? We gotta go back to that. Gotta go. Where'd it go? Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. Where'd it go?
展開する
Take a good look, chat. Everybody take a good look. Everybody take a really good, solid look at that. Everybody burn that in your memory because it's the last fucking time you're going to see that game for another 2 years. Put your clown nose on, Silk Song fans. Put your clown nose on, Silk Song fans. See you another 2 years. Now this beat 'em up looks absolutely lit. I'm really excited for that. Oh, we got some Nobunaba's ambition. Jay will be very happy. Jay will be very happy about that one. We got Metroidvania Pac-Man, motherfuckers. Metroidvania Pac-Man. Is everybody excited for Fortnite? I hope so. Oh, also, there was an Arcade Archives game that's coming. More on Arcade Archives later. We're going to laugh about that later. Arcade Archives has a game. Human Fall Flat 2 for like the 9th time.
We've shown a lot of games so far.
Look at this guy's
The next
suit.
game will be the
I can't
last
get
from our
over
publishing
this.
and
I'm
development
sorry.
partners.
He could fit 3
Please
people
take
in
a
that
look.
fucking suit jacket. That's like the suit jacket that the little rascals got in when they went to apply for a loan. You could fit 3 fucking people in that. I swear. It's distracting. It's genuinely distracting. Okay, is everybody ready? Is everybody ready to get really hyped right now?
I give you
Because hype is coming, Chad.
my blood.
Hype is fucking coming your way. All aboard the hype train.
give
Next
you
stop, fucking
my
Crazyville,
life.
guys.
Turn
Woo,
away
woo! All above the hype
transport me
train.
to a night of moonlight.
Fell for
To
sale, you stop
humanity's
that right
very
now. We're not going to have any negativity in this stream. This is all hype right now. You stop that nonsense. You cut that out. What? Saying something negative about a FromSoft game? What? No way. You stop that. You cut that out now. You rascally rabbit. What could possibly go wrong? FromSoft is not only is FromSoft bringing Elden Ring to the system, they're bringing a brand new exclusive IP to the system. What the fuck could possibly go wrong, chat? What could go wrong? Look how lit this looks, chat. Oh my god. Oh, I just shit my pants watching this. Oh, it's amazing. Oh my god. Oh, not quite yet. Not quite yet, chat. Got a hold for that. There's more coming.
Close your eyes and contemplate now the moon, as befits the
Listen to that lady spit rhymes. Listen.
I pray that you are able.
Carry off blood. That off the distance. Mutant T-Rex werewolf. It's even got some fucking gymnastics, some floor gymnastics. What's not to love?
Tears will flow for one, and one alone.
The Duskbloods. Now, I need the chat to vote for me. We now have 2 paradigm-shifting games, okay? We got 2. So are we more hyped for wheelchair basketball or the Duskbloods? I need everybody to vote and tell me if they think wheelchair basketball or the Duskbloods is going to be the better game. Because I can't fucking decide. I can't fucking decide which of those is going to be better. Vote in the chat. Make sure you vote in the chat. I want to see wheelchair basketball in the chat. Because you know it's the truth.
What you just saw was a brand new game by From Software.
It's Baggin' Saggin' Berry. Back to pull out some
We'll
more
be
games
publishing
from
a
that
creator's voice article
gigantic
where the game's
fucking
director,
clown
Hidetaka
car of a suit
Miyazaki,
he's
will
wearing.
share more details about the game, so please check it out when it's available. That's all from our publishing and development partners.
I know you
We'd
got
like to
more
thank
games
the
in that
developers
suit
who appeared
jacket. You
today,
can fit 5 fucking
as
people
well as
in
our
that.
publishing and development partners who prepared footage for this presentation. In addition to what you saw today, our partners are working on many games coming to Nintendo Switch 2.
Oh, come on, I know you got more games in that suit.
We'll showcase
Open that
more
suit
games in the
up. Show us
future,
the
so
games
we
you
hope
got
you're
in
looking
there.
forward to it.
We know there's not a whole person in there. That's your dad's
Next,
suit. You dressed
please
up
take a
like
look
your
at
dad
this.
for work today. You little rascal. Hey, we got a star floating in. Could this be the new 3D Mario? Oh, no, it's not 3D Mario. It's a Kirby game, but what kind of Kirby game, Chad? Could it be an all-new 2D Kirby game? Maybe another 3D Kirby game? Is that what we're gonna see? What we got? Oh, let's that, Chad. Let's that. We got something to pick it off. That's right, chat. Feast your eyes. The Hype Sakurai game is a GameCube bomb game that bombed back in the early 2000s. Feast your fucking eyes, chat. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Kirby Air Ride, baby. Kirby Air Ride. Feast your eyes. So here's my question, chat. I need some votes. I want to see you guys, and I want you to guess how long it's going to take for that to get from the shelf to Walmart's bargain bin. I'm going to guess a year and a half. I'm going to guess that'll be in the bargain bin in a year and a half.
Kirby Air Ride, which originally released on the Nintendo GameCube system
I'm hearing
over
some
20
great
years
stuff
ago,
in the green
is
room,
getting
chat.
a
So
brand
stick
new
around
game.
for this green room discussion because
We hope you're looking forward to Kirby Air Riders, directed by Masahiro Sakurai. Next is our last trailer for today. Please take a look.
Fail for sale. You say that. Switch games in a bargain bin. You say that. I'm not joking. That game ended up in a Bomba bin. I'll tell you another game. A Zelda game called Spirit Tracks ended up in Walmart's Bomba bins. So it does happen. It does happen. It happens, guy. I promise. Chrono Trigger ended up in bargain bins. That's something crazy that people don't know. For the DS. Okay, Chad, I'm going to shut the fuck up. No jokes being cracked here. This legitimately looks incredible. This is not only open world Donkey Kong, chat. This looks like fully destructible Donkey Kong. This honestly takes a page out of Wario World. This reminds me of Wario World, honestly. Like where you can punch the ground and kind of dig with your punches in Wario World. That's what I'm kind of getting at. Really fucking cool. And look at this. You get out. Look at these environments, man. Just look at this world. Look at this. You guys don't know how upset I am that it's going to be years before I play this. Ah! God damn. That looks so hype, guys.
That was a brand new 3D
So that's what you were
platforming
hyped
action
in that
game
suit.
starring
Big
Donkey
suit
Kong.
now. It was
called
Donkey Kong.
Donkey Kong
Kong's a big
Bonanza.
boy.
With
That's what you were
incredible
hyped
strength, smash through enemies, walls, the ground, and just about everything as you demolish your way through a massive underground world. More details will be shared in the future. We hope you're looking forward to it.
Thank you for watching so far.
Buy my absolute
To
clown
recap,
car of poorly dressed men.
Nintendo
I'll
Switch
see you
2
later.
launches on June 5th. Finally, here are the hardware options
wait
that
a
will
second.
be available at launch.
But wait a second, Chad.
We'll release
We're
Nintendo
almost done
Switch
with
2,
this.
as
We've
well
only
as
got
a
another
bundle
minute.
that
Where?
includes a
Here's our
digital
price.
version of
This
Mario
is where the
Kart
price
World.
must be shown to us. Here we go.
For more details,
How much?
please check the official Nintendo Switch 2 website,
What?
which goes live
No
later
pricing?
today.
What? Come on. You're not going to show us
We've
the
covered
price?
a lot of information.
I wonder why. I wonder why you're not going to show us the
You'll have to
price.
wait just a bit longer for launch.
Can't imagine why you're doing that.
We
That's
are very
not
much
fucking
looking forward
weaselly at
to
all, is
everyone
it?
being able to experience Nintendo Switch 2.
Thank you, poorly
We
dressed
appreciate
men.
you joining
We
us today.
appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I still wish I knew what the price on your system was, but that that was an interesting presentation. I would honestly probably give that an 8 or a 9 out of 10. Pretty goddamn good, huh? And a treehouse coming up. Oh my goodness. Clearly, the best system. The best. I mean, after that, I mean, Sony and Microsoft are just shaking in their fucking shoes. All righty, well let's give it over to the chat. Let's talk about that a little bit before we get into the news, and I have to break everybody's heart a little bit. So we're gonna go go into the green room now. And how about that, gentlemen? We had it. We had it right in front of us. We had 3 of the poorliest dressed gentlemen I've ever seen in my fucking life unveil 3 of the worst suit fits. Two of the worst suit fits I've ever seen, and one gentleman who couldn't even be bothered to tuck his shirt in on the big day. They must have been really excited for this presentation because they couldn't even get dressed in the morning. They woke up bright and early. It must have been dark when they put that fucking outfit together. So what do you guys think? Tell me what you think about that presentation, because they were so excited they clearly couldn't get dressed in the morning. So what do you think?
They're business casual. This is the strongest showing of Nintendo I've ever seen. It's absolutely amazing. I'm going to buy 6 Switches. I'm going to buy 10 of them.
Okay.
I don't care about the price. I love it. I love it.
We don't know the price. We don't know the price, Dan.
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. That's how much I love Nintendo and how much I believe in this company and everything they do.
Nintendo says we love you all, and we're like, we love you, Chef. That's a movie reference.
We love you, Chef.
We love you, Chef. I love you all. We love you too, Chef.
Yes.
So you heard from Dan. God damn, how the fuck can you top that? So, Phil, what are your thoughts on what you've seen? Phil, what are your thoughts on just what you've seen? Just what you've seen.
To go now because I have a lot to say and I might take up like 30 minutes. So maybe somebody else.
We'll summarize for us what your thoughts are on what you've seen so far, Phil.
Okay.
So
what I've seen so far compared to, because we watched the Switch 1 Direct earlier, compared to this one. I was talking this in the back room. Okay. This had a stronger third-party support than the Switch 1 Direct. That is
incredible.
Very true.
Two
and a
from
lot
soft
of
games?
that third-party stuff, a lot of that third-party stuff was pretty awesome, right?
Two from soft games,
awesome.
yeah.
But
Fuck.
here's
Cyberpunk?
the big problem. It was so poorly paced, and I didn't realize it when I watched it the first time. But seeing the Switch 1 Direct to this, it was so poorly placed. You go back, you watch the Switch 1 Direct, it led with all the first-party titles. Boom, 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 boom. And then ended with a big finish, right? Yeah. This one had Mario Kart World started out really great, and then it just dropped off. You got the crappy pack-in game that's not an actual pack-in game. You got the no legs basketball game. And then it just rolled into a bunch
You're
of
not showing
stuff,
due respect for
and then
wheelchair basketball.
Then it was like 15 minutes of just going over Switch stuff, and then like, oh, let's talk about the pack-in game, and then finally maybe you get to some other first-party stuff, right? Finally, mixed in with all that third-party stuff, and it was all the first party. Oh, okay. You are Nintendo. You are trying to unveil your hardware and sell it to us Why? Why are you not showing all of your first-party offerings right out of the gate to sell it in this hardware?
They showed
so
you
it's
wheelchair
boom, boom,
basketball,
boom,
Phil.
Yeah.
and
What
then
more do you want?
and then lead to the third-party stuff. It was poorly paced, poorly organized, and poorly dressed. Oh, Server Guy is gonna live
wheelchair. But
rent-free in
okay,
my
so
head.
we've established something. What I got out of that rant is that Phil doesn't care about the disabled. That's what I got out of that. Old Philly, stepping over. Yeah, he's old Philly shoving fucking Professor X off a fucking cliff. Get the fuck out of here, Xavier. Step right on your face. That's what we got.
That's right. Fuck you, Patrick Stewart. Fuck you, Patrick Stewart.
Yeah. Phil being like the main villain in Tekken, except instead of tossing his fucking ass off a cliff, he just wheels him to the cliff and tilts the fucking chair. That's what we got out of it.
Yeah, I'm in Bison. I got the in Bison gloves. Let me just do the in Bison pose, right?
So reprehensible, Phil. Reprehensible that you don't like wheelchair basketball. Shame on you.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? Who knows? Maybe that's actually fun. I don't know. I haven't played it, but
how could it not be?
You showed those.
Exactly.
You showed the
How could it not
Pac-Man
be?
game, and then why didn't you leave with more first party time?
Phil standing here with his hands on his hips, being like, right before the wheelchair basketball announcement hits, he's like, "Man, hope this system isn't wheelchair accessible." And then here comes the fucking wheelchair basketball game, and you just see his head kind of like, "Oh."
You're gonna make people hate me.
He's like, disgusting. I hate the cripples.
This is all in jest. Now, Phil. So let me be very clear. Phil doesn't hate the disabled.
Yeah,
he just hates wheelchair basketball. Yeah. And to be fair, I kind of understand.
I haven't played it. It might actually be fun. I'm just saying, what? I just don't understand.
I appreciate your open-minded
let's remember with the Switch 1, they did the weird Switch 1, 2, and they had arms, so it's still that kind of weirdness, but it's like they led with that, and then they led into all the awesome first-party games. So you already forgot the weirdness.
I get what you're saying, yeah.
They led with Mario Kart World, and then rolled into the weirdness, and then give you 20 minutes of blah, 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 blah.
They fucking rolled in, Phil? They rolled in?
They see me rolling, they hating?
Anyway,
they see me
I'm sorry, that's the last time, I promise.
All I want to do is play some Nintendo wheelchair basketball. They got me riding dirty.
Anyway, okay. So
I hate you all. I hate you all right now.
So, alrighty. So anyway, they rolled in. Go on.
I'm sorry. It was a perfect setup. It's like Switch Sports Volleyball. I had to.
Oh no! Game over.
Hey, we all lost tonight because the chat fucking voted the Woody's Roundup remix in. So we all lost. So it's not just you, buddy. So alrighty. Anybody else? Any other thoughts on that?
Yeah.
That wonderful presentation. That absolutely wonderful presentation.
I'm gonna probably be in the minority on this one.
Okay.
I actually thought it was pretty good. I give it an 8.5 out of 10.
Okay, so you're saying you don't hate the disabled then?
No, I actually pleasantly enjoy the disabled. Yes.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Wheelchair basketball.
What you think they're entertainment for you? That's disgusting, sir.
Yeah, wait a second. What the fuck? Yeah, that's true.
No,
that's fucked up.
No, excuse me. I think they're very special. But anyway, back to what I was saying.
Okay, you fucking better correct that.
No, my thing is, it's like I typically look at it, it's like, okay, each direct, can I get like 3 games out of this that I'm gonna buy?
Right.
And if I get 3 games out of it, it's a good direct. Including the Switch 1 enhanced versions on Switch 2, I got 6. So I view that as a win.
I mean, you're there.
You know.
If you've got 6 games already that are out, 3 games out. Well, my rule. I don't know about your rule, but you already beat the shit out of my rule, which my rule is 3 games out, 3 games I want to play that are only on that system.
So like I didn't buy Mario Party Jamboree. The fact that it's got more content. I mean, I'm gonna buy. I love Mario Party, so that's a multiplayer game for me. Same with Metroid Prime 4.
Okay.
And then like Mario Kart is Mario Kart. We'll get to the issues later, but I mean, it's Mario Kart. People are going to buy that.
It's Mario Kart, yeah.
And then Kirby Air Ride is pure nostalgia for me. I do not care. I'm glad that thing is back. I'm happy that it's there.
You don't care that Uncle Sue shits on it.
Who?
Oh, that's just me referring to the third person like a maniac. But you don't care that I shit on it.
Fair. That's fair. But no, if you shit on it, that's absolutely fair. I'm not going to blame you. But then what else was there? Hyrule Warriors. Yeah. It looks good. I like those games. And then DK Bonanza actually looks amazing. Like
DK Bonanza looks very good.
I'm really excited for DK Bonanza. Like genuinely,
I am too. Like, dude, like I said, I have always loved Donkey Kong 64. It's like the only 64 game I have a fond memory of because I couldn't believe Donkey Kong was like in a 3D game. And that's the only time they ever did it, and then it was just gone. So, like, dude, Mario Kart World looks awesome. It really does. The Hyrule Warriors game looks really awesome. I love Warriors games. I love Zelda. That's cool. Donkey Kong looks cool. The Kirby game, never played it. I mean, I do feel like it's a little redundant because you already got Mario Kart World. But you know what? Hey, it's still a Nintendo first-party title, and it looks fun. It's like my spirit animal.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's cool. That's 4 games that I like. But
hold on, gentlemen.
Uh-oh.
It looks like we've got some breaking news coming in.
Oh God. Uh-oh.
Oh God.
Oh God. Jeez.
But before we get to that, it's bathroom break time because I've been drinking. So
no more Woody's Roundup.
Yeah. So chat.
Go drain the main vein.
Do you want to listen to Brooke Barnes and these fine gentlemen discuss the Switch 2 a little bit further in the couple minutes that I'm gone making my teeth not float anymore? Or would you like to listen to the Blue's Clues remix? Vote now and forever hold your peace to the consequences you are going to be subjected to. So TH3 actually has hacked it. TH3 has actually found a hack. He is in the chat, and he is also in the green room. But because he is in the chat, his vote counts. Yeah, something you I guess you guys last time hadn't watched enough Rick and Morty to know that. You know, you got to up that IQ. So yes, if you're in the chat at all, you can vote.
No. Why are you in the green room and voting for Blue's Clues? What are you doing?
The vote is final, gentlemen.
In the words of Captain Kirk, sabotage.
This world is full of sickos.
We need a tiebreaker, and I really have to go. So somebody fucking pull the trigger on this, please.
Phil, save us, please. Don't let Blue's Clues.
Go for Blue's Clues. You know you want the Blue's Clues.
Because all these jerks threw me under the bus. They said I don't like people in this. So you know what? Blue's Clues. Blue's Clues.
Son of a bitch.
Yes.
Blue's Clues.
Yes.
Blue's Clues.
Blue's Clues.
I don't see you typing, Phil.
Some people just want to watch the world burn.
My damn phone's dead.
Well, then you can't vote, can you? You revenge-fueled maniac. You can't vote then. Somebody break this tie.
We need a tiebreaker. Somebody's got to break the tie.
Can we really have a tiebreaker though if nobody in the presentation wore ties?
You don't know. You don't. Oh yeah, that's true.
I'll allow it, and so I am now pulling rank since it's my stream and there is no votes. And I say,
Blue's Clues. Blue's Clues.
I want you to picture Commodus holding his thumb to the side right now. I want you to
God!
picture Commodus holding his thumb
For the Emperor.
And
Oh,
I say
God.
no. I didn't delete any comment
we-
that much. So, Monster, what was your comment? Because I don't delete anything. There's no censorship here, unless
Be the
YouTube,
tiebreaker, Monster.
unless YouTube doesn't. So
You got this tiebreaker.
hold on. I think
Come on,
Monster's
Monster.
trying to vote. Let's give him some time.
Oh, God.
Come to Teams Blues Clues.
Do you feel like do you guys feel like the boyfriend on Midsommar right now? The vote about to come down. Let him cook.
Oh, God,
Okay.
let him cook.
And by the way, so Monster just saved your fucking ass. But I'm going to tell you what I would have voted for. It's loading.
We who are about to die salute you.
Why is it not loading my comment either? What the fuck? Am I being censored on my own stream?
You're being shadow banned by yourself.
Having trouble connecting. Oh no, we're about to lose connection. No.
Oh, you're fine.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not okay. So let's try that one more time.
He's drank too much.
No, I did. There it is. Green room. See you guys later. Have fun. I'll be back.
Yay.
The suspense is killing me. I don't know how to take this.
That's fair. I guess my biggest issue, though, the Switch 2 stuff isn't the stuff they did in the Direct. It was all the stuff after it.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, to be perfectly honest, it's fun to always hate on the new system and stuff. I didn't see anything that that was exactly what I was expecting, and it's kind of like the adage. It's it's no expectations, no disappointments. It's that's pretty much exactly what I was expecting. It's kind of like a mediocre kind of release, run of the mill, and it's okay, we're gonna plug a couple of new first party titles, and then we're just gonna have a bunch of this other crowd,
I genuinely feel like people short sell Mario Kart so much. That thing literally carried the Switch 1 for 8 or 9 years at this point.
Yeah, I do agree with that people short sell it, because that's something I play that on my Switch with friends very often. It's probably one of the most commonly played games, at least in my experience, but it's nobody seems to talk about it or recognize it.
It sold 67 million units though. It's not a thing where it's just a small thing. And I don't even, all I needed from the Direct really to make it a full 9, I'd probably give it an 8.5. I just wanted one more major IP from Nintendo, one more game announcement. Nothing, it doesn't even need to be a major one, but give me I don't know, a Mario spinoff or some other smaller IP. That's all I'm Fire Emblem.
Yeah.
I would have taken Fire Emblem too.
Yeah, I mean, great for them to have a big, huge first party RPG type thing, a new in-house IP. That would have been great. To start fresh with the Nintendo Switch 2, you have this big new IP they're creating. That would be great, but it's just it's not. It's more of the same IPs, which is fine, but I always like it when they come out with something new. It's
I agree with
exciting.
that.
They try something new, and
that's
why
they've got their staple.
I was excited about the From Software game until I heard the truth about the From Software.
I mean, they've got their staple IPs. They're always going to have their staple IPs. It's the meat and potatoes, and it's I want to see new games in those franchises, over and over again. But I want them to be innovative with them. But at least maybe one or two new, new IPs with the release.
What was it? What was that
Lucky
one?
Monster,
It was
so
a new
nice.
IP on the Switch. Astral Chain?
Astral
Chain. That was one.
But that was
Astral Chain is fucking lit.
That was 2 years after the system came out, though. To be fair.
Yeah.
But
I hope we do see some new IPs.
Well, guys, we've got some news. We've got some news. We got to get into it. We got some news.
Brace for impact.
So,
jeez.
Okay,
Oh,
so
jeez.
here we go. All right, so specifications on the system. Okay. Well, because we didn't talk a lot about that, actually. So got the size, got the weight, got the screen, got the GPU, custom processor. In other words, we're none of your goddamn business. That's what they're telling us. As far as what the not all this looks pretty good so far. All this looks Wait a second. Wait a second. What's that? Wait a second. What's that? What the fuck is that? What is that, chat? What am I seeing here with my drunk ass? Battery life, but that's not the bad. That 20 hours for battery life would be amazing if that were true, but I think we're on the wrong thing because I'm drunk. Battery life for the system, 2 to 6.5 hours for a portable system? Really? Wow. And I gotta tell you, chat. And I gotta tell you, chat, just like that, the fine print's starting to kick in a little bit, huh?
Why does it give two different figures? What's the 20 hours and then what's
that was
the
for the Joy-Con. That was for the Joy-Con
Oh gosh. See, that's another reason. It's like jack of all trades, master of none. You know, it's like the big thing about this is that it's supposed to be a portable console, and if I'm seriously gaming on this thing and I only get 2 to 6.5 hours, like sorry, like that's not that portable to me.
For the record, that is equivalent to a base model Steam Deck, the original model. That is horrible.
Where did they say the battery life at? Because
that's on Nintendo Switch's specs page. I just deleted it to get it off my to-do list, but because we got a lot of tabs, and yeah,
this is the kind of stuff. This is the kind of stuff that's going to prevent me from buying the Switch too, because it's I love the IP, I love the IPs. I always love the new games and the classic IPs. Like I'm unrepentant about that. But I don't like the model because again, we're going to this pay for the online store thing. Like that. I don't like that model at all. And if the hardware isn't like up to where I want it to be, it's like it's not like a Switch 2 is a significant investment. Like obviously they haven't announced the price for it, but it's like this is going to be a hefty cost to buy one of these things. You're going to be spending a lot of money to buy these games. It's like you're talking about like if you want to be a serious Switch 2 player, you're spending hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars, if not more, over time. And it's like if I'm only getting a couple hours worth of battery life, then like no thanks.
They did announce the price.
Well, we're gonna get into that because we got more news. We got more exciting news.
Is it a crazy price? What are they
on the next thing? We're gonna share this next tab. So, wait a second. Wait a second. That can't be right. What the fuck is a Switch 2 game card? Wonder what that is, chat. Guys, what is that? So I'm going to read this verbatim. I'm very excited to see what Nintendo's got in store for us. I feel like a kid in a candy store. I feel like a kid right before Christmas, don't you guys? I sure do. So game key cards are different from regular game cards because they don't contain the full game data. Well, wait a second. That doesn't sound promising. Instead, the game key card is your key to downloading the full game to your system via the internet. What? After it's downloaded, you can play the game by inserting the game key card into your system and starting it up like a standard physical game card. And here's what the packaging looks like. Well, there's an entire subsection down on my collectible box art that is going to be this vomited out on the cover of my games. Well, that's not good, chat. To download the game, an internet connection and a free enough space on your Nintendo Switch memory system and microSD express card is required? What? Well, I've only watched, now chat, something you need to know about me. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. I'm not the smartest guy in the world. I've only watched at max 3 seasons of Rick and Morty, okay? So I'm not entirely what you would call smart. I'm not genius level. I haven't watched 5 or 6 seasons of Rick and Morty. So maybe I'm having a little bit of trouble understanding this because of my brain not working properly. But it sounds to me like we're getting a hunk of e-waste that doesn't contain the actual physical game. So I'm going to have to go. I'm a little worried. I'm a little concerned now. I'm going to have to go to chat and hopefully they can explain it to me like I'm fucking 5 years old. So What do we think of that, Chad? My
Sounds like
brain
it
isn't
sounds like
working too good right now. Is everything okay, or are we starting to pile on a lot of bad news here?
I think we're starting to pile on a lot of bad fucking news. That's what I'm hearing. It sounds like a sly, crappy way to push everybody up to the online store. And I will not partake. I am drawing a line in the sand. Screw you, Nintendo. I'm drawing a line in the sand.
Yeah, fucking
Me
William,
too.
fucking William Wallace here. But I got to tell you, like, I mean, I'm starting to get a little scared. I'm starting to get a little shook. I may join you in this epic battle against the awful English king. In this case,
I'm there.
Nintendo.
I'm there.
But
screw you, Nintendo Longshanks.
hopefully,
Nintendo Longshanks.
So I got to tell you, this might be a big misunderstanding. I'm sure there won't be more bad news to come. Oh, wait a second. Wait a minute here. What is this? Games with compatibility issues on Nintendo Switch, but I read that Nintendo Switch had backwards compatibility. Nintendo is continuing to improve compatibility, including by working with publishing and developing partners. Well, wait a second. There's a link to 2 larger lists, 2.3 megabytes worth of a list, 930 kilobytes on a secondary list. Well, that sounds scary. That sounds not good, chat. Playable, but have some in-game compatibility issues. And games that require the Joy-Con, which nobody really fucking cares about. Like, we're all gamers. We're all gamers. We're fat. We don't play Ring Fit Adventure. So. Well, let's not get out of hand here. Let's not get out of hand here. Let's see what we got going on. Well, who can live without a Boy and His Blob retro collection? Who can live without that? So this game doesn't start on the Switch. Neither do all of the the Art of Fighters. None of those do. Let's see here. We got another Crab's Treasure. That's devastating. That's devastating. All the Arcade Archive games, which is really funny because Nintendo is getting ready to sell you another Arcade Archives game on the Switch too. But yet none of the fucking Arcade Archives games they're already selling fucking work too good. Well, that's kind of embarrassing, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, because I'm looking at a lot of fucking compatibility issues here. Like a lot. Like, let's see, some Doom Eternal, fucking Doom Eternal, Final Fantasy. Little Nightmares Complete Edition? Neverwinter Nights Enhanced Edition? Nobody Saves the World? Oddworld Stranger's Wrath? Oh my gosh. I have a lot of games on this list. It turns Raiden 3, Mikado Maniacs, River City Girls, Rocket League. I guess you don't need Rocket League anymore now that you got wheelchair basketball. Who needs Rocket League? Star Wars Episode 1 Racer doesn't work on this fucking thing? Taito Milestones? Fucking Taito Milestones doesn't work. Trip World DX? No More Heroes? Travis Strikes Again? Victor Vran Overkill Edition. Now, I'm just naming the games I have, Chet. Now, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to level with everybody. I honestly don't think, for 99% of people, I don't think this list, I'm not seeing anything that is going to devastate most Switch owners. But for big collectors like me, this is horrible. I'm not going to lie. Like, this is really bad. Salt Seeds Lidos. So those are just the games that don't fucking work. Now, here's the fun part. There is an entire another list of games that are having issues, like Alan Wake Remastered, Alien fucking Isolation, more Arcade Archives games, Dust and Elysian Tale, like Harvestella, fucking Harvestella. Way to break fucking Brandon from Just the Jim's heart. Harvestella is having issues. Mega Man Legacy Collection, guys. Overcooked, all you can eat. Raiden 4. Like, Jesus, holy shit, guys. So we're going to go back to the chat because I'm starting to get a little scared here. I'm starting to get a little scared. Like, what? Chat, I'm just reporting into you guys. What do we think about that?
Okay, so I want to share some information.
Okay.
That I heard today in a video, and that pretty much is what was his name? Modern Vintage Game. Is that his? It's
MVG,
the dude that works
MVG,
like,
yep.
Yeah. He put out a video where he went through a whole. It was a very deep dive. He pretty much says that Switch 2 most likely is running Switch 1 games via emulation. And that's why some of these compatibility issues are happening. And if that is indeed the case, why would you want to pay for new hardware that's just emulating Switch 1 games when you have a Switch that will play them natively?
It's going to lead
Because
to a lot of
we know
issues.
that emulation doesn't always play the games the best way. There's always bugs and issues and glitches and problems. So it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense what he's saying. And if that's the case, then damn. I mean, for the casual gamer, it's not such a big deal. But for people that collect this stuff, it's a big deal. It's a deal. It's a deal breaker. It really is. And
it's a deal breaker.
And that kind of that sucks.
I gotta say, it's rare for me, but I'm at a loss for fucking words, guys. Like, I'm at a loss for.
You want to know who I blame for all of this flipping the Switch? Do you want to know who I blame?
Go ahead and tell us and let us know why it's Nintendo.
I blame Todd fucking Howard. That's who I blame.
Horse armor, right?
Yeah, it was the beginning. He took down the entire industry with him.
Well, there's two. Well, I'll throw one. I'll throw a.
I'm joking, but
I'm kind of not joking, but while we're throwing little Todd on let me throw Gabe Newell's fat ass on the fire too, because he paved the way for us to never own our games again with Steam. Believe it or not. Now he's been a pretty benevolent dictator over there in terms of allowing very good allowances for licensing, things like that. But I do worry what happens when Gabe Newell either becomes disinterested and leaves or sells the company. What happens? Like, what happens to that benevolent dictatorship when it suddenly turns around on us and becomes a absolute tyranny with our games, right? But yeah, Gabe Newell is actually the start of all this anti-physical stuff. Like, he paved the way for gamers to never own their games again. He paved the way. He absolutely did, guys.
Yeah. I think the Switch
Microsoft came into the console space and they started to throw that kind of mentality around, and Sony was like, "Oh, we got to fight them," so they dug their toes into it. And now Nintendo's slowly starting to come around to do the same kind of shady bullcrap that Microsoft and Sony did. It's like the virus just keeps spreading across the whole gaming universe, and it sucks, especially if you love to actually own your games, preserve your games, and decide how you want to play. Because it's like, you pay all this money for this hardware, you buy all these games, and they want to control how you play it, when you play it, what you do with it. And it's like, that's bullshit. It's like, you want me to give you money and then you get to decide how I use what I just paid you for? That's ridiculous.
It's Nintendo controlling your library. Ridiculous. Exactly. They're controlling your library.
It's
Bingo.
anti-consumer behavior, especially with the key card bullshit. And I mean, I'll let Zoo go through the whole thing of which of these games are key cards. But when you find out which of these games are key cards, so far for what we know from the direct, a lot of that hype starts to die, and it just chips away at that to where you're just like, well, that direct went from like a 10 out of 10, and now it's just like a 4 out of 10.
Well,
or
the
something
longer and
like that.
longer, longer and longer they pull this kind of stuff, it just destroys brand loyalty. You know, it's like Nintendo
Oh,
is like
yeah.
the top.
Yeah.
You know, it's like Nintendo is like a beloved company just because people, I mean, grew up with the stuff. You know, and it's like there's only so many years consumers can take of this kind of crap before they start disengaging. You know, and that's my, you know, that's how I am with it at this point, frankly, because it's just such a it's just such a merciless cash
I
grab.
do hope that I can stress to gamers how much we are at the fucking Alamo right now. Like, we are at the fucking Alamo, and we are surrounded right now.
Yeah.
Like, it's about over for us physical gamers. It's about over.
Yeah.
It's about
It's the
about
end of an
time for
era.
us to hit that old dusty trail. It's about time for us
Yeah.
to,
And that's why
to head out.
That's why I'm taking up Zoo's advice to buy either original Switches or OLEDs right now or as soon as I possibly can, because it'll be the same situation as it was with the PS5 with the built-in disc drive to the PS5 Pro, where you have to buy a stupid ass disc drive attachment. And I put out a lot of videos talking about this, a lot of videos. And one of the time, and I was right too, just like Zoo called a lot of stuff. I called that when that PS5 with the disc drive attachment comes out, you won't be able to find the disc drive attachment, just like you won't be able to find the analog sticks for the dual switch Edge. And I was right. You see people having such a hard time buying that disc drive attachment, and it makes unnecessary complications just to play your damn video games when we used to just put an NES card in and hit the play button.
Well, Phil knows.
It
Phil knows. Yeah,
overcomplicates something.
Yeah, you know I've talked
It
about this for years, man.
overcomplicates something. It overcomplicates something that should be simple. Video games were not supposed to become this. They were supposed to be
console games.
Just something to enjoy. You buy Mario box for the Mario game, and you play the Mario game. It was supposed to be simple, and they overcomplicated it. They try to make all these devices into multi-use devices. They want to make them into mini PCs, and they can never be a PC because they don't offer the freedom and all the things that you can do on PC. So what the fuck is
Well,
going on?
that's the whole thing. Look at the Switch 2 from a hardware perspective. It's like, what is this? It's like, okay, it's trying to be a console, it's trying to be a portable, it's trying to be a gaming PC, and it fails at all of those things. It's like if we're only getting a few hours worth of battery life, that's not portable to me. Like, sorry, I'm not interested.
2
hours. You know, I can't take that on a long flight. I can't take that on a long road trip if I'm riding in a car.
Hey,
I can't take that on the train.
Enjoy playing Cyberpunk. Enjoy playing Cyberpunk on that fancy new Switch too.
Oh yeah,
if you're lucky,
So check that off the list. It's not a fucking mobile, so I got to play it in my house anyway. And so now what are the other two? Okay, it's trying to be a gaming PC. Well, if I'm going to be stuck in my house, I might as well just use an actual gaming PC. And then if it's a console, a gaming console, why would I go for that when I have competitors with Sony and Microsoft, which are going to build a better gaming console anyway? So it's just like, what even is this? They're trying to be jack of all trades, and they end up being a master of none. It's like, this is just an overpriced piece of hardware that fails at everything it's trying to do.
It's shocking.
That's
to
what
me.
I'm seeing.
It's shocking to me from a Nintendo I'm kind of a mini Nintendo historian, and Nintendo being like Sega, a company with strong arcade roots in the arcade, and when and being one of the progenitors of the modern gaming console. They defined what a gaming console was. There was a Nintendo Fun Club newsletter in 1987. Or no, sorry, 89. And they called The Legend of Zelda, like the NES. They said, like the NES, The Legend of Zelda is the best of both worlds. That's what a console is. A console is the larger of the. So arcade games were very tactile, but they couldn't do big games. PCs were very big games, very big complex games, but they didn't do tactile gaming very well. The console was both the tactile nature of the arcade game with the ability to do larger adventures, just like the PC game.
Exactly.
Console also, like arcade, came from a world of integrated hardware and software. So it didn't have all these ready chipsets and these interchangeable parts like PCs. It was integrated hardware and software, and the games were designed to utilize the strengths of that hardware. The further we get away from that, it starts to become a question of what the fuck is the point of a console even? What is the point of it anymore?
Yeah. Well, no, none of these companies have a good answer to that question at this point. You know, I mean, I look back, a couple generations, of consoles in the past, and it's, I think about the Nintendo Wii era, for instance. It was okay. Nintendo was trying to distinguish itself from the other consoles because they said, okay, well, we can specialize in priority games, that can be, or party games, so that can be kind of a niche that we can do. So it's but that's not even the issue today. The issue is that the console itself doesn't really have a place. You can do everything that you would ever want to do with a console with a gaming PC at this point. And so if Nintendo's not, so it doesn't make sense for Nintendo to even try to compete in the console space. And then if they're also basically just producing a mediocre portable, then it's like, what are they even doing? It's like they should be going, people love Nintendo portables, man. People love the Game Boy, they love the DS, they love the Switch, it's like, they should be moving into that space, in my opinion. It's like, make some badass portables again that people are really gonna love, But that's just my speculation.
And I just want to hop in here again and say, you're exactly right. They're not being a master of anything, and I've already said what you said. It's like, if the battery life is shit, why does it matter that it's a hybrid console? A lot of people aren't going to want to take their Switch on the go. They don't want to lose those tiny little cartridges. At least Game Boy games were big ass squares, right? They were much bigger. Even Game Boy
for the
Advance
record, by the way,
were like that.
For the record, the Switch OLED gets 4 to 9. For the record, it's almost double.
4 to 9.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's somewhat better. But it's like, a lot of people.
That's actually really good. That's really
it's
good.
the battery.
4 hours
it's the
on Breath of the
battery,
Wild
but then here's another thing. Here's another thing, though. Like, I don't know. We'll have to see with the Switch too. But even if you could play it on the go with the Switch, right? In the you have the OLED, so the battery's bigger. Okay, you still have to deal with the Joy-Con drift, right? So you don't really want to pay, especially if you have a special edition Switch. You don't want to wear out those Joy-Cons, because then it becomes e-waste. It becomes trash. You can't fix them, right? You got to buy another set of them. So that's another problem. And it's just like, at that point, it's like, okay, Nintendo, if you're really going to go in with the specs, you're going to do more of these DLC shenanigans, the weird cart things, and all this other weirdness that is so similar to Xbox and Sony, then why don't you just go back to just doing a strictly console type thing and a handheld type thing?
Oh, they're not going to do that.
In the hybrid thing. They won't. I know they won't. But it's like,
and that's the thing.
You're really not I don't know what this is. I don't.
So
just
looking back, the
Switch,
presentation had some weird inconsistencies. The presentation had some things that were left out. We know that. It's looking like the hardware has some serious issues that are not very consumer friendly. So I guess we'll take a look at the software. And Nintendo always prides itself on its great software. So let's take a quick look at the software and what we know about that, and see if that saves us real quick. Let's take a look.
And what? Go ahead.
So we got Play Asia here. And look at that. I didn't even know that, Sweet Code, in 1 and 2 HD remaster. Wow. Let's take a look at that real quick. That looks really cool. $34.99. That's not a bad price. Not a bad price at all. Okay, well, wow, we're cooking now. Elden Ring. This is what everybody's ready for. Everybody's really excited to play Elden Ring on the go on their Switch 2. Fucking incredible. Wow. Let's take a look here. But isn't that look at that? Isn't that really cool? What has the pricing been announced? Where's the price on this? I don't see it. I don't see a price, but wait a second. What is that? What is that say? Game key card. And no price announced. Wonder what that's about. So from that, I can probably discern that we're going to pay $70 dues for this piece of e-waste. Isn't that cool? Isn't that awesome? Well, that's okay. Well, surely that the good news is that's just one game, guys. Hey, you know what? There's no reason to panic. That's just one game. Let's move on. Let's move on. Well, hold on. Let's take a look. Yeah, we're going to take a look. So we got, first party game. Let's take a look at Kirby's Air Riders. Yeah, no designation yet. No price announced. Okay. How about Bravely Default? That's one that everybody is very excited about. No price announced. They pulled the price, so we don't know the price anymore. So that's weird because I remember hearing something about that being. And it looks like they pulled the details, so that's kind of strange. I guess we'll continue on. Oh shit! Like Street Fighter 6. That's one of the best games of 2023. Oh no! There it is again. It's haunting us, chat. This can't be. This can't fucking be. This can't fucking be. I know where to look. I know where to look. I know where to fucking look for some vindication. Let me look down here. We'll go from the top to the bottom because I know exactly what game I'm looking for. Because I know what game is going to save us. We just got to find it. Where's it at? I know this won't let us down. It can't. It can't possibly fucking let us down. But they don't have survival kits. Here it is. Survival kit. You know what? I don't want to look at hardware anymore, chat. Let's move on. At least we've got this badass new game coming out. This badass new game from Hidetaka Miyazaki that looks amazing. The Duskbloods. So Duskbloods wasn't always planned for Switch. Okay. FromSoft isn't abandoning big single-player focused RPGs. Well, why the fuck would he need to talk about that in this interview? The Duskbloods and Elden Ring Night Rain are both multiplayer-centric games. Okay, multiplayer-centric. That's not so bad. The Duskbloods doesn't take place in a single time period. We're going to continue reading. Double Jump confirmed. The Duskbloods features heroes instead of classes. Instead of making a character from scratch in the upcoming Switch 2 exclusive, players will choose from over a dozen characters, each with unique designs and arsenals. Well, oh no. Chat, that kind of sounds like a hero shooter to me. There's no way that FromSoft made a live service trash hero shooter. Is there? No way. It can't be. Whoever has the highest score wins. This isn't an RPG. This game takes across matches, discrete matches. I am very suddenly. I feel like the wind has been knocked out of my sails. I guess I better phone home and talk to the chat about this. Am I missing something, guys? Am I fucking missing something right now?
You're making Phil facepalm, man.
So let's recap. Let's recap this fucking train wreck of a direct, okay? So the games, so Mario Kart's $80. Other games are $70. We're now pulling games prices because we need to have a powwow about what our fucking game prices are. As Phil completely
Gloves off.
uncosplays.
It's gloves off, man.
We've got game keys that allow you to never own the cards. We've got incomplete backwards compatibility. And now, the big marquee Switch exclusive third-party game that they just announced is a piece of live service hero shooter trash. Guys, I'm now starting to think. I'm starting to plunge into the abyss right now. I'm starting to think that this was a
Don't do
bad
it. Don't do it. Hey, man. We don't need that negativity. Don't do it, man. Don't do it.
I'm starting to worry that this was a bad direct.
Keep riding that hype train. Keep riding that hype train. Choo choo.
The train. I think the train has run me over at this point, buddy. I think I fell off and it fucking flipped me.
It's left you at the station.
But okay, Phil, what do we think? Please understand, we're not done either yet. We're not done. But
First up, before I get into the, I need to first talk about Mario Kart World being $80. Okay?
80
you can
fucking
spend your $80 on that, and keep in mind that instead of spending $80 on Mario Kart World, which is really awesome,
that's a great.
And I know there's a lot of people that are complaining about the price.
We love you too, Chef.
Well, here is an option. Here is an option for you. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is all 6 DLCs on the cartridge for the same $80 available at BGP right now. Okay?
How many courses is
you
it
could
OG
have?
Mario Kart?
You could, huh?
How many courses in OG Mario Kart 8?
I don't know. A shit ton.
More than
Let's
20.
just say
More
a
than
shit ton,
29
okay?
courses. More than 29.
Definitely more than 29 courses. Keep in mind, this was the only Mario Kart release. I mean, yes, it was for the Wii U, but it was the only Mario Kart release for the Switch over 8 years with a buttload of DLC made for tons of courses, tons of content, hundreds of hours worth of content. And if you don't want to pay $80 for Mario Kart World, you can get this instead. And I guarantee you, this is going to go up in price. This is going to get hard to find. Very hard to find.
So at this point, I got to say,
for that reason. And then keep in mind, with Mario Kart World being the new Mario Kart game, it's going to get its own form of DLC at some point. Paid DLC. You know Nintendo's going to do. If they're going to charge you for the free pack-in game, they're going to charge you out the ass for Mario Kart World DLC. Yep. You're probably going to get $60 to $70 worth of DLC. Then that $80 game is going to go up to a much more expensive game. Going to get close to that $150, $160 range for one game that's going to get tons of patches, updates, downloads, and then probably
you're not done paying for Mario Kart World on day one.
They might even come out with a version of this for Mario Kart World.
Yeah, you're not done paying. You're not done paying for Mario Kart World on day one. There's no way you're done.
Why buy Mario Kart World when you could get this instead?
That's the business model. Incomplete consoles, incomplete systems with incomplete games, and they string us along and charge us continually. And it's it's one of those things. It's as they will continue to do that as long as the consumers accept it. You know, and
which means we're fucked. By the way, buddy, that means we're fucked.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because people like us are the minority who are saying, "Hey,
can't figure out that they can go outside." Gamers just don't know that they can wash with soap and go the fuck outside.
There are enough people that will continue to buy this horse crap and keep them afloat doing it, and that's the reality.
Not even that. There's so many people that are going to be so clueless, like with the freaking micro SD cards. There's going to be so much confusion there. There's going to be people that are going to try to put their micro SD cards from the Switch in the Switch 2 and get mad that it doesn't work. And there's going to be a bunch of returns on.
I can see it already. Yeah,
And with the key card releases, it's going to be a bunch of shenanigans. People are going to be mad with that. It is such a freaking mess. It's just a mess.
Starting to
That's
think
not
it's a
just
little
it.
messy. Yeah.
There are people that are confused about the ports to the Switch 2, like the Breath of the Wild, the Tears of the Kingdom, because there's a big, huge ass blurb on the bottom of the case, which looks horrible, and retailers don't even know if it's actually like there's news going around that it's just the vanilla repackaged Switch copy in a Switch 2 case being charged a higher price.
What
And
perfect, well, Philly, what perfect timing? Because breaking, hold on, Philly, perfect timing, because we got more breaking news. Let's go over there. Let's take a look, see what we got. Thank you for your reply. Yes, we can confirm that the upgrades will be download codes. Thank you for your understanding. If you have any further questions, please let us know. In the meantime, we wish you a great day. Kind regards, Pedro S. Nintendo UK customer support team. Vote for Pedro, everybody. Vote for Pedro. Pedro was honest with us. And Pedro told us a little something. They told us Nintendo's being a little naughty. They want to go on the naughty list this year. Because what they they're like the Power Glove. They're so bad. And let me tell you why. So, okay, so your fancy new games, your fancy new additions are going to be download codes. They're not going to be on the disc. So okay, but this is no need to panic yet, guys. There's no need to panic yet, because the good news is, let's not get in full panic mode. We also we get a free upgrade to games like Mario Odyssey, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Those are free upgrades. They're not paid. They're not paid download codes. They might be download codes, but at least they're free. Well, hold on. It looks like we've got some more news on that front. Featured Nintendo Switch 2 edition news. So here's our additions. Got faster load times, improved frame rates and resolution, HDR support, and support for Zelda Notes, Google Maps. Super awesome. Same thing here. Improved frame rates, faster load times, HDR support. Mario Jamboree, Kirby Forgotten Land, that's going to be paid, but it comes with an all-new story, guys. But let's take a quick peek down here, because I'm kind of curious about something. How do you purchase the Nintendo Switch 2 edition of games? Well, you shop the Nintendo 2 Switch edition games at retailers that sell video games, or you can get them on the eShop. Or you can get the physical edition, which has the download code, right? Now, here's the ultimate good news, okay? Here's the awesome thing here. So the good news is we're still getting some of those games. Take a look. We got Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, okay? Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack members get access to the following upgrade packs at no additional cost, but you must have the physical or digital version of the game to download the upgrade pack, and an active membership to Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack is needed. Well,
it gets better and better.
It keeps getting better.
They get you locked in to paid for online membership. They trying to get you to buy the online membership. They're trying to get you to buy the expansion passes, and most of that outside of Kirby really isn't even worth it. We don't even know how big the Kirby content is. But the thing is, it's like even retailers are just confused. It's like, and that blurb is like, maybe that Nintendo rep really is telling the truth. Maybe they really do know, or maybe they're just confused like everybody else. Even VGP was like, oh, we don't really know. I mean, it says this text blurb that is very misleading and very confusing, but it doesn't actually say a download code on it, so people aren't thinking it's a download code. But obviously, what we're really thinking is it's just a repackaged Switch copy that when you put it in, it'll prompt like you downloading or paying for the upgrade or getting it through Nintendo Online. I have no idea. It is so confusing. It's such a mess. And here's the thing about Breath of the Wild. Why would you buy the Switch 2 version of that for $70 for a Google Maps update when there is an Asian English cartridge that has the DLC on the cart that you could pay for that's way better than whatever the heck that is? I
Yep.
wish I would have got that. It's kind of out of print now, but now that's going to become very sought after, and I am going to go out of my way to get that damn thing so I can have the DLC on the cartridge, even if I have to pay $100 and something.
So to wrap up this marathon burial, we've all thrown some dirt over the fucking grave at this point. How do we think that this Direct is going to be remembered? Because I'm going to go first. I'm going to kind of set the stage here. So you've got a system that, to me, you've got a Nintendo Direct that, if I'm being completely level and honest with you, appears to be very, very weaselly to me. It appears to be dishonest. It appears to be weaselly. It appears like they legitimately omitted details. It appears to me like, at this point, Furukawa is not only an evil king of numbers, he's always been accused of being, which I've been accused of that with the enterprises I run. That's okay. It's kind of weird if you're not, you're in that kind of a position. But not only is that, but like he's literally like, I didn't know he was a member of the fucking Sopranos family. He's in the garbage business. He sells fucking e-waste. He's a little e-waste peddler, is what he is. It looks like Nintendo has built a large step in the infrastructure to never own our games again. It feels like they are deliberately, in some ways, going out of their way to obscure key details about this system specs and its game information. And maybe OJ's correct in some regards that, yeah, they tried to communicate some things clearly. But I just disagree when you don't even include the fucking price of the system in your marquee hour-long presentation. So where are we at with all this, chat? So what is the end result of this? Well, the end result of this is this. This is the end result. Now, typically speaking, when you unveil a new product, it should make the stock points go up. But we are 4.91% down. That is as of today. And it is still fucking dropping. It is still fucking dropping. Now, please understand that Nintendo is a company based out of Japan that manufactures in Vietnam. There may be other macroeconomic and geopolitical things that are happening right now that may be part of that. You're talking about tariffs. You're talking about the instability in countries like the Ukraine and Israel and Gaza. All of these things have large reciprocal impacts in the market at large. All of these events, all the turmoil, the fact that inflation is at record highs and has been for years and continues to go up. All of these are things that are going to have an impact on the market. But at the end of the day, the reason why I've spent so much time breaking this down in exhaustive detail, chat, is because I tried to tell you fuckers. For 3 years, I've been telling you guys and telling you guys and telling you guys that all things bow to geopolitics and macroeconomics. That it is that the COVID launch was a black swan event that benefited the games industry. It wasn't like, say, the Great Recession. It's not going to be like the coming turmoil of the turbulent future. What I'm trying to tell everybody is that there was no way that, like I was told by all the experts, I was told by streamers, and I was told by people in the industry, and I was told by friends that, oh, Zoo, we got 3 years, we got 2 years, we got a year. The macroeconomics and the geopolitics will stabilize. Well, guess what? I can read the fucking room, and I can read the tea leaves in the market, and I'm here to tell you that our entire fucking economy is on the head of a fucking AI pin with NVIDIA. Our entire economy is on the head of that pin. And now we've got the tariffs to push it over the fucking edge. There was no stability in the near future. We were looking at a decade of political and macroeconomic turmoil. And I said 3 fucking years ago, I said 5 fucking years ago, chat, that starting with 2020, that we shouldn't be launching new systems. I've shown the chart over and over and over again about how we are overshooting the market with these specs, catering to these obsessive freaks called hardcore gamers that don't have enough customer base to keep this industry afloat, that we need to expand the market. We need to continue the mission of the Wii. We need to continue the mission of the Nintendo Switch. We need to continue Nintendo's value proposition, which is an influx of new, fresh blood and customers into this industry. And nobody, today I can say, in 2025, nobody, there is not one fucking person in this games industry that is taken that Wii mission of expanding this audience. Nintendo sure as fuck isn't doing it with the Switch 2. It's a sustaining innovation that has literally, look at this chart. Look at this fucking chart. Go look at their Nintendo Treehouse, chat. Go look at that fucking Nintendo Treehouse where they're being screamed down by their own goddamn customers, chat. It's not happening. Nothing is materializing that's going to draw new customers into this industry. Sony isn't fighting disinterest. Microsoft sure as fuck isn't fighting disinterest. Steam's not fighting disinterest. And now the only company that was fighting disinterest in this goddamn hobby, Nintendo, has turned their backs on the mission of the Wii and the mission of the Nintendo Switch. It's going to, you mark my words, chat, just like I've told you all for the last 5 fucking years. I'm telling you now, the groundhog has seen his fucking shadow. Uncle Zoo returned to the store to tell you, mark my fucking words, it's going to be a dark, dark age of gaming over the next decade. Anyway, I'm going to go back to chat and let them tell you.
It's as bad as it's looking like it's going to get. People are not going to be shelling out money for this bullshit. I think it's going to be a. I think you hit the nail on the head with that. You know, I think over the next 10 years, I think it's going to be a bloodbath for the gaming industry because it's just they can't.
There's nobody is fighting disinterest. Nobody is fighting disinterest. Nobody is trying to grow the market. Nobody's trying to make new customers anymore in this fucking industry. They're all focused on these obsessive fucking freaks called hardcore gamers that care about specs and graphics and teraflops and gigabytes and refresh rates and frames per second. All of this fucking shit that doesn't matter to normal people who bathe and go outside. That's what's happening now.
They're fat and happy, and all they've been concerned about is milking their existing fucking fan customer base. That's all they've been interested in. So now it's like, okay, when the fucking tides go out and they're hurting for money, they are going to be fucked, and we are going to have front row seats to all of it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm here. Yeah, at this point, this is a downfalls channel. I'm here for the downfalls at this point. Yep.
That's fair. And I mean, I've been kind of quiet this whole time.
And frankly, they deserve it.
It ain't a fairy.
I've been kind of quiet in terms of like what I'm hearing too. Like I could have told you the economy was in for this fucking downturn back in 2021, 22.
Yes, that's what I've been. Yes.
Like it's not even like a.
Oh, it's gonna get better, Zoo. It's gonna get better.
No,
the people in charge know what they're doing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
When Klarna is promoting taking out a finance for buying your Chipotle, I could have told you this economy is fucked.
I saw that.
Like I could tell you that.
Christ.
So like when Nintendo, I was saying Nintendo, if you're gonna get this system out, you probably should have done it last year. You probably that was probably your best opportunity.
That would have been bad too, but it just keeps getting worse. Does it fall on deaf ears that Nintendo launched a fucking thing at the same time the president of the world's current only mega power literally decided to tariff the whole fucking world? Who thought that was a good idea? Who the fuck thought that was a good idea?
And like, here's my thing.
Stupid
it's not like
fucks.
No, I actually think Nintendo's more stupid in that instance because like the guy was saying it. Like I don't.
We all knew it was coming. He gave us the date. He was going to do it.
Yeah, no.
April
and then the other
2nd.
thing too
He
is
gave us the date.
Pardon my French here. I'm a teacher. I probably shouldn't talk like this. But like these dumb fucks on Twitter, they get on Twitter and they say, "Oh, the $450 Switch. That's got to probably be because of tariffs." No, it wasn't.
That's pre-tariff. That's pre-tariff.
Not. Yeah.
That's pre-tariff. They better hope. They better fucking hope that this Vietnam deal doesn't fall through. They better fucking hope.
if this Vietnam deal actually goes through and they get a good deal, Nintendo will get so fucking lucky. It's not even.
By the
funny.
way, talk to
But,
Rush Dog. Oh, by the way, talk to Rush Dog about that. I don't think it's going to go through. I think there's very serious reasons why it's not going to go through.
I think we're fucked. I think we're going to go into a major fucking recession, and we're going to have stagflation because all this tariff shit, like between the economy crashing, all this tariff shit is going to drive prices up even fucking further, and we're going to be broke. That's what's going to happen.
This shit was going to happen anyway. I wish they would have just during the COVID pandemic, I wish they would have just taken the recession head on instead of trying to artificially bump things up. Because I'm like, no,
we've been delaying. We've been delaying this since 2016. 2016 is where we should have had, and that's where it should have happened. We've been delaying this for years.
We've been artificially stimulating the economy for almost a decade.
No, when 2020 happened, I kept saying, let the recession happen now when nobody can go outside or buy anything, because then people might not feel it. But now they wanted to push it for 5 years, and it's just gonna happen.
They're fucking with the money supply. I've literally gotten fucked on a copper squeeze and a nickel squeeze now. I've gotten fucked twice on commodities futures trading. So there's no getting out of this. This is a spiral, guys.
The whole COVID thing was too much of a juicy opportunity. It was too much of a juicy opportunity to go back into quantitative easing and for large companies to go and buy up swaths of and consolidate the economy. That's what that was about. They wanted to use the crisis. They wanted to use that crisis in order to consolidate money and power.
Especially, and real quick, guys, that's a good point, because especially here in America, I said back when it happened, and nobody listens to me, but I said back when it happened, I said, especially here in the United States of America, where we didn't even help people. We didn't even help people out. Hey, you're on your own. Here's a check. Here's a check, guys. And basically think of a country. I often say think of a country as like gangsters, but I'll give you another analogy. Think of the country you live in as a car. You're on a bus or you're on a car, and we all got to get to the same place. During COVID, not only did the car broke down, that's what happened during COVID. Everybody's car across the world, all the cars broke down. But in the United States, not only did we not fix the car, the guy that was supposed to come fix the car stole the tires off the car and pulled the radio out of the fucking thing.
Yep.
That's what happened during COVID. In this country, that's what happened. I'm not speaking for all countries, but I can definitely tell you that's what happened here. People were left to rot. People were left to not have a job, and they were told all of this stuff. And if you think that helped, what's going to be going on with the Switch 2? It only gets worse from here.
Well,
it was a big fuck you to the public, and it was a feeding frenzy to squeeze as much free money out of the government as possible. That's what that was.
Let's be honest here. The stock market's been overvalued for damn years now at this point.
2016, it should have gone under. Yep. Hey, what's going on? Welcome in. You're welcome to the late show here. Post up his little Rodney son. Welcome in, man.
I'm sorry for the geopolitical rant. It's just
it's okay.
This shit is bound to happen. People are being dangled like a stock market golden apple in front of their eye and not realizing this shit probably should have happened sooner.
And again, and to bring it home, and you're right, but to bring it home, this is why it was a bad idea to launch a PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and a Nintendo Switch 2 during this fucking turmoil. It was a bad idea. It was a bad idea. We overshot the market 2 fucking generations ago. Why is this industry so obsessed with progress for progress' sake? Why not just stick with the hardware you have that you know how to use intimately at this point and just make banger games?
If it's not broke, don't fix it.
By optimizing hardware you've been working with for 10 fucking years at this point? Because I tell you what, most gamers don't give a fuck about. Most gamers can't even tell you what the fuck a megahertz or a teraflop or a refresh rate is. They don't fucking know what that is. They just know that the hardware.
Yeah, the hardware's exactly. The hardware is fucking great. I mean, there's no reason to be obsessed about continually updating and upgrading the hardware. It's optimize what you have.
And by the way, the indie space does that, and that's why the indie space is booming right now.
But I mean, it's the thing. It's just, and it's such there's such just a vacuum of creativity. It's think about great titles that we've all loved and grown up playing. It's you can make amazing games with limited hardware. You don't need crazy amounts of hardware. It's you can make amazing titles with like primitive fucking hardware. It's just how creative you want to be about it.
By the way, shout out
there's
to
so many games that are
I love
like
you mentioned
retro.
That. Shout out to a game called Faith: The Unholy Trinity. This is an Atari 2600 style game that also utilizes gyroscopic movement, and it is horrifying and it is very good as a game. I have problems with the story and some of the directions it takes, but in terms of a game and showing you what a game can fucking do, holy shit. This is a 4-bit title. It's a 4-bit game, Atari style.
This is the silver lining with all this is the silver lining with all this stuff, because we're in for a fucking wild ride with this economy, and these large gaming companies are going to get screwed over. And you know who's going to, like, the indie developers that are lean and mean, that can produce awesome titles at low prices.
They're going to be the next superstars, the next Sega's,
they're going to kick
They're
ass.
the next AAA. Like AAA games have like died. Nobody likes AAA games. Back in the PS1, PS2, everybody looked to Square Enix as the shining example of what you should aim to do. PS1, you had so many multiple Final Fantasy games coming out. Chrono Cross, like Xenogears, like all kinds of bangers. It was Square Enix. And shell of their former self. They spend millions and billions of dollars, inflated budgets, inflated marketing, cup noodle bullshit, like just all kinds
Mandy's
of
in the chat. Watch out on the cup noodles.
Matter
hold on,
video
Phil.
games.
Gotta stop the train real quick. Watch out on the cup noodles. We got Mandy in the chat. She'll kick your ass. Cup bop, man.
Oh.
Whatever. I don't care. Whatever. My food's so good. They spend all this damn money on this stuff that doesn't matter to the game, and then the games come out and they suck ass.
Yeah.
Yet an indie developer of one team, one person, like some games are like one or two people will come out with an amazing game that blows your mind and makes everybody happy, and it like sparks their childhood and all this nostalgic feeling, and it takes you back, and it's like a AAA game. Like, look at Hollow Knight, an indie title that is beloved and that people are so excited for Silksong. Or Hades, or all these other like smaller games that have so much creativity and ingenuity, and they are so much better than AAA games. For another example, like we're so worried, like everybody's like, PS5 sucking, Series X is sucking, Nintendo's kind of starting to suck. Well, guess what? If that all fails, if that goes away, I got something that you can buy right now that will help you out. It still give you the nostalgia. Here, let me show you what you can get. You want to know what you can get? You know what you can get? You can get an Evercade. Okay.
Yep.
Retro games licensed on a damn
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That is what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Oh.
Yep.
There's Tomb Raider collection. There's like, get you an Evercade. I got so many damn cartridges down here. Like, look at these.
That's what I'm talking
cartridges,
about.
Full color manuals, right there. That's what I'll fall back on.
I'll just fall back on my massive fucking arsenal of Switch games I built up over this generation. There's enough. Here's the thing, guys. There's enough games for us to play for the rest of our lives and still not touch 1% of the library. So, we'll all just, in the end, we'll all be retro gamers. And I think that's a good note to end on. So, holy shit, let's get caught up in the chat. And I think this is a new record for a Liquored Up Live. I think we came back, and I think we busted that record to pieces.
Time to go into overtime. We're still angry.
We gotta get some Cobra Cry. Brick is giving us the stink eye here.
Yeah, she is.
See here.
I'll keep my point brief.
At the end of the.
Oh, sorry.
They're good.
I blame Jeff Keighley for a lot of stupid shit that goes on in the industry, though.
Yeah, idiot.
Hey, and you know what? At the end of the day, if some of these big companies bite the dust or get hurt heavily by what we're about to go through, then, there's a silver lining. You know, this was bound to happen at some point, and if this gives a better space to indie game developers that are actually putting time and dedication and creativity into their titles, then God bless. That's how I feel about it.
Shall I say something really spicy now? Shall I say something extraordinarily spicy?
Do it. Do it.
Go
Do
under.
it.
Go under.
Yeah, go under.
Just
Yep.
die. Just go under.
Fuck 'em.
And the reason I say it, let me give my explanation. Let me give you my explanation.
I agree.
Because you had an opportunity to make $50 and $40 and $60 games for normal people, and you chose to turn your back on that. You chose to not fight disinterest. You chose to continue to cater to this more and more and more hardcore demographic. You chose that. I watched you choose it with the Wii. I watched the games industry turn their backs on the Wii and choose that path with the Wii. And now Nintendo themselves, the last bastion we had, is turning their backs on fighting disinterest and growing the market with the Switch 2. I don't go under. Just go under.
Yep.
And what I say
Fuck
to that
'em.
is, and people say, well, Zoo, that's awful. People have jobs. People have livelihoods. You don't care about me and my family having the same experiences, experiencing the same magic of Mario Brothers 3 and New Super Mario Brothers and Legend of Zelda 2. You don't care about me and my family having the same magical experiences and sharing that with my family because you're not making those kind of games. You don't care about my experience. You don't care about my family and our magical experiences. So why do I care about you and your experiences? I don't. I'm a fucking customer. Your job is to please me, and if you can't do it, go under.
And besides, that responsibility is on the heads of the managers of the fucking companies. You know, if they're the ones that are running the companies fucking incompetently, and they fuck over their own staff, their own workers, and they run those companies in the ground, and people lose jobs.
Yeah, that's
that
selfish.
Is not the consumers.
That's selfish.
That is not the.
Yeah, that's selfish. But guess what? You know what? You're right. It is selfish. But I'm the customer.
Like maybe you're,
and only the customer, and only the customer has.
But that's my point. It's
selfish.
But that's my point. It's not the fault of the consumers. It's the fault of the fucking idiots that have been running the companies. They're the ones that have fucked over the consumers and fucked over their own workers.
So
run these companies in the ground.
Alrighty. So C's Arcade, Scorpio C's Arcade, great friend of the channel, says Nintendo cucked us all after that direct. Oh boy, did they! They left out a lot. They made a mess of things. They left out a lot of fine print.
No.
Frost Troll Bruce says, well, I got to go catch y'all later. And that was back at 9:24 to see how much catch up we got. Moscow Master says, YouTube didn't notify me about the stream starting. Hey, chat, what's going on, Moscow? Well, they sent the notification but didn't put the red thing next to the bell. Well, YouTube's always pulling weird shit like that. Moscow says, not really a Nintendo person. Why are people mad again? This all looks decent. It looks decent, but you got to read the fine print, Moscow. Got to read the fine print.
Yeah, you got to read the fine
print.
They're
still saying, hold, and he says, wait, what? By the way, I love watching Moscow's reaction to this in real time. It is delicious, guys. They are selling what is functionally a manual. He says, by the way, you should turn the video down a bit, which we did, drowning you out when you talk. Thank you again for that. Moscow says, Nintendo advertising a shittier version of something the Elder Scrolls community has been making for our games for years, which is like mods. Yeah. He says, I was halfway through typing a message saying I honestly prefer indie games being shown compared to the 100 generic sports game, and then EA game shows up. Phil for Sale says, are we excited for Switch 2 in here? I don't know. Are we? I know that message is way long ago, but I don't know. Are we?
I am, but
so excited.
I actually am, but I am annoyed by Nintendo's messaging and all this shit.
Yeah.
And the fact that they could have prepared for this years in advance. They knew this tariff shit was going to happen, and they still just chose to put their hands on their fucking ass and just ignore this. It pisses me off. Like this is the aspect that annoys me. They phoned it in, they played it safe, and now they're getting bit. That's just what happens.
It's short-term thinking. You got these fucking MBAs that you got the circuit. You get the fucking musical chairs, the MBAs in these companies. They go in here for a few years and they fucking go on to the next company. Nobody gives a shit.
And the
it's the whole It's the whole managerial class. Everything is fucking short-term, and everyone gets fucked in the end.
The part that scares me the most, though, is like with these movies now, they're getting closer to Hollywood. I'm sorry, but Hollywood messes shit up. They just do. The Hollywood at this point in time, fundamentally ruins things to where they can't understand who they're making stuff for, and they're just focusing on making things that make them happy versus things that makes the general public happy. That's why there's no money to be made in Hollywood and everybody watches stuff from Japan. I'm done.
Well, I'll tell you what.
I'll just say,
I will say at least they know how to fucking dress, but that's about it. You're right. That's about it.
Yeah.
I'll just say this. I'll just say this. Nintendo should really be getting down on their knees and thanking everyone who supported them after the Wii U, believed
Me.
enough to give them another chance with the Switch, supported them for the last 8 years,
Me.
and treated us with respect instead of like we're a bunch of gullible, easy target idiots with this bullshit.
Hey, they did
and
it for 8 years. They
misinformation.
gave us 8 years. It's about all they had in their battery life, man.
They gave us 8 years, but only until they were back on top and then back to their old habits.
Arrogant
just
Nintendo
like
is
all
back.
These
Yep.
corporate game companies.
Arrogant Nintendo is back. They're back, man.
Capcom had to learn their
I'm not-
lesson. Capcom had to learn their lesson. Konami was Konami. I don't forget these things. I don't forget it. And they,
Konami news,
they
Jim
got
Sterling.
back in
Jim
their good
Stepney
graces. But as soon as Capcom is, shooting really high again, they'll do some more shittery. And same with Konami. They'll get to that point again. They'll get that big head, and it's up to us to vote with our wallets to knock that big ass head back down a notch.
We gotta take that golden shovel and we gotta whack it upside Konami's 69-pound head.
Yeah, you got
I say
a Mario
fucking-
jump
I'm never,
over
gi-
the head.
I'm never giving another dollar to Nintendo. Fuck them.
I'm not want to go that far personally.
I'm going there. You know, I was already somewhat of the mindset before, but then we did this deep dive with flipping the Switch here, and I'm 10 times as pissed off than I was as I was before. I'm not giving
I
them another
promised
dime.
people
Fuck
a
'em.
burial. Hey, I promised people on Twitter a burial, and I gave you a burial.
I'm not doing it.
I'll give them a tiny, very, very microscopic silver lining. Just like I gave Microsoft a time to show me with the Xbox One if it was worth investing. And every time they let me down. So Nintendo is only getting a small chance here.
I'd say
and
fuck
we'll
them.
see how this plays out the next couple of years. Maybe they can turn it around. Maybe.
It's hard for me to say
We'll
fuck
just have
them,
to wait and
sadly,
see.
because they make
fuck 'em.
Mario,
I say fuck 'em.
Metroid, and Zelda. That makes it.
But here's the thing.
hard for me to say
There's so many retro games available. I would rather go down. I'd rather go down and support my LGS. I can go buy retro consoles down there. I can buy used games. There are tons of games in my fucking LGS that can keep me occupied for fucking years. Literally, it's like no, I'm done supporting these assholes at Nintendo. Fuck them. These corporate bastards that have taken fans like you and I for granted for years. I'm done giving them my money.
I've been that guy. I've been that guy that has set out entire console generations, and it looks like I'm going that route again. But at the end of the day, they make Mario, Metroid, and Zelda. And if they can deliver me a good Mario, Metroid, or Zelda, it's hard for me to not support it.
I mean, I'm just in the camp of like, I will wait. I will do what Zeus said. I will get me like a Switch.
That's the whole
and I will
thing.
just ride this.
But let me
this
add to
out
that.
with all these games over here.
Let me add to
I
that.
got a bunch, like
Let me add to that.
400 PS4 games
But
back here.
This
I got
Nintendo,
retro
I'm here to
games.
tell you guys. Hold on. I'm here to tell you guys. This Nintendo will not deliver me a quality Mario, Metroid, or Zelda. They will not do it. This is Wii U Nintendo. This is GameCube Nintendo. This is N64 Nintendo. They will not deliver me a quality 2D Mario. They will not deliver me a classical Zelda. They will not deliver me a survival tough as nails fucking Metroid. This Nintendo is incapable in my mind.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
But this
that's the perfect that's the perfect excuse to rip the Band-Aid off and say fuck them. Because I think you are right. I think they are incapable of creating titles that are of that quality anymore. And I will not be strung along with these fucking subscription deals and these $70, $80 fucking video
They
games.
did it though. That's
Screw
the
'em.
problem. They did it this gen. They Mario Wonder.
I know.
It's close. It's not perfect, but it's close. Zelda Breath of the Wild. They did it with Metroid Dread. All three. They gave me my Trinity, man. They did it. So they can do it, but this company, the company that gave me those 3 games in one generation, is a very different company than what I saw and what we watched today. That's all I'll say.
Yeah.
It's amazing what 8 years of
Protest. It's time to protest. Don't send him another dime.
My problem
Protest.
So Moscow Master, well, it might not be a problem because, like Moscow Master says, not going to be able to afford it.
Yeah, that's the whole fucking thing. Who's going to be able to afford it? Especially if the economy shits the bed. Who's going to be able to afford this shit?
Oh, that brings up too. Like, why would they? Okay, with the tariffs, if you know the tariffs are going to be a thing, and you might need to delay the price. Why even announce the price in the first place?
They should have delayed. They should have delayed this whole thing. The moment they looked at their fucking calendar and said, "Oh, what's that? It looks like the president's calling this American Liberation Day." Might want to pick another day on the old calendar there and see what that might be about. That sounds like that might be disruptive to business.
My thing is, I view this whole situation like trying to slap a loved one out of like an abusive situation. Like, dude, get a hold of yourself right now. Like, what are you doing? Like, my thing is, I grew up on Nintendo. I played them throughout college. Like my college years with the Nintendo Switch, with Mario Party, Smash Bros, Mario Kart.
Yeah.
Those were I'm sorry, those are core memories to me, and they will be always. But like this situation right now, I think their games look really good. I think their messaging is shit because they haven't had to message for 8 years, and they need to figure it out.
Too. Yeah, you don't use it, you lose it, right?
Yeah.
Like
It's time to rock the boat.
They were in panic mode for the first part of the Switch. That's why everything was crazy good, because their backs are against the wall. They have nothing left to lose.
That's
Might
what
as well
always
go
happens.
balls to the wall.
That's what always happens. It's what happened with the Wii. It's what happened with the NES. It's what happened with the Switch.
But they listen to fans, which I don't think they should have done, because when you listen to fans, you play it safe.
They listen
and that's
to
what
the
they
wrong.
did.
Well, they listen to the wrong fans. They listen to the game journos and the streamers and the hardcores who they listen to.
I think YouTube is really
the vocal minority.
YouTube, social media has really ruined a lot of these companies, because you got all these big tech channels and they put all the focus on specs and all this bullshit, and they make you care about these things when you never used to think about it. When it was just buying a game to play it, you were excited to get home to put it in to play it, reading the manual, put it in, and now it's just made such a mess of this shit.
I don't have
and
a
they
voice.
care more about that crap.
I don't have a voice at all to Nintendo. I used to be a pretty sizable shareholder, but I don't even have that anymore. I can't even ask them a question at the stock exchange anymore, right? I can't even ask them at the shareholders meeting. What I can do, so the point is, I have no access to Nintendo, zero. But Bob Wolf does, Beat 'em Ups does, iJustine fucking does, and that's who they're listening to. They're not listening to. They're not listening to. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. And I'm sorry to throw shade. I'm sorry to throw shade, folks. If you're a fan of these people, they're perfectly fine content creators. I'm not attacking them as content creators. What I will tell you is that I bought over 400 Switch games. Bought and paid for. How many Switch games has Beat 'em Ups bought? That's it sounds like a trick question, but it's not. The answer is probably fucking zero. Because he's gifted games by his fans. They send him to his P.O. box. He's gifted games by Nintendo. True. He's gifted games by every fucking game company on earth because he's a major fucking influencer. And he's a major influencer because he's talented and he's good at communicating. And I'm not taking anything away from him. But my point is, if you're listening to people who don't buy your products because they don't have to, are you also game journalists? You listen to game journals. They don't buy the games. They get press kits and dev kits and free codes all the time for video games that they review.
That's the whole thing. They're all just walking billboards. I mean,
that's the thing. Well, and I'm not even accusing them of that. I'm just saying you're divorced from the product that you're giving advice on.
I don't ever listen to them.
You're divorced from that product.
I listen IGN. Why listen? I hate IGN. 7 out of 10, too much water on a Pokemon game. Like, why?
Too much water.
These people are not. are not the ones you go to find real information and to hear truth about things to make an informed decision on purchasing something, because it's your money. They ain't buying it for you so you can have it. So why hold on to their word like it's like they have all the answers,
but we
like
gotta,
they know everything.
We got to keep going here,
mean-
though. We got to. We're going on midnight. We're actually past midnight now.
Yeah.
Here centrally. Let's see here. Yeah, because Monster says it 2 hours ago. Whoa, you're still going? Phil for sale. We had a lot to unpack tonight, Monster.
This is how pissed we are. This is how pissed we are at Nintendo. This is how pissed we are at Switch 2. And that's not just. And I'm not saying that just because I'm liquored up and live. I'm saying that because I have serious convictions, and Nintendo can go suck a fat one.
Okay.
You heard said some of the games they showed, the first party games were cool. I'll admit, and I still want to play them.
They're great.
But
It's
Nintendo,
just too bad it's locked behind hostile fucking.
You have got
the
to
most
figure
hostile
your shit
consumer
out. Like, I
product
don't know
I've
what
seen
this
since
is.
Xbox One. So
That's what they're going to do. They dangle a few good games in front of us while they're getting ready to shove it in our rear ends. That's what I'm saying.
Hey,
it's time to draw
you know
a line
what?
in the
Tough,
sand.
What I'll tell you, hey, if
Boys,
I have to go that route and I don't end up buying your console, tough break, Nintendo. There's always Morrowind. I've always got Morrowind.
Yeah, exactly.
So
that's the only game I need anyway. And I'm not just saying that.
You're not wrong.
And I'm not saying that just because I'm liquored up and live. That's the greatest game ever made.
It is. Hyrule Warriors Era of Imprisonment Phil for sales is really cool. The Imprisoning War is lore from Link to the Past and Ocarina of Time. With it being a prequel to Tears of the Kingdom, we now know where they fit. Well, we hope we know where they fit. Again, that story was a train wreck, and I hope that what that game does is clear some of that brush out and let us know what's happening on the timeline. He says, "I already own Wind Waker and Twilight Princess twice on my GameCube, my Wii, and my Wii U. I cannot get excited for re-releases like that. LOL. I get it. I totally get that, man.
Yeah,
dude, look at those future
and
GameCube
why should
titles.
you?
Very specific picks." Monster says. Lamau, damn son, at 10:09. We're still going. Phil for sale says C button is locked behind a subscription to Switch Online. Lol. Oh my God, yeah, there's that too. Like they just turn off. That's okay though. Nintendo's gonna find out real quick that we already have a
button
chat
I
function.
can't use
It's
on
called
my
Discord.
controller. Like,
it's called Discord and it's called Signal, idiots. So you turn it off.
I know,
We
right?
don't care. We don't give a fuck. We've had to work around your fucking archaic hardware for 2 decades, Nintendo.
For the last 8 years.
That's right.
We already
That's
have
probably
a solution to that.
That's probably the only reason Discord exists.
Anyway, yeah. We're tired of dealing with fucking Nintendo's archaic online infrastructure that they charge for now. Let's see here. Yeah, pay $50 a month to not chat on voice. To not be able to plug a headset into your system and chat on voice. Exciting. Who thought that was a good idea? But let's see, Monster. Yeah, honestly, the controller is a cool touch. Yeah, till I turn it off. Till I turn it off in the middle of your wheelchair basketball game. Let's see.
Go to hell, Nintendo Longshanks. You can take our land, but you can't take my freedom not to spend $80 on your shitty games.
They can take your live chat though.
That's right, Nintendo. You hear about Ireland? You hear about Ireland? It's my island. It's mine.
If I patch Wolf's in the chat, he's shaking his head like, what the fuck, man? Let's see. Room filling with water. I did not care for Undertale. Yeah, that's a spicy take among some. But again, the question is the fan base or the game, because those are two different things. Let's see. The Monster. Yeah, they love these. Nothing but respect. Honestly, not my thing. I only like very few indie titles. Phil for sale says. Moscow Master says Civ 7. Boo! Yes, that's the sentiment of everybody. Phil for sale says Civilization with the Joy-Con used as a mouse is neat. Yeah, that's kind of an interesting thing. But here's the thing: if I want to play Civilization 7, there's a much better way to play Civ 7, and that's to throw it in the trash. So that's what you can play Civilization for, which you can also play with a mouse on your PC. So, let's see. The Monster says, imagine if they got Half-Life 2 on this thing. Half-Life, the orange box needs to come to Switch 1. Switch 1 needs to come. The Monster, Deathmatch, LOL. Fail for Sale streamers are going to eat this game up, though. Oh, talking about what we're talking about on that. Oh, we were talking about the Temu. That was Temu. I'm too drunk. I don't know. It's a space game. Temu space game. Let's see. Isn't it just a kids game? Yeah, it's a kids game that comes on it's like a 5 gigabyte game at best that comes on a fucking game key card, which is amazing. That's why I pointed that one out, Monster.
It's actually a 3 gigabyte game from what I read.
3 gigabytes.
3 gigabytes.
3 gigabytes.
And it's not even on a physical cartridge. That's ridiculous.
That is
and
them.
By the way,
that's them
Bravely
shitting in your face.
Default not being on.
That's
Bravely
them
Default
just
is a
shitting in your
3DS
face,
game,
man.
and it not being on a
Bro,
physical
they're
cartridge
just pissing
is
in your
just
face now.
Stupid.
They're pissing in your face. I'm telling you,
That's
it's
right.
That's all
Yeah, CD Projekt Red is out here.
pissing on our
CD
face.
Projekt Red is out here. Baldur's Gate 3ing it with their release.
By the way, Baldur's Gate 3
when
Baldur's Gate 3 comes to the Switch, it'll be on a cart. I know this because I know the lead developer, Sven Vink. I've read enough of his shit to know if it ever comes to Switch, it will only come to Switch if it's on a cart. I know this. That's why I love that. That's why I love Larian's fucking studios.
They ain't gonna get that on Switch.
We'll see. If we don't, it's because they can't get it on a cart. Because Sven Vink will not release that game unless it has a physical. He won't. He did it for all other consoles. He won't do it. He cares
I know,
about
and I'm
preservation.
waiting for a reprint on the PS5 so I can buy the damn thing. Because that's the only way I'm gonna get to play it. Because I can't run it on my damn PC. My PC ain't strong enough for
Cyberpunk
that.
2077 is hype. Yeah, that's a 60 plus gigabyte game, and they're getting it on there. Moscow Master, Astroneer is just Temu No Man's Sky. That's it. Just Temu No Man's Sky. That's what I was saying. The Monster, I want to see if Cyberpunk actually runs well on the system. It'll run fine, Monster. That system apparently is 10 times the original Switch. It's better than my PC. It'll run fine. Fail for Sale says, I wish they were announcing.
I was gonna say it'll probably be the equivalent of like running Cyberpunk 27 on like on a Steam Deck OLED, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe better than that. Who knows?
Oh, it's better than the OLED. Yeah, the specs are better. They're better than Steam Deck. So, Fail for Sale. I wish they were announcing FF7 Rebirth. FF7R was a base call. It was a winner. Yeah, except it's coming on a download. So it doesn't matter. Told you, man, it was coming.
They haven't actually said that yet. So
Hollow Knight Silk Song is coming. Well, if you think that, you better put your clown nose on, Fail for Sale, because you better get ready to sit on that bench with your clown nose, because it's not coming. You'll see that game in 2 years. And then Monster agrees. Monster says, Silk Song never happened. Fail for Sale says, I just want to see more Donkey Kong, Bonanza, and Mario Kart World out of their Treehouse streams. Yeah, no, the Treehouse streams were pretty good. I am LOL. I haven't played Fortnite in a very long time, so we got one guy excited about Fortnite, which is, I get that if you haven't played it in a while. I get it, Phil. Monster says, what's your thoughts on that Professor Layton game? I've never played a Professor Layton game, but I'm open. I've never played it, so I can't tell you one way or the other whether I think they sell. I'm not a big fan of Professor Layton. Phil for Sale says. Monster says, I always dig the art style, but never play them. Phil says, FromSoft's new game is strange. Apparently, it's multiplayer focused. Dark Souls Battle Royale coming. Yeah, it's the live service trash game. Oh, man, I heard.
That is so stupid.
I want them to make, I agree with this. I want them to make a Tenchu and stop all the Souls-likes already. And then,
exactly, right?
And then the Monster says,
bring back Kingsfield.
Get this
or
one.
Kuon.
The Monster says, give me a new 3D dot game heroes, the Monster says. Fucking hell yes.
Ooh, that would be good.
Everybody likes that.
That
Monster laughing, saying laughing. Something I said that made Monster laugh. I'm told I'm a funny guy. I'm told that. Don't say Nintendo never gave you nice things. I believe they completely funded Duskbloods. They can keep Duskbloods. I don't give a fuck about that game. It's live service trash. Let's see. By the way, I just want to point out this is the second game from FromSoft in a fucking row that is live service trash. I think the age
I don't know
if
I'm more
good FromSoft is over, honestly. I
don't know if I'm more disappointed in FromSoft or Nintendo or both of them. I mean, at least that night, the night one The night one can be played offline.
Oh,
You
it
play
can.
it single player.
Okay.
But this one is literally a real live service game.
Yeah,
it literally is a live service game. So it's completely different than the night.
Listen. I say fuck both of them. I say fuck all these gaming companies. If shit hits the fan, you know what? I'll be in a storage unit playing Morrowind, drinking gas station wine. I do not care. Let's take down the entire industry. Okay, we need to burn everything to the ground, proverbially, so that the indie fucking game developers can rise and give us new titles and new IPs and real fucking games. Fuck these people.
I just pictured Dan.
You know what?
I just pictured Dan in his concrete
really
tube with his
happen.
bugs and his fucking.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not just saying this because I'm liquored up and live, but I'll do it. If the shit hits the fan with these tariffs and with the economy and all this bullshit, I'll be down at the storage unit. I got jugs of fucking cheap hooch, man. I'll be playing. Listen, I'll be banging my drum with the creeper off in Morrowind.
Yeah!
I don't care. I got my games.
So Moscow Master showed up.
There have been people.
We gotta let Moscow Master have a word because he just stopped in to say wheelchair basketball.
Dude, I just want to say that like people have been saying there's a video game crash, like it's gonna happen for like several years now, and I feel like if it was going to happen, it would happen sometime soon, right? Sometimes very soon. But it's like even if it did, I feel like gaming would come back, but there would be a new person making a new console and the new big Nintendo type companies.
There would, but
you know what I'm saying? It would reset itself
over time, but initially they're going to be real fucking humble, aren't they? Because they just went through a fucking crash. So
they fucking better be.
Gonna be real fucking humble pie, aren't they?
Maybe Sega would come back with their own console again. That'd be kind of neat.
Phil for Sale says it's Rocket League with an innovative control scheme.
Resurrect Namco.
The correct answer is Pushmo, the monster says. Woot mini games coming, Phil for Sale. Kirby Air Ride, now we're saved. That game ended up in a bomb bin. So we'll see. We'll see if that does the trick this time. Everyone thought this was Smash. Too soon for Smash. Yeah, I agree. Way too soon for Smash. Phil for Sale says first they offer an upgrade pack for Ultimate, and then Monster says probably. Monster says, I don't know, man. It's not that crazy. He probably just wanted to do something fun. Talking about Sakurai. And here's the thing. I agree. Sakurai at this point, let him do. Let the man do whatever he wants to do.
Sakurai's earned what
he literally almost killed himself trying to make that last Smash game.
Sakurai's earned the right to make whatever the hell he wants.
Like he literally got sick. He literally got sick making that last game. So whatever that guy wants to do, we will take care of that. Let's see. Fail for Swell says Switch games in a bargain bin. Not Switch games, but Switch 2 games. I think it's a very real possibility. I think it's again, if Chrono Trigger on the DS can end up in a Bomba bin, anything can. So it might not even be the game's fault. It might not even be. It can happen, bud. I promise it can happen. It did happen. Spirit Tracks was in the Bomba bin. It ended up in bargain bins. There was literally news stories I can post to you about it because game journals were shocked. They're like, what? The monster says this DK game looks amazing, and then Fail for Sale agrees DK Bonanza is the hypest game of all time. Monster says, yeah, this kicked ass, LOL. This game is why I need a Switch 2, Fail for Sale said. Monster says, I can see the Wario vibe. Apparently young Pauline might be in this, which is cool as fuck. I wanted the successor to DK64. They gave me the next best thing, Fail for Sale said. Monster says it's crazy. 2 to 3 years of vague rumors about a 3D DK coming true. Monster says same. They came truer than a legend, Fail for Sale says. Phil for Sale then says the price is in a gray area because of tariffs. Yeah, that's, again, try to warn people. This is pre-tariff price still. We don't know. That's why they push back. Hopefully it goes down and doesn't go up. The monster says, yeah, dude. He says that was crazy of them. The prices came out on the websites. It only costs your soul. Why not buy 20? Heel Phil confirmed. Talking about your heel turn on the your crusade against the wheelchair basketball. Let's see. TH3 says, geez, let's discuss Switch 2 some more. Engrave Ring says Blue's Clues. So there you are voting for violence, Dan. Let's see. Damn you to
Hey, I just want to rock the boat, okay? It's time to rock the boat and tell these game companies what nobody else wants to say. I'll vote for Blue's Clues. We'll start rioting in the streets. Fuck these guys, okay? I got a whole box of wine here. We're gonna tell these guys what's what.
Monster says, let them cook, go bleed the lizard. All I typed, LOL. Yeah, maybe some weird fucking auto censorship on YouTube, man. So bleed the lizard got he had to type it some other way. All I typed, LOL. And then I voted for Green Room too. So we're gonna give these guys ears some reprieve from Blue's Clues remix. Weird, LOL. With the Switch 1, Nintendo had the Wii U library to release as new titles. Rush Dog says this isn't the case with Switch 2, so they're trying to sell us enhanced versions of Switch 1 games that we already own. You said bingo.
They're really enhanced. They're really enhanced with Google Maps. They're really enhanced with Google Maps.
Google Maps. Yep. Rush Dog says
I don't need Google Maps. I'll get a compass.
The entire Nikkei market is down, Zoo. And then I mentioned that. Yeah, you're right, Rush Dog. It might not even be anything Nintendo did just because of all the turmoil. But I do think it has one of the factors is what Nintendo did. I do. There have been very, very few stock market winners since tariffs were announced last week. Miss Mandia says macroeconomics, take a shot. And then Rush Dog says cheers, Mandy. And they cheer. And then finally post up is little Rodney's son says, hey. So, all right. Well, that concludes the Marathon Liquored Up Live. We're going to go now unlive. We're going to unlive this stream, and we're going to go watch some Cobra K. So before we do that, did anybody have any final thoughts they want to share with the class?
Yeah. I got something. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, as a huge From Software fan, I was very excited with the announcements of Duskblood because at the time, I thought it was going to be the next big single-player RPG. That Nintendo finally got that really crazy big AAA third-party IP thing that was going to just be awesome and exclusive only on Switch 2 game that was literally going to make all of the From Software fans from PC and PlayStation and Xbox so envious they run out and they buy a Switch 2 and make Switch 2 like it was going to be a fantastic thing. I was so excited. And then it turns out to be a garbage ass live service game. Nintendo, From Software, how dare you? I'm disappointed in you, and I expected so much better.
Ooh, that's disappointment. Disappointment. Oh, that's worse than anger. That's disappointment. Ooh. All right. Anybody else?
I have one last thing to say, and that is these gaming companies, they can take our lands, they can take our lives, but they can never take our freedom. I'll dig a hole in the ground in my backyard, and I'll go down there, and I'll play Super Mario RPG and my 30-year-old fucking SNES, and watch the world burn. I don't care. We need to not be afraid of these jackasses. It's time to we need to take these guys down. It's time.
All right. Anybody else?
Yeah, I'll go here. My thing is, as somebody who's going to buy it probably early on, because I want the games.
Sure.
Nintendo, for the love of God, please figure out what the hell you want to do with this system, because you're scaring me. It seems like you have no direction. And honestly, if you want to innovate, this ain't it. You just figure your shit out, please. That's all I'm asking.
Jack of all trades, master of none. Yeah. This system fails at being a home console. It fails at being a mobile handheld, and it fails at being a gaming PC. What is this? Why would I buy this?
Okay. Anybody else, Brooke? Any final thoughts you want to give to us before we head for Cobra K?
weapon than you imagined. Was it a sword?
I think Brooke fell asleep on us.
Nope, still here. Been watching the show. I got bored.
No, I totally understand that.
She's like, I don't give a shit.
She has a lot more sense than we do. She's tuning us out.
Brooke is the every person's voice in this thing. Like this has gone for 5 hours now. Okay, so I can only imagine. Like poor OJ, he's gonna go check out. He's gonna be like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, and I guess I'll end on that note before I ask. I have 2 questions this time, but hey, OJ, I'll see you in a couple weeks, buddy. You got a lot to unpack here. I wouldn't blame you if you skip it. I wouldn't blame you if you skip it, and we just have the conversation. Just like, yeah, like he's gonna look at the time frame. He's gonna be like, nah. So, and I don't blame him.
Ain't no way he's watching this shit. Ain't no way.
No fucking way.
Liquored Up Live is getting wild. We're taking it to the next level, gentlemen.
And here's the thing. OJ's a smart enough cat to where he doesn't have to. He's a smart enough cat. He doesn't have to watch it. Because he'll be able to have an intelligent conversation without prepping for the debate. He's very, very good debater. Very, very good debater. If you don't believe me, go watch the debate with Renown. He tore him up. So now, okay, so go ahead, DH Street.
He sucks at Mario Kart, though. I'm speaking firsthand experience from that.
Okay, shots fired. Real shots fired.
Shots fired.
Oh man.
He knows it. He knows it.
Is Party Man good? I hope Party Man's good as much shit as he talks.
Oh, Party Man cooks my ass. He's
okay.
Good.
So Party Man is the GOAT. Okay, so Party Man's the guy I need to have my eye on. If I can ever, I've tried to stream in there a couple times. You've seen me. I hop in right there. Like, fuck, you guys are getting ready to quit. God damn it. Happens all the time. But anyway, I have 2 questions for everybody. So the first question I have, simple yes or no question, or actually it's less or more. Are you all more inclined to buy the Switch after this or less? How did I do?
Is same an option?
Same is an option.
I'll go same. I was going to buy it anyway because I have a broken OLED as is.
So buy it, okay?
But like,
I think we know what you're going to say.
I think you know what I'm going to say.
Okay,
and I'm going to say, hell no.
All right. Phil?
Hell no.
I just gave my Caesar vote, so it's going to be
Commodus thumbs down. Commodus thumbs down. Okay.
Who knows? Maybe Nintendo will surprise me. We'll see.
Brett, what you think?
I got 2 answers for you.
Okay.
If they come out with Luigi's Mansion 4 and Animal Crossing, my other answer is waiting on price drop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fair.
Okay, that is something. Okay. That is a fair thing. I am a longtime hardcore Animal Crossing fan. That is something that could possibly fucking lure me in. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie.
It's strong.
Yes, no. I'm not gonna lie. It's so good.
No,
it's strong.
Guys. Listen, I'm drinking a lot of box wine, and I forgot about the existence of Animal Crossing. Okay, that's all. That's
oh my God! Box wine? Is it Franzia? Are you drinking Franzia?
How dare you?
Yes. I'm drinking. Listen, I'm drinking lots of Franzia, and I forgot about Animal Crossing. I'm gonna have to recalculate a little. However, if okay.
I don't care about Switch 2 now. You got to answer another question for me. You're drinking Franzia. Are you also eating an Impossible Whopper right now?
No.
Oh my
Thank God, no.
You're halfway to my Liquored Up and Lonely classic thumbnail. So Liquored Up Live, typically the thumbnail is me and whoever I've got on the guest is in the thumbnail. When I stream alone, I stream something called Liquored Up Lonely. And Liquored Up Lonely is the Beverly Hills 90210 guy crying. And then there's also a box of Franzia wine next to him and an Impossible Whopper bag next to him. And that is the thumbnail for the Liquored Up Lonely. It's like the loneliest fucking thing you can think.
Next time we do Liquored Up and Live, I'm going to BK.
You get your Franzia and your Impossible Whopper?
I'm going to get my Impossible Whopper, and I will show you, and I will show these gaming companies.
Oh, shit.
Because you know what? I changed my mind again.
Fuck Animal Crossing. I'm drawing a line in the sand. I will not give Nintendo another dime.
Well, let me get this. Let me get this file posted up here, and we'll end on this note before I ask my final question, because I've got to share this now because it's such. This is like classic Zoo thumbnail. This is a classic one. So I think it's called Lonely. I think is what I named it. Let me see here.
I'm just confused
there it
how
is.
you quote.
There it is. Okay. So we're just going to share this in the chat for everybody to see.
I'm just so confused how you quote Braveheart and say you want to watch the world burn, but you fold for Animal Crossing. That doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, so there's the thumbnail. But
He's
which
secretly
I
a
think
furry.
that's a
Maybe
classic
that's why.
thumbnail, but this is also a classic
God, no.
thumbnail.
You secret furry, you closet furry.
I am not a furry.
You
How
closet
dare you?
Nintendo
How
furry.
dare you? How dare you? I do not shit in a diaper. I am not a furry. How dare you? I am housebroken.
Hey, you know what? Hey, we don't kink shame here. We don't kink shame.
I am housebroken and I do not wear animal costumes. Okay, but I do play Animal Crossing.
No kink shaming. No kink shaming. But yeah, there's the liquored up lonely thumbnail right there.
Am I allowed to ask what his favorite TV show is?
Whose favorite TV show?
Hazband Hotel, probably.
Oh no.
Hotel.
Oh.
Okay, we gotta get the fuck out of here. So, last fucking question. So, okay, I think I know the answer to this, but hey, guys, did we have fun?
Yes.
This is a
I
blast.
had more fun here than the actual Switch 2 direct. So yeah.
Yes.
Well, I hope the chat also had fun. I hope we didn't put you to fucking sleep with that fucking 5.5 hour stream. But
here's one last drink. Here's a cheers to everybody.
Okay, everybody,
Liquored
yeah,
Up
cheers,
and Live.
toast.
Cheers.
We're going to watch. We're going to watch fucking Cobra Kai now.
Cobra Kai.
Chat, I love you all. Now get the fuck out of here.
Bye, Brody.
Go get yourself some Impossible.